Chapter 368. 0368 I want to see if it's you who's not good to my sister. If anything happens to her, Dongfang Bai will definitely not sit idly by. Dongfang Bai's face was filled with anger. Uncle, it's not like that. My mom has a tumor, it has nothing to do with my dad. Su Lingshan quickly explained. Humph. What is there to explain to an unreasonable person like him? Su Mingyu sneered. Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes and said, I won't talk nonsense with you. How is my sister now? Can't you read it yourself? The operation is almost over, Su Mingyu said. Dongfang Bai turned his head to look at the screen and immediately frowned. He felt that although the doctor was wearing a mask, he still looked very familiar. Yi. Mr. Yi. Dongfang Bai's shout surprised everyone in the Su family. You know him? Su Mingyu asked in surprise. Of course we know each other. Ma Yaming's surgery was all because of his superb medical skills that he was pulled back from the gates of hell. Back then, I invited that Bulsh *T most famous expert in the country, but it was useless. Luckily, I met Mr. Yi. He's a miracle doctor. Dongfang Bai hurriedly said to Dongfang Ming, Ah Ming, you have to thank Mr. Yi later. You were sick last time, so you can't miss it this time. Dongfang Ming was also very excited, yes father. Everyone in the Su family was dumbstruck, while Su Lingshan was pleasantly surprised. So there's such a thing. Yi Fan even saved Ah Ming. That's right, cousin. Why? Did you invite Mr. Yi? Dongfang Ming said, I heard from the people in the hospital that they have never seen a cardiothoracic surgeon as skilled as Mr. Yi. I am really too lucky. Su Mingyu's face was a little awkward. Thinking about it this way, they really underestimated Yi Fan. Previously, they even doubted whether Yi Fan had the qualification certificate or not. With Mr. Yi here, then the operation really won't be a problem. Dongfang Bai snorted, at least you still have some conscience, knowing to ask Mr. Yi to operate on my sister. Su Mingyu's face was stiff, and the people of the Su family were also quite unnatural. How could they have invited him? It was Yi Fan who volunteered to let him in. Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of the Su family members, Dongfang Bai was naturally puzzled and asked Su Lingshan what had happened. Amongst the people of the Su family, only this niece was closer to Dongfang Bai. It was mainly because Su Lingshan looked similar to the young Dongfang Xian. Su Lingshan gave a simple explanation of the reason, and Dongfang Bai immediately understood the whole story. He couldn't help but sneer, you really are as arrogant as ever. Mr. Yi is an expert and has medical ethics. Only he won't argue with you guys. Otherwise, why would he be kind enough to save my sister? Su Mingyu's face darkened, but he couldn't say a single word. After all, Yi Fan had saved his wife, and he had repeatedly made mistakes, so there was naturally nothing he could say. After the operation ended, Yi Fan calmly walked out of the operation room, but Chao Jinju and the others behind him were filled with reverence. Returning to the outside, Yi Fan was naturally surprised to see the Dongfang Bai father and son. Why are you father and son here? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Dongfang Ming thanks Mr. Yi for saving my life. Dongfang Ming went up first and knelt on one knee. Yi Fan hurriedly helped him up and said with a smile, young man, you've recovered quite well. I'm a doctor, and I even need the patient to kneel down during an operation. Just give me a few red packets during the holidays. Yi Fan was joking, but Dongfang Ming said seriously, of course. Mr. Yi, please leave an address later. I will definitely pay you a visit. The Dongfang family had always wanted to curry favor with Yi Fan, so of course they would follow the vine. Yi Fan could only pretend not to hear it. He walked in front of Su Lingshan and said with a smile, your mother is fine. If there's no problem within 24 hours, then she'll be completely safe. Su Lingshan couldn't help but step forward and hug Yifan. She couldn't care less about Su Mingyu's burning eyes behind her. Dongfangbai seemed to have noticed something and smiled. Mr. Yi, our relationship is getting closer and closer. You and my niece are together. Speaking of which, I can barely be considered an uncle. Yifan blinked his eyes and came back to his senses. Auntie is a member of the Dongfang family. It's my sister, Dongfangbai said. Li Fan Xian laughed. Then it's not that I can barely count it, you're my uncle. That's good, I just saved my own people. That's right, we have to have a few drinks tonight. My sister has recovered safely and has become a relative. This is truly a double blessing. Dongfangbai said enthusiastically. Although Yifan knew that the Dongfang family wanted to get closer to him, he was still Su Lingshan's uncle after all. It would be difficult for him to avoid him, so he simply agreed. In this way, Su Mingyu was left out in the cold, causing him to stand at the side awkwardly. After leaving the hospital and returning to the Su family no longer dared to bring up the matter of chasing Yifan away. However, treating Yifan as a distinguished guest made the Su family feel very uncomfortable. Helpless, he could only let Yan Hui, the old butler, arrange for Yifan's lodging. Leave the news of Yifan using his miraculous medical skills to save his mistress, Dongfang Xian, quickly spread throughout the Su family. When old man Su Maolin found out, he was also overjoyed. Otherwise, he would be celebrating his birthday the next day, but his daughter-in-law was seriously ill. How could he have the mood? At night, Yifan and Su Lingshan were together, drinking and eating meat with Dongfangbai and his son. Until dawn, Dongfangbai was so drunk that he started to go crazy, but Yifan was still fine. This once again made everyone sigh with emotion. Yifan's entire body was evil. Su Lingshan escorted Yifan all the way to where he lived. In the middle of the night, the temperature was ice cold. The woman was wearing a white coat with a fur collar. Her shoulder-length hair was shiny black, and when she looked at her side profile, she lost some of her heroic spirit and gained some of her feminine beauty under the moonlight. Su Lingshan noticed that the man had been looking at her, and couldn't help but blush as she said, "Stop looking, what's there to look at?" Little Shan, I realized that you're actually quite gentle when you're not wearing the security uniform. It feels very different from usual. Yifan said with a smile. Come on, you're with a beauty like Director Su every day, how could you possibly like me? Su Lingshan was happy in her heart, but she didn't admit it. There's no need for you to compare yourself to her. Your beauty is different. Yifan said. Walking to the door of the room, Su Lingshan said angrily, you should keep these words. Go back and coax Director Su. I'm leaving. Seeing that the woman was about to leave, Yifan grabbed her hand. Under the cold moonlight, in this cold season, a man and a woman alone, if he didn't take this woman down, how could he be willing? You. What are you doing? Su Lingshan's heartbeat quickened. Actually, along the way, she felt that something might happen, but she didn't expect Yifan to be so direct. Chapter 369 0369 At first, Su Lingshan's body was still very stiff, but as Yifan's attacks continued, her delicate body gradually went limp. Today, she had long since been conquered by the man's wave after wave of valiant performances. At this moment, she suddenly realized that even if Yifan really did something to her, she was already willing to do it. Don't. Not here. Su Lingshan's last bit of rationality made her push the man away and mumble, enter. Can we go into the house? It's so exciting outside, no one is coming anyway. Yifan whispered into the woman's ear. Please. I'm shy, Su Lingshan said, panting. Yifan couldn't help but laugh, little Shan, so you're so shy. I thought you were very brave. How could I? Su Lingshan didn't know how to reply, because the man's hand had already slowly reached into her clothes. Yifan also didn't want to scare a woman too much for the first time. Since she was already willing, he should cherish this favor. He held the woman in his arms and slowly moved into the room. However, the sound of footsteps caused their intimate actions to come to an abrupt halt. Su Lingshan pushed the man away in panic, tidied up her messy hair, and looked towards the other end of the hallway. Yifan was also very depressed. Why did a group of people suddenly rush over so aggressively in the middle of the night? The person in the lead was actually Su Mingyu. When Su Mingyu saw the redness and panic on his daughter's face, his eyes became even more gloomy as he fiercely glared at Yifan. Because of you, our Su family is in big trouble now, do you know that? Su Mingyu questioned. Yifan was puzzled, what's the big deal? Is something wrong with Auntie's body? Su Lingshan was also very nervous. After all, when she returned from the hospital, Dongfang Xian's body was already very stable. She anxiously asked, Mom, what happened to her? It's not your mother, it's your big brother and second brother. They were all treated as suspects and taken away for investigation. Su Mingyu said angrily. Su Lingshan was stunned, what? Weren't big brother and second brother fine during the day? Because they wanted to celebrate Su Maolin's birthday, Su Lingshan's 3 brothers had already returned for 2 days. Although they had seen each other during the day and even went to the hospital together, because the siblings were not very close, they did not communicate much. Just now, the people from the military's disciplinary committee came and took them away. They said that they had dealings with the logistics department's Zhang Dali, who was arrested a month ago. I don't know where they found the evidence, but it's that your 2 brothers ate with Zhang Dali. They're in the same unit, so it's inevitable for them to eat together. Just because of such a small matter, they were called in. Su Mingyu's expression was extremely ugly. Yifan could tell that someone was targeting the Su family. Was it done by the Zhao family? Other than the Zhao family, who else would cause trouble for our Su family at this time? Tomorrow is my father's 80th birthday, and tonight the 2 grandsons have been called in for tea. This is clearly an attempt to smear the name of our Su clan and make our birthday celebration ridiculed. Su Mingyu stared at Yifan and said, if it wasn't for you coming to cause trouble and offending the Zhao family, how could they have completely fallen out with each other and embarrassed us? Su Lingshan hurriedly defended the man, Dad, you can't blame Yifan for this. The Zhao family is too despicable and shameless. They are so vengeful that they are not worthy of being one of the 5 great sections. Besides, if Big Brother and the others are innocent, then what can they do to us? Shut up. You still have the face to mention this to me when you're kissing me with a married man in the middle of the night. Su Mingyu angrily pointed at Yifan and said, if you can't resolve this matter before tomorrow's birthday, even if I run to Huahai, I will still break you guys up. Dad. You. Su Lingshan was so angry that she didn't know what to say. However, Yifan narrowed his eyes and smiled, General Su, what you mean is, as long as I settle this matter, you won't object to me being with Shan Shan. Su Mingyu coldly snorted, I didn't say that. Didn't you say that you're not afraid of the Zhao family? Then at least prove to me how you're not afraid of the law. Yifan nodded, since that's the case, then I'll take care of this matter. Tomorrow's birthday, I guarantee that your Su family will be glorious. Su Mingyu revealed a suspicious look, what are you going to do? I haven't thought about it yet, but there will always be a way. Yifan said with a relaxed expression. If my 2 sons aren't released by tomorrow, then scram out of our Su family. Even if you cure my wife, it's useless. Su Mingyu waved his hand and quickly left with his men. It was obvious that he had gone to think of another way. Su Lingshan had a perturbed expression, Yifan, do you really have a way? Yifan actually had quite a few ways. To put it bluntly, the Zhao family was also a big tree with deep roots and a lot of people. If he really found someone to chase after the Zhao family all over the world, the Zhao family would be terrified. However, if that was the case, Yi Fan felt that it would be too much of a hassle. Dealing with a single Zhao family wouldn't cause a bloody storm in the world. After thinking about it, Yi Fan said, "I'll give old Xia a call and ask." Old Xia. Su Lingshan was stunned. "You mean the military advisor?" "Yes, he has the most ideas," Yi Fan said. "But even if it's the military advisor, it's impossible for him to go against the Zhao family. The Zhao family must have personally intervened this time, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to capture my two elder brothers. Although Zhao Shengcang has retired, his connections are still very powerful. Unless the Xia family interferes, otherwise, relying on the military advisor, I'm afraid it won't be of any help." Su Lingshan worried. Li Fanxian smiled and decided to make a call first. Thus, he took out his phone. In an elegant courtyard house in the capital, the area was not big, but it was heavily guarded. In the four corners of the courtyard, there were capable guards with solemn expressions. On the east side of the courtyard, in a study room filled with all kinds of maps and blueprints, there were a few men and women surrounding a table. They spread out some maps, pointed at them, drank tea, and chatted. The nuclear submarine of the Delta Zero team has been found. The salvage work will take at least 3 days, but the people of Magnesium are keeping a close eye on it. I don't think they will let us salvage it smoothly, an old man wearing glasses said. Professor Chin, the technology of that submarine, Chu Yunyao's new nuclear submarine is already not inferior to it. Why do you have to salvage it? Another middle-aged woman wearing a trench coat said. Chapter 370. 0370 Since you want the armor, just send someone in and take it out. Why do you need to salvage the submarine? As Chief Zhang spoke, he looked at Xiao Linfuan, military advisor. What do you think? Xiao Linfuan was drinking his tea. He thought for a moment and said, whether it's the submarine or the armor, there's no need to really salvage it. Just put on an act and attract the attention of the Magnesium army. Oh. Why? Professor Chen was puzzled. That area of the sea was not contaminated by nuclear energy, which means that the reactor had already stopped operating at that time. That means that it is no threat to us. As for the war armor, only one set had appeared, which meant that it was difficult to mass produce, so there was nothing to be afraid of. When we turn the technology on the Earth's axis into more practical weapons, what do we need that armor for? That submarine is just a bait. From time to time, we will send people to take a stroll and let them think that we are very nervous about their armor. It will give them the illusion that their technology is still very superior. That will be enough, Xiao Linfuan said. Everyone present nodded their heads. Chief Zhang smiled and said, "You're still the best strategist at playing this trick." Xiao Linfuan waved his hand and turned to look at a middle-aged man at the innermost desk. This man had a pair of sword-like eyebrows, a well-defined face, and a dignified bearing. His long hair draped over his shoulders with a few strands of gray. He wore a black leather coat with a lapel, outlining his majestic upper body. "Dragon King, why aren't you saying anything today?" Xiao Linfuan asked curiously. This middle-aged man was the core figure of the Dragon Soul, the Dragon King who commanded the Dragon Soul Special Forces and the Dragon Soul Commandos. The Dragon King stretched out a long arm and pressed his finger on the map. It was a plateau in the north of China. Last week, the people from the Azuras Association appeared in this area. Xiao Linfuan nodded, yes, a small team, but they have already been wiped out by the third group. The Dragon King narrowed his eyes. Aren't you curious as to what the Azura will do here? Of course it's to spread their bullshit teachings. They want to split up, Chief Zhang said disdainfully. If you want to spread your teachings, why go to such a remote area? The language is different, and the traffic is not smooth. How can it compare to some areas in Jiangnan? The Dragon King asked again. Everyone looked at each other. Professor Chen said, maybe it's because we have too many people stationed in the south. They thought it would be difficult to break through, so they went there. The Dragon King narrowed his eyes and said, I've been thinking about this. If they just want to spread their doctrine, wouldn't it be better to send 1 or 2 people in secretly? Why did you send such a small group of people to attract our attention? You went for wool and came home shorn. What do you think the reason is, Dragon King? Someone else asked. The Dragon King shook his head. I don't know, but I think, maybe we should check it out. At this moment, Xiao Linfuan's phone vibrated. Xiao Linfuan smiled in embarrassment. He picked up his phone and looked at it, frowning. Advisor, why are you still answering the phone during the meeting? It's rare to see you being so unprofessional, someone joked. Xiao Linfuan had a wry smile on his face. I've also set up a call reminder. Some people's calls must be answered at any time. Oh. Could it be that a senior official is looking for you? Xiao Linfuan shook his head and said playfully, this person. He's even harder to serve than the chief. After saying that, Xiao Linfuan picked up the phone and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Everyone at the side had a suspicious look on their faces. Who was it that could make Xiao Linfuan call him boss? The key was in front of his direct superior, the Dragon King. The corner of the Dragon King's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything. He silently picked up his teacup and sipped his tea. When Xiao Linfuan finished answering the phone, his expression was a little complicated. Boss. I'll call you back later, I'll think about how to deal with this. After hanging up, Xiao Linfuan grinned at the Dragon King. Dragon King, stop pretending. The others sitting here can't hear you, but you must have clearly heard what the person on the phone said, so what? The Dragon King asked with a smile. Last time you told me that you wanted to discuss a deal with him that would definitely earn you nothing, I feel. This is a good opportunity, what do you think? Xiao Linfuan's eyes flashed as he asked. The Dragon King's fingers lightly tapped on the desk a few times as his gaze fell on the location of the Sioux city on the map. Old General Su Maolin's birthday. As a junior, it is reasonable for me to come and congratulate him. The others present were puzzled. They had no idea what the Dragon King and Xiao Linfuan were planning. The Su family. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the main house was still brightly lit. Su Mingyu and a few of his brothers from the clan were all frowning. They were drinking strong tea and smoking cigarettes, discussing how to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Big brother, we can't go on like this. Why don't we talk to the Zhao family directly? At most, we'll just suffer some losses in other places. We can't let Dad's not see his 2 grandchildren on his birthday. The second son of the Su family said. If the Zhao family could talk to us, why would they be so ruthless? I think it's better not to go and ask for trouble. The third brother of the Su family shook his head. This won't do, and that won't do. Damn it, I wish I could take a spear to the Zhao family and kill that bastard Zhao Guoping. Su Lao Er said angrily. At this moment, an old voice came from behind. It's so late at night, why aren't you sleeping? What are you shouting about? The few brothers were shocked to see Su Maolin slowly walking out with the help of the old butler, Yan Hui. Father, why aren't you resting yet? Su Mingyu hurriedly went up to help. However, Su Maolin pushed his son away. What are you helping me for? Do you really think I can't walk? One person is enough to support me. The old man sat in his seat and said, I heard that something happened at home. Su Mingyu knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he could only say, I'm sorry, father. I didn't teach my son well. Ah Liang and Ah Yun were involved in a case and were taken away for investigation. Dad, it's not their fault. It's all because of that old bastard Zhao Shengcang from the Zhao family. He's helping his grandson vent his anger. Old Su shouted. Shut up. Su Maolin reprimanded without getting angry. When Vice Chairman Zhao was in charge of the politics of China, you were still a kid wearing pants. Only by respecting others can you be respected by others. If your words get out, be careful not to cause a disaster. Second brother Su muttered to himself, and the other Su family disciples also lost their temper. In that case, those two brats won't be able to come out for a short period of time. Su Maolin asked after some thought. I'm afraid. Without a week or two, we won't be able to get out, Su Mingyu said truthfully. After all, once we go in, we have to check everything and ask everything. I'm just afraid that those two brats won't be able to hold on. If they say the wrong thing inside and get caught by the Zhao family, their future will be ruined. Old Su said worriedly. Su Maolin nodded and said, if they did something wrong, then they can't blame anyone else. The people of my Su family are adaptable. You don't have to care too much about the opinions of outsiders. Yes, father. The brothers all agreed, but they were still in low spirits. Chapter 371. 0371 Inch Tonight is special. There is an esteemed guest who can only come over at this hour to celebrate my birthday. That's why Yan Hui woke me up, esteemed guest. Su Mingyu asked curiously, could it be that a leader from the capital is coming over? Everyone also felt that it was a novelty. After all, when a leader came over, he would usually inform them in advance, instead of directly calling Su Maolin on a private phone. This esteemed guest is even rarer than the chief. Su Maolin kept them in suspense. At this moment, a servant ran in from outside and bowed to report, Grand Master, Dragon Soul, Dragon King, and military advisor have come to congratulate you on your birthday. As soon as these words were spoken, all the members of the Su family in the main room were shocked. They opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The Dragon King is here. This was someone who was even more elusive than the leaders. The origins of the Dragon King had always been very mysterious. Even his real name was unknown to the outside world. He only knew that he managed the Dragon's soul and was the most trusted person of all the previous leaders. In fact, most of the famous families in China did not know how many Dragon Kings had changed, because the Dragon King rarely showed his face outside. For Su Maolin's birthday this time, there were several current and retired leaders who sent him their blessings. However, the Dragon Soul Dragon King's birthday celebration was much more significant than these leaders' congratulatory messages. Hurry up and invite him in. Su Maolin had a carefree expression on his face. Very quickly, the Dragon King, who was dressed in a general's uniform, and Xia Linfuan, who was dressed in a major general's uniform, walked into the main hall. Just by looking at the Dragon King, Su Mingyu and the others all felt a sense of pressure, causing their hair to stand on end and even giving them goosebumps. This was the feeling of being enveloped by the pressure of a superior. Although there was nothing special about the Dragon King, he still felt fear in his heart. Old General Su, I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as long as the South Mountains. The Dragon King had a smile on his face, but even if he was smiling, the people around him didn't feel relaxed at all. Xia Linfuan also cupped his hands. Junior Xia Linfuan, I also wish old General Su good luck and good health. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. Su Maolin laughed and said, it's not late, it's not late. The Dragon King and the military advisor have personally come to congratulate me on my birthday. Serve tea. After the Dragon King and Xia Linfuan sat down, they saw Su Mingyu and the others standing stiffly. The Dragon King narrowed his eyes and smiled, everyone, there's no need to be so formal. We're just here to celebrate. Hearing this, Su Mingyu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They felt cold sweat on their backs and finally calmed down. After serving tea and exchanging a few pleasantries, the members of the Su family looked at each other. They all wanted to ask the Dragon King for help. If the Dragon King was willing to say something, then the two disciples of the Su family would definitely be released. After all, no matter how arrogant the Zhao family was, they couldn't compete with the boss of Dragon Soul. Dragon King was the chief's left and right hand. Zhao Shengcang was a retired elder, so he naturally couldn't compare to Dragon King. However, this was the first time they had seen this top figure of China. The Su family members were trembling with fear and did not dare to speak at all. Right at this moment, a servant suddenly came in from outside and said excitedly, "Great master. The two young masters are back." What? Everyone in the Su family was shocked, thinking that they had heard wrongly. However, as expected, he saw two young men in military uniforms walking excitedly into the hall. "Grandpa. Father. Uncles, I've made you worry." The two young officers were excited. This. "Ah Liang, Ah Yun, are you all right?" Old Su quickly asked. "That's right, second uncle. I don't know why, but the people from the disciplinary committee said that we don't need to ask anything. They even politely sent us back. They kept apologizing to us, saying that they had made a mistake in their work." Everyone in the Su family was pleasantly surprised, but they were a little confused. On the other hand, Su Maolin's old eyes flickered with light. He cupped his hands towards the Dragon King and said, "This old man is here to thank the Dragon King for this birthday gift." The Dragon King chuckled and said, "Old General Su, I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything else. I can only help out a little. This gift is more valuable than 1,000 gold. Su Maolin said seriously. Su Mingyu and the others also hurriedly thanked the Dragon King, all of them sincerely grateful. After all, when the old man was celebrating his 80th birthday and everyone was looking at the Su family, the two direct descendants of the Su family were being investigated for corruption. This kind of humiliation was a huge blow to a famous family like the Su family. With the arrival of the Dragon King, everything was resolved. The people of the Su family were naturally overjoyed. "Everyone, you don't have to thank me. I came here this time to congratulate old General Su on his birthday. Secondly, I was asked by one of your Su family members to resolve this small interlude. This birthday gift should also be given to that person," the Dragon King said as he took a sip of tea. "Oh." Su Maolin said in surprise, "Our Su family still has people who can invite you, Dragon King, to help us settle this matter." The Dragon King narrowed his eyes and smiled. "It seems that old General Su really doesn't know. The man that your granddaughter brought back is not someone easy to deal with." As soon as these words came out, everyone from the Su family suddenly came to their senses. "Yi Fan!" Su Mingyu was the first to exclaim. The other members of the Su family also revealed expressions of shock. Although they all knew that Yi Fan's skills were extraordinary, no one expected him to have the ability to directly invite the Dragon King over. "I've heard before that Yi Fan and the military advisor seem to have a very close relationship, but I didn't expect. He even knows you, Dragon King." Su Maolin was also curious. "Dragon King, what is the background of this Yi Fan? Can you tell me a little?" The people of the Su family also looked at the Dragon King eagerly, their hearts trembling violently. Especially Su Mingyu, thinking about how he had reprimanded Yi Fan many times before. If Yi Fan's background was heaven-defying, wouldn't he be in great danger? The Dragon King and Xiao Linfuan looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Linfuan smiled and said, "Everyone, old General Su, forgive us for not saying much about Yi Fan's background. We didn't come here for nothing this time, and the Dragon King still plans to discuss some things with him, so please lend us a quiet place." Everyone from the Su family was stunned when they heard this. Even if it was the 5 great sects, it would still be very difficult for them to see the Dragon King, let alone talk to him. This Yi Fan, who was only in his 20s, was actually able to call the Dragon King from the capital to the Sioux city within a few hours. Not only did he ask the Dragon King to help him, he even wanted to talk to the Dragon King. This was too outrageous. Old Xia, you guys are too late. What time is it already? Can you still delay the flight if you take a special plane? Right at this moment, Yi Fan casually walked in and even mocked the speed at which the Dragon King and Xia Linfuan rushed over. The Dragon King's gaze quickly locked onto Yi Fan. A wave of pressure that he had restrained earlier instantly spread out, causing Su Mingyu and the other soldiers to tense up once again. Chapter 372 0372 When the Su family saw how calm Yi Fan was and how he wasn't oppressed by the Dragon King's deterrence, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. In their eyes, Yi Fan was becoming more and more unfathomable. He simply didn't look like a young man in his 20s, but like a monster. Su Maolin's eyes shone brightly as he secretly nodded his head and said, Yi Fan, it's all thanks to you that my birthday can be considered a success. Yi Fan politely said, this doesn't have much to do with me. It's mainly because your two grandsons didn't do anything illegal or criminal, so there's naturally nothing to investigate. Haha, of course. If any of our Su family's little bastards dares to embezzle military funds, I will personally break their legs and send them to prison. Su Maolin also felt comfortable when he heard this. Su Mingyu's eyes were bright and dark. Previously, he had angrily gone to find Yi Fan because he wanted to test Yi Fan's wrist. However, he didn't really expect Yi Fan to be able to bring his two sons out in just one night. Unexpectedly, after just a few hours, Yi Fan had already settled this matter, and even allowed the Su family to receive the Dragon King and the military advisor with great honor. As a result, Su Mingyu felt that he couldn't find any reason to oppose the matter between Yi Fan and Su Lingshan. The Dragon King stared at Yi Fan's face for a long time, as if he was deep in thought, but he didn't say anything. When Yi Fan saw the Dragon King's eyes, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was going on. Dragon King, is there a flower on my face? Is it worth it for you to stare at me? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Hearing Yi Fan's tone of voice, the Su family members sucked in a breath of cold air. Facing the Dragon King, Yi Fan actually spoke so casually, without the slightest bit of reverence in his heart. He was truly too bold. However, the Dragon King was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and stood up, taking the initiative to extend his hand towards Yi Fan. I've heard of your great name for a long time, but to see that you are really so young, I'm still very surprised. These words scared the Su family members. The Dragon King actually said that he had heard of Yi Fan's great name for a long time. To be able to make the Dragon King say such words, what kind of existence was that? The problem was that the Su family had never heard of Yi Fan before. The eyes of Su Maolin, Su Mingyu, and the others flickered. The people of the younger generation had their mouths wide open in disbelief. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with especially cautious eyes. Yi Fan shook hands with the Dragon King very easily. Dragon King, you're being too polite by saying that. I should be the one who heard your name and heard it since I was young. But you're also younger than I thought. Ha! The Dragon King that you knew when you were young is not me. I only took office 10 years ago, the Dragon King said. This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of this matter. The Su family members at the side also looked at each other in dismay. After all, how could outsiders know when the Dragon King's replacement would take place? So that's how it is. Yi Fan didn't ask any further and said, according to the agreement, let's find a place to talk. The Dragon King nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Su Maolin said, Dragon King, Yi Fan, why don't we go to our Su family's back garden? It's quiet there. However, the Dragon King waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. General Su, let's just find a random place. With that, the Dragon King's figure suddenly flashed, and like a gust of wind, he directly blew away from the main hall. Yifan looked outside and didn't waste any time. With a jump, his body shot out like an arrow. With 2 rises and falls, his figure had already disappeared into the night. The two of them only took about a second to leave. Before the people in the room could react, they had already disappeared. Xiao Linfuan held a folding fan in his hand and helplessly hit his palm. He shook his head and sighed, "Everyone from the Su family, I'm sorry. The two of them are rude fellows. I'll take my leave first. Otherwise, I won't even be able to see them." Finished speaking, Xiao Linfuan's body was as light as a swallow, and he also flew out. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that compared to the Dragon King and Yifan, Xiao Linfuan's speed was much slower. After everyone left, the Su family's second brother asked in bewilderment, "Big brother, this Yifan. Just what kind of god is he? How did Shan find such a monster to be her boyfriend?" Su Mingyu was silent, but he couldn't say anything. In fact, he didn't even dare to find out the truth. No matter who he is, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Su Maolin let out a long sigh, his eyes revealing a trace of gratification. He then stood up and said, "Let's disperse, they won't come back." In the center of the city, in a park for the citizens, there was not even a single homeless person on a cold day other than some wild cats and dogs. In a deciduous forest in a park, the Dragon King descended from the sky and stood steadily. Yifan also jumped down from a tree and stood in front of the Dragon King. Neither of them had a red face, nor were they out of breath. After running at full speed for more than 10 miles, their stamina wasn't affected at all. Looking at Yifan, the Dragon King was silent for a moment before saying, "Which name should I call you? Fallen? Lucifer? Or Prince?" Yifan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Come on, it's not a name worth remembering. You can just call me Yifan." "Oh, these 3 names of yours all represent your glorious past. Why do you not seem to like yourself at all?" the Dragon King asked unhurriedly, as if he was very interested. "Glorious." Yifan's eyes revealed a hint of emotion. "Why do I feel that the me during the Fallen period was only lonely and in pain? During the Lucifer period, there was only sadness and hardship. As for the bullshit prince, other than making me physically and mentally exhausted, there was no meaning to it. Young man, your view of life is too pessimistic. Do you know how many people want to be like you? In just a few short years, they would be able to rise to the top of the underground world. There are too many people who want to become famous overnight. But in the past 100 years, only you have truly done it," the Dragon King said. Yifan shook his head. "Fame, wealth, and power are not my original intentions. Everything I have done is only for the sake of freedom and survival." The Dragon King narrowed his eyes. "In that case, you really are a person who does not care about fame and fortune. Forget it." Yifan smiled playfully and said, "Dragon King, why does it sound like you're trying to set a trap for me?" "Ha ha. I don't dare to set a trap for the famous sovereign king of hell. I just want to know more about you," the Dragon King said indifferently. Yifan nodded. "There's nothing worth understanding about me. I love freedom, I love beauties, and there's nothing else. You should get down to business. This time you did me a favor. How do you want me to repay you? You can put forward your conditions." Chapter 373. 0373 The Dragon King smiled and said, "This is just a small favor, we will overlook it. After all, you have helped us sink a nuclear submarine of the Magnesium Army and dealt a huge blow to the arrogance of the Delta team. You have helped us, the Dragon Soul Army, regain some ground, and we should be thanking you. We can give you the medical information of the Earth axis, but you must pay a certain price. Of course. It's definitely within the range that you can accept." So you've already thought of what you want. Just say it, I don't like to beat around the bush. Yifan had nothing better to do, so he took out a cigarette and slowly lit it for himself. The Dragon King looked at Yifan smoking in front of him and didn't mind. He said, after I greeted the leaders, they suggested a few possibilities. In the end, they decided on a few. You can choose one of them. Oh. It seems like I have quite a few things that you guys like. Yifan puffed out his smoke, indicating for the Dragon King to continue. The Dragon King raised a finger. 1. We want Bahamut. Yifan's eyes focused, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, Bahamut, it belongs to Azazel, it's not under my control. The Dragon King nodded and raised a second finger. 2. We want Baphomet. Swish. Yifan laughed. Baphomet, it belongs to Asmontis, and it's not under my control. If you want to go, then ask Asmontis. The Dragon King did not refute and continued, the third request is for you to take out all the information on Ankh. Before the elephant head god died, he looked for you, right? Yifan gloomily slapped his forehead. Xiao Linfuan, that brat. He still told you about Ankh, right? Back then, Xiao Linfuan had said that even if it was the Dragon King, he would not reveal the matter of Ankh. But now, it seemed that he had gone back on his word. You're wrong about this. Even if the military advisor didn't say anything, do you think that as the Dragon King, I wouldn't be able to investigate this matter clearly? The Dragon King laughed. Yifan shook his head. Actually, he didn't care. Even if it was really Xiao Linfuan who said it, he could understand. It's not that I'm unwilling to take out the information on Ankh, but that this thing can't be completed at all. It's missing an element that doesn't exist, so. Even if I said it, it would be useless. Yifan shrugged. The Dragon King looked at Yifan for a while, as if trying to determine if Yifan was lying to him. Finally, the Dragon King nodded and said, Azazel and Asmontis, just like the Leviathan, are obedient to you. You only need to ask them to hand over either Bahamut or Baphomet to us, and we will immediately share the medical technology of the Earth axis with you. Let me say it again. That is the power that my brother formed, and it is the power that they build with their heads and their hands. I know that as long as I say one word, they will hand everything over to me, but I won't do that. Yifan said seriously, his eyes already somewhat gloomy. The Dragon King took a deep breath, thought for a while, and said, if that's the case. All right, we'll only ask you for one person. Who? Yifan asked in a deep voice. Sally. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan's figure seemed to have disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Dragon King. Yifan's face was filled with anger. His eyes seemed to be dancing with a blazing flame. He suddenly raised his fist and punched towards the Dragon King's head. The Dragon King also reacted quickly and was on guard at any time. He raised his two hands and crossed them in front of him, blocking Yifan's fist. Bam! A heavy muffled sound rang out. Yifan's fist didn't seem to hit a person's body, but instead collided with a large black iron bell that weighed several thousand kilograms. The Dragon King originally thought that he had already withstood this punch, but a tsunami-like force once again came from the muscles of Yifan's arm. This. The Dragon King's eyes were wide open. He couldn't control his body, as if he was about to fall down. However, the Dragon King still sank his Jinchi and used the 1,000-kilogram fall movement technique. His feet stepped on the ground and drew 2 deep ravines behind him. After sliding back for more than 3 meters, the Dragon King finally stopped when the mud on the ground started to emit white smoke. When the Dragon King put down his hands and looked at Yifan again, a trace of shock could be seen in his eyes. Yifan's face was cold, and his entire aura was completely different from before. He was like an evil beast entrenched in the night, a demon spreading its wings under the moon, staring at his prey with scarlet eyes. Beads of sweat appeared on the Dragon King's forehead. He knew very well that if Yi Fan had bombarded him indiscriminately just now, he might not have been able to withstand it and could only escape. The Dragon King couldn't help but mutter, as expected of one of the top 10 legend rank experts, he is indeed powerful. Sally is my family. I won't let off anyone who has any ideas about her. Yi Fan warned in a low and hoarse voice. The Dragon King smiled bitterly. I knew you wouldn't agree. After all, I heard that you fell out with the Black Emperor back then because of Sally Yi, but since the chief has brought it up, I have to give it a try. Since that's the case, then pretend I didn't say anything. I'll change my condition. Speak. Yi Fan no longer had any patience. You have to do 3 things for our dragon soul. We have the final say in these 3 matters. The Dragon King said. Leaf hearing that, Fan Xian shook his head and said, no, this is too general. If you want me to agree to those conditions again, wouldn't I fall into your trap? I can guarantee that we won't mention any of the previous requests. That won't do, there must be a limit. Yi Fan said. Oh. What kind of restriction? Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, I can't let my friends and family down, let my brothers down. You can't let me do evil, you can't violate humanitarianism, you can't do anything illegal. The Dragon King narrowed his eyes. Then there are some things that killing is unavoidable, can't you do it? As long as the person killed is someone who deserves to be killed, I can accept it. Yi Fan said. The Dragon King nodded, all right. Then I'll promise you. Our dragon soul is made up of righteous people, so of course we won't let you do evil for us. Leaf Fan Xian thought for a moment, this shouldn't be a problem, so he said, then when will you let me study the information on the Earth's axis? When you finish the 3 things we mentioned, I'll give you the information. What? Then how long do I have to wait? Haven't you guys thought of anything yet? Yi Fan said gloomily. The Dragon King smiled, don't worry, within 3 years, we will definitely hand over the information to you. You also know that there are a lot of things in China that need to be done according to procedures. We can't be careless. Leaf Fan Xian sighed. Thinking about it, 3 years wasn't too long. It passed in the blink of an eye, so he temporarily endured it. Chapter 374. 0374. The Dragon King nodded and said, then, today's matter can be considered settled. I will go back and report to the chief. I'm also going back to the Su family. I won't be sending you off. Yi Fan turned his head and planned to leave. He still wanted to take advantage of the fact that before daybreak, he would run to Su Lingshan's room to try his luck. However, the Dragon King called out to him, Yi Fan, wait a moment, what, is there something else? Yi Fan was puzzled. The Dragon King thought for a moment and asked, your appearance, is it after your mother? Or after your father? Yi Fan's face was conflicted, what bullshit question are you asking? My father died a long time ago. I don't even know what my father looks like, so how would I know who he looks like? Didn't you check my information? The Dragon King nodded, so that's how it is. Alright, pretend I didn't ask. Yi Fan shook his head and said, help me tell old Xia that I won't treat him to a drink this time. We'll talk about it next time. After saying that, Yi Fan's body flashed, and with a few ups and downs, he disappeared without a trace. The Dragon King walked back a few hundred meters before he met Xia Linfuan, who was waiting for him in the distance. In order to avoid suspicion, Xia Linfuan didn't dare to get too close to the place where the two of them were talking. It's settled. Which request did he accept? Xia Linfuan asked with a smile. It's exactly the same as you guessed. The Dragon King smiled bitterly, even being punched by him was guessed correctly. Just one punch. If you dared to say anything about Sally a few years ago, he would have already beaten you to the point of vomiting blood. Xiao Linfuan sized up the Dragon King a few times, however. Boss has already crippled his own cultivation. Are you still not his match, Dragon King? The Dragon King doubtfully asked, are you sure that he cultivated again in the past 3 years? All of his previous cultivation is gone. Xiao Linfuan nodded, of course, my boss never lies about his cultivation. If he says that he will cripple his own internal energy, then he will definitely cripple it. What a genius! Of our dragon soul, only Xiao Axayan can fight against him. The Dragon King sighed. When Xiao Linfuan heard Xiao Axayan's name, he nodded and exploded. He scratched his head with his fan and said, Dragon King, Xiao Axayan said that she's tired of staying in the capital and wants to go to Huahai to play for a few days. Do you want to arrange some errands for her? I always feel that her purpose in going to Huahai is not simple. She's going to Huahai. The Dragon King hesitated for a moment and said, let's wait and see. How can there be any errands for her to do in such a short time? After Yi Fan returned to the Su family, he originally wanted to rekindle his passion with Su Lingshan, but he didn't expect that Su Lingshan was worried about her mother, Dongfang Xian, and ran to the hospital to guard her. Yi Fan also understood. After all, Su Mingyu and his wife only had this one daughter, so accompanying her mother's life always fell to Su Lingshan. Early in the morning, the Su family was full of busy servants, preparing for the birthday celebration. Yi Fan ran to the Su family's dining hall and ate breakfast with the Su family members. The group of Su family members were rather embarrassed, but Yi Fan ate and drank heartily, very naturally. After eating, Yi Fan asked the butler, Yan Hui, for a car and went to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital ward, Dongfang Xian was already awake and was talking to Su Lingshan, who was beside the bed. Although she was plugged in with an oxygen tube, Dongfang Xian was obviously fine. She just needed to rest for a few days and she would be fine. Auntie, the wound doesn't hurt, right? Is your breathing smooth? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Seeing Yi Fan, Dongfang Xian's gaze was rather complicated. I heard that it was you who performed the surgery that saved me. I'm fine now. It's good that you're fine. Otherwise, Shan wouldn't be able to rest easy even if she went back to Huahai. Yi Fan said. Dongfang Xian frowned and said, although you saved me, I still won't forgive you because of this. My daughter. You can't be a mistress. Mom. You've just recovered, let's not talk about this anymore, Su Lingshan anxiously advised. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Auntie, don't misunderstand. Me saving you has nothing to do with me and Shan, oh. Dongfang Xian was puzzled, then why? Yi Fan spread out his hands, is that hard to think about? Because I'm a doctor. When I see that you're sick, I naturally have to save you. Even if you're my enemy, I still have to save you. Only when you've recovered from your injuries will I be able to kill you for revenge. I saved you because of medical ethics, not because of the personal problems between me and Shan. So, you don't have to thank me for saving you. You don't owe me any favors, I just did what I had to do. Dongfang Xian looked at Yi Fan in astonishment, unable to say anything. Su Lingshan also looked at Yi Fan with a complicated gaze. This man was becoming more and more different from the image she had imagined in the past. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he also took a look at some of Dongfang Xian's test indicators. After confirming that there were no problems, he left the ward. Not long after, Dongfang Bai, Dongfang Ming, and the others all came to visit Dongfang Xian. When they talked about Yi Fan, Dongfang Bai was naturally full of praises. When Dongfang Xian heard that Yi Fan had even saved Dongfang Ming, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Old Master Su Maolin's 80th birthday came to an end in a very lively and festive atmosphere. The matter of the Dragon King and the military advisor visiting each other late at night, as well as the matter of the two Su family disciples being released, proved that the Su family already had the ability to contend against the Zhao family. This naturally caused more people to rush over to celebrate Elder Su's birthday. Originally, the Su family didn't plan to arrange any seats for Yi Fan, but in the end, they let Yi Fan and Su Lingshan sit in the seats at the front. This could be considered as the family's tacit approval of Yi Fan. After Yi Fan accompanied Su Lingshan to celebrate the old man's birthday, he planned to return to Hua Hai at night. This was because he remembered that tomorrow was the day Mu 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 was going to participate in the grand piano competition. It was rare for this girl to do something serious, and she had even practiced the zither for so many days. He should at least go and encourage her. However, Su Lingshan still had to accompany her mother for a while, so Yi Fan was the only one who returned to Hua Hai. When Yi Fan returned to Hua Hai, it was already night time. Remembering that he still had a cold war with his wife at home, Yi Fan specially went to the dessert shop and bought a box of strawberry-flavored donuts. When he got home, it was already 10 o'clock. Aunt Jiang had already gone to bed, but the light in the study upstairs was still on. Yi Fan came to the door of the study and knocked. There was no movement from inside. Yi Fan knocked on the door again, but there was still no movement from inside. Yi Fan could hear the sound of typing on the keyboard inside. It was obvious that Su Qingxue was working. After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan directly opened the door, pushed it in, and said with a smile, "Wife, are you busy?" Su Qingxue was dressed in pink winter pajamas and pajamas with a small strawberry pattern on them. The woman's beautiful face and temperament were actually wearing such a set of pajamas. It really looked a little cute. "I didn't let you in." Su Qingxue coldly swept a glance at the man. "I knocked on the door. You might be busy and didn't hear me, right?" Yi Fan said. "I heard you, I just don't want to see you. Get out." Su Qingxue coldly rejected. Chapter 375. 0375. However, this was not the first time Yi Fan had met with failure. He pretended not to hear anything and continued to walk into the study. Yi Fan put a box of donuts on the desk and said with a smile, "Wife, I bought you something you like to eat." Su Qingxue took a look and said, "I'm on a diet, I don't eat supper." "Lose weight." Yi Fan sized up the woman and said, "Wife, with your perfect figure, you don't need to lose weight at all. I think you can eat more. I'm wearing pajamas, and you can see my figure. Don't disturb me, I still have things to do." Su Qingxue frowned and said, "Don't disturb me, I still have things to do." Li Fan Xian was depressed, even the donuts couldn't work. He asked in a low voice, "Wife, are you still angry with me?" "I'm not angry, you don't have to think too much about it, go out," Su Qingxue said. If the woman said she wasn't angry, then she must be angry. Yi Fan muttered in his heart and scratched his head. He couldn't think of any way to melt this piece of ice, so he could only say, "Then don't work too late." Su Qingxue didn't say much and continued to busy herself with her work. Li Fan Xian turned around and slowly walked out. He thought about how the woman didn't even ask where he went and what he did. Although this feeling seemed to be a lot more relaxed, it still felt weird. Just as he was about to walk out of the study, Su Qingxue called out to him. "Wait a minute." Yi Fan was overjoyed. Could it be that he had changed his mind? He turned around and asked, "Wife, what's the matter?" Su Qingxue took out a document and handed it to the man. "Take a look at this. It's some plans and itinerary for next month's trip to the Kingdom of Enamel. You should familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible." Li Fan Xian's face stiffened. He thought he was going to have a heart-to-heart talk with him, but it was actually work. Fan Xian reluctantly went up and took the document. "Wife, is there nothing else?" Su Qingxue revealed a suspicious look. "What else is there?" Li Fan Xian sucked in a breath of cold air and let out a long sigh. "All right, it's nothing. You go ahead." After silently returning to his room, Yi Fan threw the document away. How could he have any interest in looking at it? He couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved, but for a while, he couldn't think of anything. The next morning, Yi Fan went out to train. Su Qingxue was exercising as usual on weekends. However, the woman didn't seem to be interested in talking to Yi Fan. After coldly exercising, she went home to take a bath and eat breakfast. During breakfast, Yi Fan thought of something and asked with a smile, "Wifey, I'm going to the Xia Academy of Arts today to watch a piano competition. Do you want to go with me? Anyway, you don't work on Sunday, right?" Su Qingxue raised her head in surprise. "You know the piano. It's just a so-so. It's mainly because of my student, Moo Moo Moo. She was accepted by the Academy of Arts and still wants to participate in this year's Grand Prix. Let me go to the scene to cheer her up." Su Qingshua's beautiful eyes flashed. "That student of yours is your employer in the game, right?" Hee hee. Yi Fan laughed awkwardly. "That's what you say, but she's also my student. Besides, this has nothing to do with her playing the piano." Su Qingxue seemed to be a little moved. She drank the milk and carefully pondered over something. Aunt Jiang, who was at the side, fanned the flames. "Miss, go. Don't you like to listen to concerts? Just treat it as going out to relax on the weekend." When Yi Fan heard this, he was overjoyed. He didn't think that he would get lucky and even chose the right thing that Su Qingxue liked. "Wifey, just treat it as an encouragement to the younger generation. It's fine to go take a look, right?" Yi Fan said eagerly. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip and said, "All right then, let's go take a look." Because the piano competition started at 10:30 in the morning, Yi Fan didn't know when Moo 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 would go on stage, so the two of them drove to the Xia Academy of Arts early. This was one of the top few art academies in China. The scenery was also very charming. Although it was winter, one could still see the various artistic auras from the modeled houses that had a sense of age and the elegant retro buildings. Yi Fan was dressed very simply. He wore a plaid shirt, a black jacket, and dark casual pants. He looked like a university student. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was wearing a white coat with a fur collar and black tight pants. Her white and rosy face was so tender that it seemed like water could be pinched out. She was simply the goddess of the campus. Walking on the campus road, the rate of people turning their heads was ridiculously high. Yi Fan remembered that the last time he brought Ning Zimo to Hua Hai University, he seemed to have been envied by many people. Now that he brought Su Qingxue out, it was still the same. But Yi Fan didn't care at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qingxue hadn't reconciled with him yet, Yi Fan would have held the woman's hand and walked away. By the time they arrived at the Academy's auditorium, there were already quite a few people outside. There were also various signs erected at the entrance, as well as posters made of the contestants' photos. Yi Fan. A foreign accent called out Yi Fan's name. Yi Fan turned around and couldn't help but be surprised. "Selena. Yuner." Selena, who was wearing a black windbreaker, and Du Yuner, who was wearing a khaki waistcoat, walked over together. When Du Yuner saw Su Qingxue, who was beside Yi Fan, her eyes were a little reserved and perturbed, but there was also a trace of curiosity. When Su Qingxue saw the two women, she looked at Yi Fan strangely with a trace of suspicion. Li Fan Xian was afraid that Su Qingxue would misunderstand something, so he said, "Wife, this is the widow of an old friend of mine. Her name is Selena, and she has just arrived in China. This is a little sister I met when I was in the orphanage. Her name is Du Yuner, she's a teacher." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Du Yuner confirmed the guess in her heart and smiled stiffly. "Hello." Su Qingxue's expression also eased up a little as she said, "Hello, my name is Su Qingxue." Selena giggled and said, "Yi Fan, so this is your wife. What a beauty." Yi Fan smiled and said, "You guys are also here to watch the competition." Yeah, Yuner said that one of her students called her over. I just so happened to have nothing to do, so I came with her. How is it? You didn't expect it, right? We've already become good friends. Selena intimately grabbed Du Yuner's hand and said. Du Yuner also smiled shyly. Brother Yifan, Selena's personality is really good, and she's also smart. I learned a lot from her. You must have learned a lot of foreign languages, right? Selena joked. No, Selena, you really taught me a lot of things. 2 days ago, I was almost cheated when I bought something online. It was also you who helped me expose that swindler. Du Yuner quickly explained. Selena smiled and waved her hand. All right, I believe you. Are you joking? Chapter 376. 0376 Yifan nodded. He could understand why Du Yuner felt this way, because Selena was, after all, one of the top scientists in the world. Her IQ was definitely very high, otherwise, she wouldn't have married the elephant god. Moreover, Du Yuner had been an orphan since she was young and didn't have many friends. Her personality was also very simple, so it was common for her to be cheated and suffer losses. Suddenly, there was a foreign big sister who knew everything and had a sharp mind. The key point was that Selena was different from Ning Zimo and the others. As a professor, she could also be considered a member of the academy, so she was much closer to Du Yuner. Let's not chat here anymore. Let's go find a seat first. Moo should have saved a seat for us, right? Yifan said. The three women nodded and walked into the auditorium. However, Su Qingxue did not participate in the chat, only Selena smiled and chatted with Du Yuner. After the four of them asked the person in charge of arranging the seats and reported their names, there were indeed seats in the front row for them. When the four of them arrived at that seat, a middle-aged man who they had met before frowned when he saw Yifan. It's you. Yifan recognized the man in the suit and smiled. Muu's father, right? Mu Shuasong's face was serious as she glanced at the three women behind Yifan. Did my daughter call you here? Yeah, we're here to cheer Moo up. Yifan said. My daughter doesn't need to be cheered up. She's here to win the championship, Mu Shuasong said with a face full of pride. Yifan muttered in his heart, was this girl really that powerful? But he was too lazy to say anything more to Mu Shuasong, so he directly sat down at the side. Although Mu Shuasong wasn't too happy with Yifan, she couldn't help but glance at Su Qingxue who was beside Yifan. Seeing this, Yifan coughed and said, Mr. Mu, isn't it inappropriate for you to peek at my wife like this? Hearing that, Mu Shuasong blushed and said, what nonsense are you spouting? That young lady is your wife. Yeah, I'm married. Don't you know? Yifan asked with a smile. Su Qingxue also looked over. Hearing Yifan's words, she frowned, but didn't say anything. Mu Shuasong heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. So that's how it is. I just felt that I had seen your wife somewhere, but I couldn't remember where. I didn't mean anything else. Fan Xian chuckled and said, a lot of people start with this sentence. Gauging the heart of a gentleman with one's own mean measure. Since you have a wife, don't come into contact with my daughter in the future. Fan Xian was depressed. It was all your daughter who came to find me. Is this my fault? Besides, there's nothing shameful between us. You'd better not. If I find out that you're plotting against my daughter, I won't let you off. Mu Shuasong harumphed and turned her head away. She couldn't be bothered to waste her breath. Fan Xian had an awkward face as he turned his head to look at Su Qingxue and the others. Su Qingxue's face was cold, while Selena's face was mischievous. Only Du Yuner looked at him worriedly. Fan Xian wiped his face. He hadn't even settled the matter at home, so how could he have the leisure to provoke that little demoness, Moo. After some boring waiting time, the competition finally began. Moo 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 seemed to be one of the more heavyweight contestants and was arranged to be at the back. However, Yi Fan and the others were here to listen to music, so they didn't mind listening a little more. It was almost 2:30 in the afternoon when it was finally Moo Moo Moo's turn to go on stage. The announcer proudly pointed out that Moo Moo Moo's father was a famous conductor in China, a musician named Mu Xuesong. Moreover, Mu Xuesong had personally come to support his daughter. Mu Xuesong straightened his back, stood up, and gestured to the audience. He had the demeanor of a great family, and his face was filled with the pride of a father. When Yi Fan saw this scene, he felt a little warm in his heart. Although this father and daughter pair had some problems, from the fact that Moo 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 would work hard to practice the zither and Mu Xuesong would come to watch his daughter compete, it could be seen that the bond between them was still very close. When Moo 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 Moo, who was wearing a light pink dress, gracefully went up the stage and bowed to the audience, applause rang out. Many people clicked their tongues in admiration. This girl's appearance was truly eye-catching. Mu Xuesong also applauded with a smile on her face. Her eyes were filled with fatherly love and anticipation. When Moo 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 saw Yi Fan, Su Qingxue, Du Yun'er, and the others sitting below the stage, he blinked his eyes, but quickly turned around and sat down at the piano. The song that the girl had chosen to participate in the competition was Master Liszt's song, Bell. This song had a very high technical requirement. He had to use the technique of variation to vividly display the effect of the gorgeous playing technique and the sound of the bell. Of course, there were many people who could play it, but it wasn't easy to play it well. After the entire audience quieted down, Moo Moo Moo's hands began to dance on the keys. Very quickly, a melodious and lively tune began to flow throughout the auditorium. The audience was intoxicated by this, but Yi Fan was very surprised. Moo Moo Moo's zither skills were actually superb. At this age, with this level of performance, she would probably be able to become a female pianist. Mu Xuesong, on the other hand, had a nervous look on her face. She was afraid that her daughter would make a mistake, so her expression was rather solemn. Just when everyone thought that Moo 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 would win the Grand Prix without any suspense, just as the song was about to end, Moo Moo Moo, who was sitting in front of the piano, suddenly became a little absent-minded. The girl's expression was a little unnatural, and her hands also began to make mistakes. The song she played became incoherent and full of loopholes. When the song was finished, Moo Moo Moo's face was a little pale and there was a lot of sweat on his forehead. He stood up with a nervous and uneasy expression, bowed to the audience, and silently left the stage. The audience below the stage were also stunned. Everyone didn't seem to understand. Why did he play so well at the beginning, but at the end, he dropped the ball? Several of the judges also shook their heads in regret, feeling that this performance was a pity. Mu Xuesong's face was ashen, as if she could no longer sit down. She stood up, left her seat, and headed towards the backstage. Brother Yi Fan, what happened just now? Did Moo Moo forget the music score? Du Yun'er asked regretfully. Impossible, her appearance. It seems like something happened to her body. To be able to play so smoothly, how could she forget the music score? Yi Fan frowned and said, I'll go backstage to take a look. That girl doesn't seem to be right. I'll go too, I can't let her lose confidence like this. Du Yun'er stood up and said. Selena shrugged, since all of you are going, then let's go as well, right? Yi Fan's wife. Su Qingxue frowned, as if she didn't like this title, but the three of them had left, so it wasn't appropriate for her to sit alone, so she also stood up. Chapter 377 0377 Inchug. Yi Fan looked over and saw that Moo 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 was lying on a dressing table crying, feeling extremely sad. Mu Xuesong, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression on her face as she smoked and asked, What are you crying for? What the hell happened just now? You let Dad fly back from abroad to watch your competition, and you used this performance to repay me. Have you ever practiced the zither properly? I practiced. I practiced every day. Moo 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 pursed his lips and said, feeling wronged, I really don't know what's going on. My brain wasn't working well just now. Dizzy. Who are you trying to fool? You're the one who's nervous because you don't have a clue. I told you that there can't be any falsehood in the performance. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of work off stage. How are you going to get on a bigger stage like this? Moo Shuasong lectured. Moo 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 cried even more sadly, I really didn't forget. I don't know why. You're still quibbling. You, just as Moo Shuasong was about to teach him a lesson, Yi Fan went up and blocked him. That's enough, Mr. Moo. You should believe what your daughter said. Aren't you full of confidence in her? Why don't you trust her now? Yi Fan frowned. Yi Fan. When Moo 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 saw the man, he cried and hugged Yi Fan from behind. I'm so sad. It shouldn't be like this. Woo woo, Yi Fan sighed, turned around and caressed the girl's hair. He turned around and smiled at Qingxue and the others, indicating that this was purely a form of comfort and had no other meaning. Moo Shuasong said unhappily, I'm educating my daughter, you don't need to meddle in other people's business. Mr. Moo, education also depends on the occasion, time, and situation. I think Moo Moo must have practiced the zither well. She played so well earlier, maybe she really wasn't feeling well just now. Du Yuner went up and advised. And who are you? Moo Shuasong was very impatient, why was there someone interrupting him again? I'm Moo Moo's high school teacher, my surname is Du Yuner said. Oh. I know you, so you're teacher Du. When Moo Shuasong heard that it was a teacher, her expression softened a little and said, Teacher Du, my daughter is usually naughty. If I don't discipline her well, she will really be ruined. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, revealing a strange expression, I don't think so. This matter is not simple. What do you mean? Moo Shuasong turned around and exclaimed, What are you doing? It was no wonder that Moo Shuasong was shouting, because Yi Fan was actually using his hand to pinch Moo Moo Moo's chin, then lowering his head to approach Moo Moo Moo's red lips. This posture was clearly about to kiss Moo Moo Moo. Moo 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 was also stunned. Her tearful eyes flashed, and there was a trace of anticipation in her panic. However, when Yi Fan was about to touch the girl's lips, he used his nose to take a deep breath. Lass, did you eat or drink anything before you went on stage? Only then did everyone understand that Yi Fan felt that Moo 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 had taken something. Moo Moo Moo's face flushed red. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood. She stammered, I didn't. Oh no, I drank a glass of water. Where is that cup of water? Yi Fan asked. Moo 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 looked at the trash can beside her and pointed at an empty plastic cup. That cup was given to me by a staff member. He was afraid that I would be thirsty after waiting for so long. Yi Fan picked up the cup of water, took a sniff, and then handed it to Selena. Selena, smell it. After Selena took it, she took a sniff and immediately said, There's the smell of medicine. It should be a psychotropic drug. What? Moo Shuasong was shocked, how do you know? Can't my daughter smell the medicine? Because I'm not a professional, I'm not sensitive to the smell of this kind of medicine. Moreover, it's normal for plastic cups to have a little smell. Yi Fan said, Selena is the world's top biomedical expert professor. She has already confirmed it, so there must be some. Moo Shuasong was instantly enraged, who dares to harm my daughter? Yi Fan turned to ask Moo Moo Moo, little girl, who do you think is most likely to plot against you? Moo 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 was at a loss and shook his head, I don't know. I'm polite to everyone seems to like me. Since that's the case, then I can only find the employee who gave me the water and ask him. Yi Fan said. Moo Shuasong's face darkened, I'm here to look for someone. I know the dean, and the organizer here. After Mu Shuasung finished speaking, she immediately took out her cell phone and began to use her connections to get the person in charge of the school to rush to the backstage. In less than half an hour, the vice principal of the Arts Academy, Dai Yun, and the chairman of the judges, Ren Chuan, all ran over. Hearing Mu Shuasung say that Mu had been drugged, which was why he was acting abnormally, the chairman of the judging panel, Ren Chuan, was very surprised. Mr. Mu, where is that employee? How would I know? I have to ask the acting principal about this. Where did this employee come from? Mu Shuasong asked. Dai Yun was also in a terrible situation. After asking a few people backstage, he confirmed that it was a female student called Qin Xiaohan, who was in her third year at this university. Dai Yun quickly got someone to find this female student called Qin Xiaohan. When Mu saw her, he confirmed that Qin Xiaohan was the one who gave her the water. Qin Xiaohan, tell me the truth. Is there a psychotropic drug in this water? Dai Yun asked reproachfully. Qin Xiaohan was a short, thin, and dark-skinned female student. She looked very honest, but when she saw so many big shots, she immediately cowered and spoke as softly as a mosquito. Principal. I didn't, I just saw that she had been waiting for a long time, so I gave her a glass of water. Qin Xiaohan said. Then where did this water come from? Yi Fan asked. Qin Xiaohan trembled as she pointed at the water dispenser backstage. It's over there. Everyone drinks the water dispenser, so how could there be medicine? Dai Yun frowned and said, Mr. Mu, I don't think this female student is a liar. Could it be that she really made a mistake? Mu Shuasong also had a face full of suspicion. After all, this Qin Xiaohan looked really shabby, and it was obvious that she was a poor student working. Right at this moment, Yi Fan smiled and said, Actually, it's very simple to prove that she wasn't the one who gave the drug. We just need to do an experiment. Coincidentally, this friend of mine, Selena, is an expert in this area. She has many ways to test if she was drugged. Everyone looked at Selena in confusion. The latter shrugged and took out a passport from one of her bags. Hello, my name is Selena, and I'm now a special professor at Huahai University. I used to work at the Biomedical Research Institute of the Federation of Mei Nation. If you don't believe me, you can directly call the principal of Huahai University. I just met him yesterday. Selena smiled. When everyone present heard this, they all felt deep veneration. After all, this wasn't something that could be casually bragged about. Since he had already taken out his passport, he definitely wasn't afraid of being checked. Chapter 378. 0378 Selena thought for a moment. Your school should also have a chemistry laboratory, right? There should be some basic chemical experimental materials, right? Our school doesn't have them, but it just so happens that the University of Technology next door has them all. Dai Yun said. Selena smiled, took out a pen and paper, and quickly wrote down a bunch of materials. Then please bring these materials over. I can test them for you right now. After Dai Yun took the list, she immediately sent someone to the neighboring University of Technology and quickly brought back a pile of materials and containers for chemical experiments. As soon as she got the items, Selena concocted some white liquid in front of everyone. Serena's expression became rather solemn as she said, although we're not sure what kind of psychotropic drug it is, this kind of psychotropic drug will usually cause a chemical change when it comes into contact with my reagent, causing the reagent to turn blue. I won't explain the specific chemical principles to everyone. In any case, even if we go to court, this is a very complete theory. As she spoke, Selena poured some of the remaining water droplets from the plastic cup into the reagent. Sure enough, not long after, the reagent turned blue. When everyone saw this scene, they hurriedly nodded their heads, while Qin Xiaohan's expression became more and more nervous. Miss Mu, you can breathe into this reagent a few times. This reagent is very sensitive. I think it will also change color if you breathe in it now, Selena said. Moo hurriedly did as he was told. After taking a few breaths, the reagent turned blue again. Mu Shuasong clapped her hands, as expected. I told you, with my daughter's level, she wouldn't be like this. Dai Yun, Rin Chuan, and the other people in charge also nodded their heads, believing it. Then, Selena went to the water dispenser, got some water, and poured it into the reagent, but it didn't change color. Alright, this proves that there's no problem with the water dispenser. After she was done, Selena said to Chen Xiaohan, Student, you said that this medicine has nothing to do with you. Then can you please put your finger into this medicine? If you were the one who drugged it, there might be residues on your hands. If it doesn't change color, then it won't prove anything, and you'll be innocent. When Chen Xiaohan heard this, her face turned pale. She stiffly walked in front of Selena, not daring to put her hand into the reagent. Student, it's fine. This potion won't hurt your hand. Selena smiled. However, Chen Xiaohan shook her head vigorously and said with a crying face, I didn't do it on purpose. I was wrong. Director Liu made me do it. I was really wrong. Boo-hoo. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. So it was really someone who was secretly instructing them. Director Liu. You mean Liu Wenchuan? Vice Principal Dai Yun asked. Yeah. Chen Xiaohan lowered her head. He said he'll give me a full scholarship if I succeed, Mu Shuasong angrily said. Principal Dai, what the hell is going on? Dai Yun sighed in frustration. Mr. Mu, I know what's going on. That Liu Wenchuan's son is also participating in this competition. He's the young man who played in front of your daughter. So, Mu Shuasong suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Then what should I do about the injustice my daughter has suffered? No, my daughter and I have been disgraced. I demand a rematch. And that Liu guy, hand him over to the police. Ren Chuan said, this. Mr. Mu, it's not a problem to hand this matter over to the police, but the evaluation is basically over. A rematch might be a little, yes, Mr. Mu, please calm down first. We can discuss other ways to make up for the losses suffered by you and your daughter. Dai Yun also didn't want this matter to be made public. It would be a blow to the Academy's image. Mu Shuasong naturally refused. How are you going to make up for it? This competition is unfair. Are you going to let the cheater receive the prize? We'll replace the champion, but there's no need for a rematch. With your daughter's level, she'll naturally win the prize the next time she goes to the competition. Ren Chuan discussed. That's right, our school can give your daughter a full scholarship, and we can also give her some other honors. It's just that this matter, after all, is not good to say, scholarship. Could it be that my daughter can't get it with her own ability? You guys are changing the focus. Both sides fell into a stalemate. No one was willing to give in. After all, it involved too much reputation. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Su Qingxue, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted. Principal Dai, let Miss Mu play it again. The woman said coldly. The scene suddenly became a little quiet because it was a little too sudden. Dai Yun was also a little puzzled. He was in a bad mood. Why was there still someone pointing fingers at him? But when he took a closer look at Su Qingxue, Dai Yun immediately revealed a look of astonishment. The chairman of the judging panel, Ren Chuan, had a face full of curiosity. Principal Dai, what's wrong? Isn't this CEO Su? Why are you here too? Dai Yun immediately put on a flattering smile, bowed and greeted. Director Su, why didn't you say hello when you came over? I was busy with other things just now. I was really rude. Hee hee. Because Su Qingxue was dressed too casually and had been standing in the crowd, Dae-yun really didn't notice her. Mu Xuesong and Mu 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 were both a little surprised. Only now did they remember that Su Qingxue looked very familiar. Wasn't she the iceberg female CEO of the embroidery group? However, they all subconsciously thought that a rich woman like Su Qingxue would have to bring a group of bodyguards and assistants when she went out. How could she come to watch the competition with Yi Fan in such a simple and unadorned manner? Judge Ren, this is Director Su of the embroidery group. He is also a very important guest of our school. We have a scholarship to reward outstanding students, and he is even named embroidery. Dae-yun hurriedly gave Ren Chuan a meaningful glance. When Ren Chuan heard this, he finally understood why Dae-yun was so reserved. This beauty was the real big shot here. A musician like Mu Xuesong was famous, but these days, she couldn't earn much money from music. She couldn't even make as much money as a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Of course, the leaders of the school wouldn't buy it. However, Su Qingxue was different. She was a super rich person with a net worth of tens of billions. How many people wanted to follow behind her so that they could drink some soup? Not to mention anything else, every year, many students from the Daxia Academy of Arts would be assigned to some of the departments of the embroidery group as interns. This was a big gimmick for the school's enrollment. Chapter 379. 0379-inch Principal Dai. The reason why we invest in your school to strengthen its education every year is because we trust the quality of your school. But if you don't even have the courage to be honest and open about the competition, how can we be at ease handing over the money to you? Su Qingxue asked lightly. Dae-yun's legs immediately went soft. He smiled awkwardly and said, Director Su's words make sense. Then, how does Director Su think we should deal with it? Just say that this Miss Mu wasn't feeling well just now, so there was a small interlude. Let her play a song at the end. If the others are not convinced, they can also apply for a rematch. Su Qingxue said. Dae-yun and Ren Chuan couldn't help but reveal helpless expressions. To put it bluntly, Su Qingxue's request was a little unreasonable. Why could Mu 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 get special treatment? Why could he compete twice? However, since the Golden Lord had spoken, the school did not dare to disobey. After all, to the income of the entire academy, this competition was just a small matter. As a result, Ren Chuan immediately went to make arrangements. Taking advantage of the fact that the competition had yet to end, he gave Mu 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 a chance to play. Mu Xuesong brought her daughter and walked to Su Qingxue's side. With a bit of humility, she said, Thank you very much, Miss Su. This is very important to my daughter. After all, this is her first time participating in such a big competition. Mu 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 looked at Su Qingxue and then looked at Yi Fan. She also said, Thank you, Miss Su. She looked at Yi Fan and said, I heard from him that your gaming skills aren't that good, but you play the zither very well. I hope you can grasp this opportunity. Su Qingxue looked at the pitiful girl and revealed a complicated expression. Mu 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 couldn't help but ask, Yi Fan. Could it be that his wife is you, Sister Su? After all, it wasn't just Mu Mu Mu, even Du Yuner was still in a state of shock. Who would have thought that the person he had been talking about was his boss? Qingxue was silent for a moment, then said, This is our private matter, are you very concerned about it? This girl. Hurry up and get ready to play. Why are you asking this? Mu Xuesong reprimanded. Mu 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 pouted and turned around 3 times as he walked to prepare. Selena walked closer to Yi Fan with a mischievous expression and said with a smile, Yi Fan, I didn't expect your wife to be so powerful. Why does it seem like Yuner doesn't know? At the same time, there was a trace of resentment in her heart. Fan Xian curled his lips and said, It's just an identity. We're all human, what's there to say? Isn't that so? I just came to Hua Hai and I've already heard of the embroidery group. This is a very powerful company. Sure enough, ordinary women can't enter your eyes. Selena laughed. Su Qingxue frowned. Miss Selena, I'm just a merchant, there's nothing special about me. No, you must be very special. This old friend of mine has seen many beauties. For him to marry you, there must be something special about you, Selena said with certainty. Su Qingxue thoughtfully glanced at Yifan and said, I feel that a scientist like Miss Selena is much more special than me. If it wasn't for you being here today, we wouldn't have been able to find out about this grievance. Shu reagent. Selena chuckled, Miss Su, you don't really believe me, do you? As soon as these words came out, not only Su Qingxue, even Mu Shuasung, Du Yuner, and the others at the side were very strange, not understanding what she meant. Could it be that the reagent is fake? Su Qingxue was puzzled. Of course it's fake. How could a reagent to test for psychotropic drugs be so easily concocted? This was just a small trick. When the starch meets the iodine water, it will naturally turn blue. It has nothing to do with other substances. After Selena finished speaking, she picked up a small eyedropper that she had hidden in her sleeve. Selena dripped the liquid in the eyedropper onto the remaining white reagent. As expected, it immediately turned blue. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. So from the beginning to the end, Selena was just bluffing. Oh please. Does everyone believe it? Selena shrugged her shoulders and looked at Yifan helplessly. Yifan, is our performance too good? Yifan smiled. If we don't let everyone believe us, how can we succeed? I'm sorry, everyone, I did smell the smell of medicine, but the test was just to show that Selena and I cooperated with each other. Everyone suddenly realized that from the beginning to the end, only Yifan and Selena knew the truth. So that's how it is. Brother Yifan, you said that Selena is very smart, but I think you're also very smart. You actually came up with this method to solve the case. Du Yuner exclaimed. How is this considered solving a case? It's just a little cleverness. Yifan felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He had also come up with this idea on the spur of the moment, and of course, it was also because Selena had cooperated well. Dai Yun and Rin Chuan, who were at the scene, wiped off their cold sweat. They had been fooled from the beginning to the end. Thinking about it carefully, they were really stupid. Not long after, Mu's final match also began. Everyone returned to the audience seats. After listening to the girls' 100% performance, the entire audience applauded incessantly. The champion of the competition was naturally awarded to Mu. The girl didn't care about the unwillingness of the other contestants. She happily held the medal and smiled happily. When she was about to leave the auditorium, Mu ran over and said that in order to thank everyone for helping her, she wanted to treat them to dinner. Can your father agree? Yifan asked. Mu nodded vigorously. What's there to not agree to? My dad would definitely agree to eat with a high-class celebrity like Big Sister Sue. You even learned how to flatter me. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aya, let's go. I'm so happy today, can you not spoil the mood? Let's go eat hot pot. I haven't eaten in order to practice the zither for a few days. Mu grabbed Yifan's hand and shook it coquettishly. Yifan looked at the three women and asked them for their thoughts. Du Yuner and Selena didn't care, they were going to eat anyway. Yifan originally thought that Su Qingxue would refuse, but who would have thought that Su Qingxue would agree after thinking for a moment? The five of them went to the parking lot together. Because Mu also had a car, there were 3 cars. Du Yuner drove the Porsche that Yifan bought for her and brought Selena along. Yifan and Su Qingxue sat in the Lexus LX 570 and followed Mu's small Porsche to a hotpot restaurant that the girl had chosen. Winter night came early, and around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was already dark. The hot pot restaurant was located in a bustling area, and it was rather difficult for the 3 cars to drive, stopping and stopping. Chapter 380. 0380 Moo Moo Moo, who was about to drive, was scared silly. The girl was a novice driver, so she only remembered to stop at the red light. She didn't even look carefully to see if there was anyone on the roadside. She thought she had really hit someone, so she hurriedly opened the door and ran out of the car. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Moo Moo Moo's originally happy mood suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley as he anxiously asked. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue also got off the car, but Yi Fan could clearly see that this was clearly a scam. My leg. My leg is broken. It hurts so much. The old man shouted in pain. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket ran through the crowd and rushed over. He threw himself beside the old man and asked with a worried expression, "Dad. What's wrong with you?" "Son. I was hit by this car." When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately raised his head and fiercely said to Moo Moo Moo, "How do you drive?" "My dad's leg is broken, how are you going to compensate him?" Moo 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 was so scared that tears welled up in his eyes. I didn't see it either. Can I send you to the hospital?" "No need. You just pay for it, I'll send my dad to the hospital." The man stretched out his hand and said, "The medical fee is 50,000. If the rest isn't enough, I'll find you again." 50,000. Moo 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 thought for a moment. It seemed that she still had that much money in her card. She gritted her teeth and planned to transfer the money. However, Yi Fan stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "Hey, don't be in such a hurry to give it to me. How can I ask for 50,000? When the middle-aged man heard this, he said with an indignant expression, "Who are you to her? If you hit someone, you won't even pay 50,000. What about my dad's leg? Are you trying to bully us because we're poor?" The people on the side of the road pointed at them. Some of them could tell that they were scamming, while others believed it to be true. However, no one dared to interrupt them. Yi Fan smiled and said, "That's not what I mean. I feel that 50,000 might not be enough. A leg should be worth at least 500,000. What do you think?" Moo 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 and Su Qingxue, who were at the side, thought that they had heard wrongly. This man, why did he still give the price? The middle-aged man was also stunned. The old man who was sitting on the ground almost forgot to cry out in pain. He thought to himself, "Did I meet an idiot? Wife, take out a check." Yi Fan said to Su Qingxue with a smile. Although Qingxue didn't know what the man wanted to do, she still took out the checkbook. "How much do you want?" "Not much, 1,000,000, Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue didn't say anything and signed a check for 1,000,000 yuan to Yi Fan. Yi Fan put the check in the middle-aged man's hand and said, "Look carefully, this is a check for 1,000,000 yuan. There's a bank nearby, you can withdraw it immediately. If you don't believe it's real or fake, just ask someone." The middle-aged man's hands were trembling. In their line of work, how could they not recognize a check? He originally wanted to extort 50,000 and be done with it. How could there be a fool who wanted to give him 1,000,000? Where else could he find such a good thing as a meat pie falling from the sky? "All right. At least you know what's good for you. I'll let it go this time." The middle-aged man gulped and was about to help the old man up and leave. Yi Fan pulled him back and said with a smile, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. This is 1,000,000. Your father's leg is 500,000, and only one of them has been broken. The other one hasn't been broken yet." "Ah!" The old man sitting on the ground was dumbfounded. The middle-aged man also had a dumbfounded look on his face. "You. What do you want to do?" Yi Fan smiled evilly. Nothing, I think it's quite interesting to break a leg for 500,000. I want to hit it again. Let your father stretch out the other leg and I'll hit it for fun. WH. What? Are you crazy? The middle-aged man asked. Yi Fan shook his head. It's fine, I'll just hit my leg, not anything else. You've already accepted the check anyway, so don't go back on your word. With that, Yi Fan walked into Moo Moo Moo's car and stepped on the accelerator. The engine rumbled. The old man and the middle-aged man's faces turned pale, especially the old man, who could no longer sit still. When Yi Fan put the car in gear and stepped on the accelerator, the car rushed forward. The old man sitting on the ground finally couldn't care about anything else and quickly got up to run away. The middle-aged man thought that he would take the check and run away. He couldn't be bothered with the old man and ran away by himself. After Yi Fan slammed the brakes, he got out of the car and ran for more than 10 seconds, pressing the middle-aged man to the ground. With a slight twist, the man's arm was broken. Ignoring the man's screams, Yi Fan took the check back. At this moment, the old man, who was already gasping for breath, was so scared that he knelt on the ground with his hands raised. I don't dare. Spare me. This guy told me to do it. He's not my son. Yi Fan was not interested in paying attention to them. He sighed, walked back to the car, and returned the check to Su Qingxue. At this moment, Moo 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 finally calmed down and weakly said, Yi Fan, are they liars? They are liars, that's right, but you have to be careful when you drive. You should go and install a car recorder. Yi Fan smiled. Moo 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 replied with an oh, and eagerly said, it's great to have you here. Without you, I wouldn't even know what to do. Yi Fan coughed dryly and looked at Su Qingxue. Don't say such things that will cause my wife to misunderstand, okay? Moo 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 blushed, but what I said is true. She forced a smile and said, all right, Moo Moo Moo, let's go quickly. The cars behind us are all stuck in traffic. Only then did Moo 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 realize that there was a car honking behind her. She quickly stuck out her tongue and ran back to the car. A small interlude didn't take up too much time. The five of them arrived at a small hot pot restaurant. After sitting down, Moo 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 skillfully ordered a bunch of dishes, as if she was a regular here. Sister Sue, wouldn't a rich person like you dislike sitting in this kind of small hot pot restaurant? Moo 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 asked curiously. Su Qingxue expressionlessly shook her head. I don't mind these things. Girl, what kind of question are you asking? Does my wife look like that kind of person? She's very close to the people. Yi Fan didn't forget to curry favor with him. Hee hee. Actually, the richer a person is, the less they care about vanity. Those who care about face are mostly nouveau riche with a poor heart. Selena laughed. Moo 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 pouted. Her clumsy Ingwen was very difficult to listen to. Professor, what do you mean by that? It's so profound, I don't even understand it. Yi Fan stood up and poked the girl's head. I told you not to study hard, you can't even understand such a simple foreign language. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to leave, Moo 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 hurriedly asked, where are you going? Going to the toilet, you really care a lot. Yi Fan didn't relax for the entire afternoon. He just happened to be planning to pee before eating the hot pot. Chapter 381. 0381. Originally, Fan Xian didn't think much of it. If this girl wanted to go to the toilet, then go. But when he walked to the toilet, he realized that because the hot pot restaurant was not big, the toilet was dual use, and there was no gender distinction. Most importantly, there was only one toilet. You first. Yi Fan planned to give way to the lady, even though she was just a little girl. However, Moo 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 suddenly stepped forward and hugged Yi Fan's body. Then, she pressed her chest against the man and raised her head to kiss Yi Fan's neck with her delicate lips. Yi Fan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This sudden warm fragrance of soft jade entered his embrace, and he really wasn't prepared at all. The faint fragrance of a young girl from Moo Moo Moo's body drilled into his nose. The air exhaled from her mouth carried a unique sweet smell. Most importantly, this girl had really developed well. She was tall and plump, full of youthful vigor. Hey! Little girl, you. F***ck. Yi Fan was just about to push the girl away when he noticed a figure walking over from the corridor in the distance. Su Qingxue. The first thought that something was going to happen flashed through Fan Xian's mind. He couldn't care less about anything else as he hugged Moo 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 and hid in the toilet. He even closed the door like lightning. Su Qingxue was indeed in a hurry to pee and wanted to come over to pee, but she didn't expect that there would only be one washroom. The woman stood at the door and couldn't help but be puzzled. If there was only one toilet, then how did Yi Fan and Moo Moo get in? At the same time, Moo Moo Moo, who was in the bathroom, was especially excited after being hugged by the man. She raised her head and started to kiss Yi Fan's mouth. He didn't know where the girl learned this technique from. Although her movements were very jerky, she was very active, causing the fire in Yi Fan's lower abdomen to be ignited. Fan Xian's heart was beating wildly, because it was obvious that Su Qingxue was waiting to go to the toilet outside. As for himself, he was hugging Moo 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 and interacting with the girl intimately. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't even dare to speak loudly and pushed the girl away. This was because if Moo 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 was provoked and started to say a few words loudly, Su Qingxue, who was outside, would definitely hear it. In this way, Yi Fan would really jump into the Yellow River and wouldn't be able to wash himself clean. The Cold War between him and Su Qingxue would also have no chance to ease up. As he thought about it, Moo Moo Moo, who was in his arms, started to heat up and let out a series of whimpering sounds. This voice, this body fragrance, this feeling, really made Yi Fan's heart burn. His hands unconsciously began to move around the girl's body. At first, Moo 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 was worried that the man would push her away and reject her offer of love. However, not only did Yi Fan not push her away, he even carried her into the bathroom and didn't object to kissing her. Now, he even started to touch her with his hands. Moo 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 felt that she had finally been able to have a further relationship with a man, so she was naturally overjoyed. She took the initiative to cooperate with the man and began to let the man take the lead. She even felt that she had some strange reactions. In Fan Xian's mind, he thought of that night when Moo 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 hugged him naked and slept in the hotel. He couldn't help but feel his head heat up. He wished that he could disregard all else and cook the rice in this bathroom, but whether it was his rationality or Su Qingxue, who was waiting outside, Yi Fan couldn't do such a thing. If he really did anything to Moo 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 now, it would be the greatest irresponsibility towards a girl. All of this was too sudden. He also felt that at Moo 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 Moo's age, there were many things that he didn't understand and needed to carefully explain to her. Finally, Su Qingxue, who was outside, seemed to be unable to wait any longer and walked to another place to go to the washroom. Yi Fan also pushed Moo 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 away and said seriously, "All right, little girl, don't be like this." Moo 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 stared blankly at Yi Fan. She was stunned and her face was still flushed red. What? Don't be like this, don't you like it? Is it because my skills are too poor? No, that's not the problem. Yi Fan felt a headache. I learned it from the movies. I saw foreigners being so intimate, it seemed like men would feel comfortable. Moo 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 said shyly. Yi Fan was speechless. This girl had actually gone to learn it. This was planning for a long time. We are friends. This kind of thing shouldn't be done. Yi Fan sighed. When Moo 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 heard this, her eyes became moist and her delicate body trembled. I don't want to be your friend. I like you, you know. Li Fan Xian was stunned. The girl had actually expressed it so directly, which made it impossible for him to use many of his words. Yes, Yi-fan was not a piece of wood. Of course he knew how Moo 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 felt about him. However, his feelings towards Moo 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 had always been like that of a little sister. Even if Moo Moo Moo's figure and face were not inferior to the other women around him, there was still room for improvement. However, humans were complex creatures, and it was difficult for them to ignore many factors in their emotions. Yi-fan was a little confused, not knowing how to answer the girl's confession. He said he didn't like her. Would it be too hurtful? Moreover, did he really not like her at all? But if he said he liked her, what would Su Qingxue think outside? Even Du Yuner would probably suffer a blow. Yi-fan took a deep breath, wishing that he could smoke a cigarette in the bathroom. He thought about it and said, "How old are you?" It's just a moment of impulse. When you go to university next year and meet a handsome guy from the university, you won't think about it anymore. Nonsense. I'm not a child. I know my feelings very well. Moo 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 pouted, choking with grievance. Little girl, but I'm already married, and I'm not a good man. I don't care. In any case, don't you have other women by your side? I'm so young, Sister Su won't bully me. Moo 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 said. Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl had even thought about how they would get along in the future. Why are you doing this? With your conditions, it's not difficult to find a good man who treats you wholeheartedly. I don't want other men. I've seen you before, so I don't like other men. Moo 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 tearfully stepped forward and hugged Yi-fan. Do you dislike me? Am I really not good-looking enough? Yi-fan saw that the girl was about to cry, and his heart ached. He didn't know when it started, but Moo 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 had become so reliant on him. In the past, he only wanted him to play games and accompany her online. Later on, he slowly came into contact with her circle of life, helped her deal with some troublesome matters, and intervened in her life choices. Chapter 382. 0382. If it was the Yi-fan of the past, he would naturally be happy to accept such a high-quality girl throwing herself into his arms. But now, Yi-fan had to consider even more. Don't be like this, little girl. Calm down, this is too much for you. Yi-fan sighed. Moo 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 suddenly raised his head, and a hint of determination flashed across his eyes. Then, a soft hand suddenly reached for a part of Yi-fan's body. Hey! You! Yi-fan was stupefied. This girl was too bold. Look! You clearly have such feelings for me. What are you pretending to be a saint for? You want me. And it's in this bathroom. Moo 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 seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. If you reject me, I'll go out and tell Sister Su that you raped me. Yi-fan's face turned green. He only hated himself for not being able to live up to his expectations. He had such a big reaction towards the girl, and now he couldn't even explain it clearly. Looking at Moo Moo Moo's delicate appearance that was about to burst into tears, Yi-fan thought to himself, I'll temporarily follow her lead and not let her collapse. Alright, don't cry. I'll promise you. A hint of joy flashed across Moo Moo Moo's beautiful eyes. Promise me what? Be my man. Do you have to use such heavy words? Then be my boyfriend. Ugh. Sort of. Yi-fan smiled bitterly. Moo Moo Moo's face was full of smiles. She jumped up again, hugged Yi-fan's neck, and forcefully clicked her tongue on the man's face. I'm so happy. Yi-fan, I feel that with you here, I don't have to be afraid of anything. I didn't know how much I liked you before, but today, you helped me at school and helped me beat away the swindler on the road. Only then did I realize that I really liked you. Even if you're married, I still can't help but want to be with you, Moo 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 murmured. Although she said it very straightforwardly and simply, it was also the most genuine appearance of a girl. This was a girl who was so clean that she was almost transparent. If she wanted to cry, she would cry, and if she wanted to laugh, she would laugh. Yi Fan couldn't help but think of Du Yuner. He somewhat understood why Du Yuner and Mu Mu Mu, this pair of teacher and student, would get along so well. Perhaps, they both saw some of their own characteristics in each other. Hearing such a simple confession, Fan Xian also felt a little ashamed. How could he have the ability? No matter how he felt, he didn't seem to deserve such a love. Alright, wash your face and let me pee. Otherwise, it won't be good for them to wait for a long time. Yi Fan remembered that Su Qingxue was still outside and nodded. Mu 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 smiled sweetly. Then can I call you baby in private? Treasure what? Baby. Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What the hell is this? Mu 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 pouted. My best friend calls her boyfriend baby. Isn't that very intimate? It's very popular now. No. Call out my name. Yi Fan felt numb. Oh. Mu 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 blinked and nodded meekly. He was very conflicted. He hoped that this girl wouldn't sink deeper and deeper, but if one day Mu 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 really fell in love with another man, Yi Fan felt that he might not be able to accept it. With a complicated mood, Yi Fan pulled down his pants and prepared to go to the toilet. However, Mu 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 was actually standing at the side, watching curiously. Little girl, what are you trying to do? Yi Fan was about to go crazy. What was going on with this girl today? Mu 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 Mu's face turned red and she said shyly, I want to check the goods. Is yours big? Yi Fan had the urge to push the girl down and teach her a lesson, letting her see if she was big or small. Your progress is too fast. If you want me to be your boyfriend, follow my progress. Yi Fan had no choice but to guide her patiently. Mu 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 pouted, stingy, I've already shown you everything, but you won't let me see it at all. Even though she said that, the girl still avoided it. After the two of them finished using the toilet, when they walked out, Yi Fan was still very careful. He let the girl go out first, and then he pretended to come back from outside. Why did it take you guys so long to go to the toilet? Selena was already impatiently cooking the lamb with a strange smile on her face. Yi Fan's face was calm, it's just a toilet. I saw that she was using it, so I went outside to find one. Su Qingxue thoughtfully looked at Yi Fan and Mu Mu Mu, but didn't say anything. After eating the hot pot, Yi Fan was trembling with fear because he always felt that the way Su Qingxue looked at him was a little abnormal. Even Du Yuner seemed to have noticed something. She looked at Yi Fan with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Only Mu 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 was eating very happily. From time to time, she would fish up some food for Yi Fan, causing Yi Fan's heart to tremble. After eating the hot pot, Yi Fan drove back with Su Qingxue. On the way back, Yi Fan's phone received a WeChat message from Mu Mu Mu, which said, from now on, you have to chat with me every day. We'll see each other at least once a week, or else I'll have an affair. Yi Fan had a calm expression on his face, but he was depressed in his heart. If this went on, he would be exhausted from sending messages every day. Feng Yueying, Ning Zimo, and Su Lingshan all had to chat, and Chu Yunyao was busy, so she would only go crazy from time to time. Now, she even added Mu Mu Mu, saying good night 4 or 5 times a night. Only this wife of his didn't seem to need to worry about much. If he told her, she would probably find you annoying. Because the day after tomorrow was Christmas, Yi Fan saw the various Christmas decorations by the roadside and tried to ask, wife, what Christmas present do you want? How about I accompany you to the mall? I don't need it. Su Qingxue looked out of the window coldly. Hee, that's true. You open a shopping mall, you don't have anything in the shopping mall. Yi Fan sighed and said, it's quite hard to buy a gift for you. Wife, what exactly do you lack? I don't lack anything, you don't have to worry about it. Su Qingxue said lightly. Yi Fan hurriedly said, how can I do that? This is my first Christmas with you, so I have to make you happy no matter what, happy. When Su Qingxue heard this word, she frowned and her face became colder and colder. Halfway through the car, when they passed by a relatively small section of the road, Su Qingxue, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly said, stop the car. Yi Fan was stunned and thought, wife, what do you want to do? Stop the car. Su Qingxue didn't explain. Yi Fan had no choice but to stop the car. Get out of the car, I'll drive it myself. Su Qingxue said as she got out of the car and walked to the driver's door. Li Fan Xian was confused, what's wrong, this is. Come down. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned cold, and her voice suddenly became cold and heartless. Chapter 383. 0383 Su Qingxue got into the car and started it, preparing to leave. You don't need to go back with me. Go wherever you like. I don't want to see you at home today. Yi Fan had an innocent look on his face, wife, what's wrong with you? Even if you want me to die, you have to tell me why, right? I can't die without knowing the reason behind it. I know you've always been angry with me, but I'm really trying my best to apologize to you. I really want to treat you well. Even if you don't appreciate it, you don't have to torture me like this, right? Yi Fan originally thought that because the two of them went to watch the piano competition together and ate hot pot together, their relationship had warmed up a little. Why did they pull it further apart from each other? I don't appreciate it. I'm tormenting you. Su Qingxue's bright eyes flashed with a bone-piercing chill. Yi Fan, I've already said that you have a woman outside. I don't care about you, you can find whoever you want. This is your freedom, and I don't have the ability to control you. However, if you are just casually brushing me off and playing with me, then please don't look for me. I can't be fooled by you so easily and be treated like a silly woman by you. How could I be playing with you? Yi Fan felt that he was too wronged. I'm trying so hard to make you happy, can't you feel it? What you mean by making me happy is passing by the dessert shop and buying me a few donuts. Am I a 3-year-old child in your eyes? Do you really think that I can forget everything just by eating a few donuts? I've already given you a chance, and more than once. I also want to make the atmosphere at home more harmonious. At least when we're together, I can forget some of the other unpleasant things, but what about you? You keep saying that you want to redeem me and make me happy, but you don't respect me at all. Your mouth is full of lies, and just because I don't have any emotional experience, do you think I'm a fool? Yi Fan's head swelled up. What kind of madness was this woman going through? Su Qingxue, speak clearly. What did I do to you? I bought you donuts because I don't know what else you like, and I didn't pass by. I deliberately went around to buy them. I admit that I've told you a lot of lies, but if I wasn't sincere and only wanted you, do you think I would need to spend so much effort to please you? How would I know what you're thinking? You and Selena acted during the day, but you fooled everyone. Su Qingxue lightly said, your IQ must be higher than mine. Don't change the topic. Just tell me, what did I do wrong today? You kicked me out of the car just like that. I can't accept this. Yi Fan was also angry in his heart. Su Qingxue coldly glanced at him and said, look at yourself in the mirror. After saying that, Su Qingxue stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away like an arrow leaving the bow. The way the car was driven was obviously different from how Su Qingxue usually was. It was obvious that she wanted to vent something. Yi Fan was stunned on the spot, wondering what was the meaning of looking in the mirror. He could only take out his phone, turn on the camera under the street lamp, and take a picture of himself. In the end, Yi Fan suddenly discovered that there were 2 or 3 shallow lip marks on the side of his face. No wonder Selena would smile strangely at him when they were eating hot pot. Yifan suddenly woke up with a start. Why did Du Yuner have a bitter expression on her face? Feelings. He had always been planted with strawberries. Yifan slapped his forehead in annoyance. He actually didn't look in the mirror. Although it was a matter of habit, he was too careless. Yifan took out his phone and scolded Moo 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 on WeChat, "Stinking girl. You harmed me. Why didn't you say so earlier when you were wearing lipstick?" Not long after, Moo 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 replied, "Hee hee, I'm going to perform on stage today, so I'll definitely wear lipstick." You foolishly don't look in the mirror, what does that have to do with me? You. Yifan wanted to say something, but he choked and could only cancel the voice transmission. Baby, did you get kicked out of the car by Sister Sue? Why does it seem like it's on the road, and there's still the sound of traffic? Do you want me to pick you up? Let's go to the hotel, okay? I brought my ID. Yifan shouted, "You are not allowed to call me baby. Drive properly and go home." After Yifan finished speaking, he ignored Moo 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 and took a taxi straight to the Purple Leaf Tea House. At this moment, only Ning Xuemo could brew a pot of fragrant tea to ease the frustration in Yifan's heart. When he arrived at the Purple Leaf Tea House, little Zhao hurriedly came out to welcome him. "Brother Fan, what a coincidence. Eldest Miss just went to perform the tea ceremony for a few distinguished guests." "You'll have to wait for a while," said little Zhao. Yifan muttered, "What distinguished guest?" "Ning'er has already eaten at the Shengguan family, and there's still someone who can invite her to perform the tea ceremony in the middle of the night." Little Zhao hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Actually, it's been a little strange recently. There's a young master called Lu Yunfeng who often brings some people here to drink tea. He basically comes every other day, and he's very diligent. He asks if the young miss is here. Sometimes, the young miss can't get rid of them, so she can only entertain them. However, I can tell that the young master is definitely interested in our young miss. Today, Lu Yunfeng brought a gentleman surnamed Zhu, who seems to have a higher status than him. The young miss seems to know that person's background, so she didn't dare to be arrogant, so she agreed to perform the tea ceremony." Yifan thought for a moment. Hearing Lu Yunfeng's name, it sounded a little familiar. Then, he remembered, wasn't he the one he met at Hua Hai University, the president of the fencing club, the young sect master of the mysterious sword sect? As for the one surnamed Zhu, he might even be one of the 5 great sects, the Zhu family of Yen City. The Zhu family just so happened to be in an alliance with the mysterious sword sect. "You said that guy surnamed Lu came the next day. So frequent." Yifan frowned. "Yeah, our tea house is so expensive. Usually, we only come here if we have something serious to do and have to entertain guests. It's really rare to see a guest like him who comes here to give us money." Little Zhao shook his head and sighed. Yifan felt uncomfortable in his heart. This bastard, he actually dared to have designs on Ning Zimo. How could this be? Which private room are they in? Take me there. Yifan said. When little Zhao heard this, he didn't dare to disobey. He led Yifan to a larger private room with a lake view. Yifan pushed open the door and entered. Inside, there was a female artist playing the zither, and the fragrance of incense lingered in the air. Ning Zimo, who was dressed in a classical Han dress, was performing a tea ceremony. Her black hair was tied up high, and she had an elegant temperament. She was filled with the classical charm of an Oriental woman. Sitting in front of her were Lu Yunfeng and a few other unfamiliar men. In addition to the well-dressed young master, there was also a skinny middle-aged man with a colorful cloth wrapped around his head. Without exception, there was no need to talk about Lu Yunfeng's gaze. The other men also stared at Ning Zimo with a trace of burning passion in their eyes. Seeing Yifan come in, Ning Zimo's face lit up. Why did you suddenly come? Yifan swept a glance at Lu Yunfeng and the others. Looking at their appearance, he felt a wave of disgust in his heart, as if his treasure was being spied on. Chapter 384. 0384. A trace of worry flashed across Ning Zimo's eyes. She hurriedly stood up and walked to Yifan's side, whispering, "It's Yen City's Zhu family's second young master, Zhu Wei. Lu Yunfeng, you met him last time." The man in the middle, who was wearing an Armani suit, a fashionable hairstyle, and a Patek Philippe watch, stood up with a confident smile. "You must be Yifan. My name is Zhu Wei. I heard Yunfeng mention you before. I heard that your kung fu is not bad." Yifan was not interested in talking to these people. "You guys can leave, don't come here in the future." With that, Yifan pulled Ning Zimo's hand and turned to leave the private room. This caused the faces of Zhu Wei and Lu Yunfeng to change, especially Lu Yunfeng, who stood up with a flushed face and said, "Yifan. We are here to taste tea and observe the tea art performance. Why are we not allowed to come?" Yifan glanced at him. "Whether or not you are watching the tea art performance, you know it in your hearts." Ning Zimo wanted to say something but hesitated. However, when she saw the coldness on the man's face, she felt a trace of joy in her heart and didn't say anything. Zhu Wei chuckled and said, "Yifan, I didn't expect you to be such a man without confidence. Could it be that you saw that I was the young master of the Zhu family and were worried that I would kidnap Miss Ning?" Yifan looked at him in ridicule. "What's your surname?" Zhu Wei said proudly, "My surname is Zhu, and my name is Wei. I'm the second son of the Zhu family in Yen City." Yifan asked again, "What's your name?" Zhu Wei frowned. "Zhu Wei. What whither?" Yifan asked. "Zhu Wei." Zhu Wei was a little impatient. "What's your surname?" Yifan continued to ask, as if he didn't hear clearly. "Surnamed Zhu." Zhu Wei glared. Yifan thought for a moment, "Are you feeding pigs?" "I." Zhu Wei finally understood. His face and palms twitched as he said, "Yifan, you did it on purpose." Yifan sighed, "I can't even remember your name. What does it have to do with me what family you come from?" With that, Yifan pulled Ning Zimo up and continued walking out. Lu Yunfeng hurriedly said loudly, "Miss Ning, the reason we came here today is actually to discuss cooperation with you. Second young Master Zhu has a very big project that he wants to cooperate with your purple bamboo forest." Hearing this, Ning Zimo stopped in her tracks and turned her head to ask, "What project?" Zhu Wei's face was full of pride as he gently stroked the watch in his hand and said casually, "It's nothing. I have casinos in Las Vegas and Atlantic City. My casinos are already big enough. I plan to bring the advanced experience from abroad into the country and open 5 to 10 casinos in Huahai and Jiang Province. Currently, in these two areas, the only true underground gang is the Purple Bamboo Forest, so of course I have to come and find President Ning to cooperate with." After Ning Zimo heard this, she frowned. "China does not allow casinos to be built. Any underground casino is illegal. Our Purple Bamboo Forest does not do this kind of business." "Ha! Miss Ning, don't worry. With our Zhu family here, no one will dare to investigate you. I can get through all the immortals." Zhu Wei proudly said, "I guarantee that no one will dare to touch a single hair on your head." Ning Zimo shook her head and said, "This is not a matter of checking. Although I, Ning Zimo, am a woman, I know that gambling is not a good thing, especially underground casinos. If I am not good enough, I will harm countless people. Your Zhu family is opening a casino overseas, that has nothing to do with me, but in Huahai and Jiang Province, our Purple Bamboo Forest will not participate in this kind of business." Zhu Wei's expression changed slightly as he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Miss Ning, are you kidding me? You are an underground gang, not some famous sect. You don't do drugs, you don't smuggle, and now you don't even open a casino. Then what do you rely on to earn money? Ning Zimo said calmly, why can't I earn money? Isn't this tea house making money? Food and beverage, entertainment, healthcare, small loans, brand franchises. There were so many profit-making businesses, why couldn't they make money? Second young Master Zhu might not know this, but our Purple Bamboo Forest Group's annual tax payment is one of the top 100 in all of Huahai. This year, we have recruited hundreds of elites from home and abroad who have a bachelor's degree or above, and our development is even faster. It's true that we are an underground gang, but we earn money with a conscience. We pay taxes in an open and above-board manner. Our force is to protect our own interests, not to harm others. He liked to hear these words. The most fundamental principle of the underground world was not to harm others, but to protect oneself. In the past, he had brought a group of brothers to almost become enemies with the world. It was also to protect himself, not to conquer anything. Zhu Wei thought for a moment, then said, I won't waste any more words with you, these are all empty words. How about this? Originally, I was going to give you 10% of the profits, but I'll raise it to 20%. It's not a matter of money, it's just that I really can't take this money. Ning Zimo shook her head. Miss Ning. You might not have seen a casino before, so you don't know the amount of money. If I open a casino, my annual profit will be at least 1 billion. 10 of them will be more than 10 billion, and I'll give you 20%, but that's 2 billion. If it wasn't for the fact that we opened a casino and needed the help of the underground forces, do you think I would really be willing to give you 2 billion for free? Zhu Wei said. Ning Zimo sighed, even if it's 20 billion, it's not mine, I won't take a single cent. Second young Master Zhu, please go back. Ha ha ha. This is truly the biggest joke in the world. A bunch of mobs, yet they insist on pretending to be patriots. Zhu Wei's face darkened. Since that's the case, then Miss Ning, the places where I want to open a casino are all your territories. What should we do? Ning Zimo narrowed her eyes. It's very simple. If you want my territory, then pay to buy it. If you have enough money, I will naturally consider selling it. What if I don't plan to buy it? Zhu Wei smiled evilly. Then, I think the final result will not be something that second young Master Zhu would like to see. Ning Zimo said, not giving in an inch. Zhu Wei was so angry that his face turned green. He said to Lu Yunfeng, who was at the side, Yunfeng, it seems like you are interested in falling flowers, but they are heartless. I have already given you such good conditions, but you are still not satisfied. It's all in vain that you spent so much effort to make me give her the chance to earn money. Do you really like a woman who has become a prostitute and still has a chastity? Lu Yunfeng said with an awkward expression, second young master, if it really doesn't work, then forget it. He had originally wanted to use this opportunity to tie Ning Zimo and the Zhu family together. This way, he would have a logical reason to have more contact with Ning Zimo. However, he didn't expect that Ning Zimo would actually reject such a lucrative cooperation. This caught Lu Yunfeng off guard. Humph. Waste of time. Do you really think that the Purple Bamboo Forest is the only underground gang in the vast Xia Kingdom? Zhu Wei turned his head in disdain and planned to leave. Chapter 385. 0385 Inchy Fan. What do you want now? Zhu Wei's expression was not pleasant. You scolded my woman and you want to leave just like that. Aren't you too naive? Yi Fan said. Zhu Wei laughed out loud. I scolded her, she is just a B*TCH who is courting death. What can you do to me? I'm Yen City's Zhu. Paw. Yi Fan directly gave Zhu Wei a backhand slap on the mouth. The strength of this slap was not enough to kill him, but it caused Zhu Wei to lose 4 or 5 of his teeth. He vomited blood from his mouth and his nose also started bleeding. Ah! Zhu Wei screamed, covering his mouth as he retreated. Looking at the blood on his hand, he was stunned. Since he was young, when others saw him, the Zhu family's second young master, they were all respectful, and even if there was enmity between them, they didn't dare to rashly make a move against him. Who would have thought that Yi Fan would actually slap him without saying anything? Ning Zimo, who was at the side, also didn't expect that Yi Fan would suddenly make a move. However, the man was standing up for her. Although she was very nervous, she didn't dare to interrupt him. Second young master. The skinny man whose head was wrapped in colorful cloth immediately stood up. His eyes shone with a fierce light as he stood in front of Yi Fan. You dare injure the Zhu clan's second young master? You're really tired of living. The skinny man spoke with a strange intonation, as if he had a gear stuck in his throat. Yi Fan had already seen that this guy had some strength, but looking at his attire, he couldn't tell where he came from. Zhu Wei was in so much pain that his face was about to swell up. His mouth was full of blood and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Niu Xixiang. Kill him. As soon as the man named Niu Xixiang heard this, he gathered 2 balls of green mist in his hands, which seemed to be a combination of true qi and some kind of special powder. Poison art. Seeing that, Lu Yunfeng hurriedly shouted, No. Young Master Zhu. There are so many people here. He knew how powerful this Niu Xixiang was. Once he made a move, Ning Zimo might even be poisoned to death. This was not what Lu Yunfeng wanted to see. Humph. You've been charmed by this woman. It's just a woman. Poison one to death and I'll find another car for you. Zhu Wei roared. Yi Fan frowned and subconsciously pushed Ning Zimo back. Ninger, go further away. Ning Zimo did not dare to be careless. She had not cultivated the one sky water for long enough, and her Jin Qi was only at the post-celestial stage. The moment she saw the green Jin Qi, she could feel the huge gap between them. At the same time Ning Zimo ran backwards, Niu Xixiang had already sent a palm strike towards Yi Fan's chest. Heartless claw. In a split second, Yi Fan kicked upwards. Before that hand could touch him, he had already kicked Niu Xixiang's arm with the tip of his foot. Caw caw. The sound of bones breaking sent chills down one's spine. Ah! Niu Xixiang screamed and waved his left hand again. A green powder sprayed out under the instigation of his true qi. Although Fan Xian had always been cultivating his body, and all kinds of resistance were increasing day by day, he had never tried what kind of poison he could endure, or how many poisons he could resist. After all, if something went wrong during the test, he might even die. Therefore, although Yi Fan subconsciously felt that Niu Xixiang's poison couldn't hurt him, he still tried his best to dodge it. With a flash, he dodged the poisonous mist. Yi Fan turned around and kicked again. This kick directly landed on Niu Xixiang's lower back, causing his entire body to fall down. Although martial artists who practiced poison techniques had a strong killing power and were easy to master. However, the weakness was even more obvious. If one's physical fitness was poor, their lifespan would be shortened. Therefore, Yi Fan was very clear that as long as he avoided his poisonous hands, he would be able to easily beat him up to the point that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Niu Xixiang fell flat on his face. His lumbar vertebrae had already been shattered. He was lying on the ground in pain, sweating profusely. Seeing this, Zhu Wei hurriedly pushed Lu Yunfeng and the others beside him. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and attack together. However, Lu Yunfeng had already seen Yi Fan's skills, so how could he go up and die for nothing? He didn't want to be crippled at such a young age. Yi Fan wasn't interested in seeing too much blood in the purple leaf tea house, so he lightly said one word, scram. When Zhu Wei heard this, although he was so angry that his entire body was trembling, he still felt that his life was more important and hurriedly ran out. When the group saw that Zhu Wei had left, they naturally followed suit. After everyone had left, Ning Zimo let out a faint sigh and said with some self-blame, "Yi Fan, did I cause you a lot of trouble? This time, even the Zhu family has been provoked." Yi Fan consoled, "It's not like you took the initiative to provoke him. If someone wants to come looking for trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? Previously, when Lu Yunfeng came, I could still accept it. There are many men like him who want to chase after me, but as long as he doesn't cross the line, I won't care too much. But this Zhu Wei, after seeing that the Shengwan family was swallowed by me, he saw that I didn't have any foundation, so he wanted to control our purple bamboo forest." Ning Zimo said in disgust. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. "This Zhu family is one of the 5 great sects, with the worst reputation. They have always been interested in benefits, but they are also very good at playing with power, so they have always been able to stay in the 5 great sects. I'm not worried that they will come looking for trouble with me, but I'm afraid that they will use some underhanded tricks, especially this Zhu Wei, who has befriended people who practice poison arts. I'm afraid that when the time comes, he will find someone to poison you." "Poison? Then what should we do?" Ning Zimo's face was full of worry. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, "The simplest way is, of course, to kill the people from the Zhu family so much that they don't dare to touch you. But killing people is just a last resort. I'll make a phone call and find someone who can speak to let the Zhu family control Zhu Wei." Ning Zimo was stunned for a moment. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "You want to find that advisor again?" Yi Fan grinned, "You really want to know?" Ning Zimo nodded with a face full of anticipation. Yi Fan suddenly picked up the woman and held her in his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her. "If you make me comfortable, I'll tell you." After saying that, he carried the woman straight to the bedroom without caring about her blushing face. Inside an elongated Cadillac, Zhu Wei was smoking a cigar. His face was gloomy, as if there were dark clouds shrouding him. Lu Yunfeng, who was sitting opposite him, had just finished a phone call. His face was stiff and there was some fear on his face. "Second young master. My grandfather said that this Yi Fan is stronger than him, so there's nothing he can do," Lu Yunfeng said nervously. Zhu Wei narrowed his eyes. "Could it be that your mysterious sword sect doesn't have anyone who can stand up?" "Second young master, forgive me for being blunt, but this Yi Fan's strength is truly unfathomable. If you want to defeat him, I'm afraid that a Xiantian realm martial artist is not enough," Lu Yunfeng said helplessly. "If we don't take down this purple bamboo forest, we won't be able to open a casino in Huahai in the province. I can't accept that we can't open a casino in these 2 fertile places." Zhu Wei exhaled a long puff of smoke, and glanced at the half-dead Niu Xixiang. "Damn it, so useless, I still have to send you to the hospital. Usually, you boast about your poison skills, but now you look like a bird." "Second young master. Although we can't fight head-on, but we can outsmart them." Niu Xixiang's smile was uglier than crying as he said this. Chapter 386. 0386 Inch Wheat. How? Just as Zhu Wei finished asking, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. "You mean poison?" "Yes, second young master, have you forgotten? Back then in the Magnesium country, didn't I poison all the foreigners who dared to go against you? Those foreign forensic doctors can't even find out what's going on. Then wouldn't our domestic ones be even more unable to detect the problem?" Niu Xixiang said with an evil smile. When Zhu Wei heard this, an evil light flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Are you sure you won't be discovered? This is China. If something really happens, I won't have a good time in my family. If I bring shame to the Zhu family because of this, then don't go to the hospital ward. It would be better for you to go directly to the morgue." Niu Xixiang shivered when he heard this. He swallowed his saliva and said, I can secretly put a chronic poison in their purple leaf tea house's food, and it won't be discovered for a while. This is because this poison will slowly make them sick. When they find out that their condition is serious, all kinds of tumors will appear, and in the end, there will be no cure. When Lu Yunfeng heard this, he frowned and said, then. Doesn't that mean that even Miss Ning? Bullshit. What I want is for that bitch Ning Zimo to scram. As long as she's here, these two fertile lands won't be able to do business. This is a roadblock to our path to wealth. Zhu Wei threatened, Lu Yunfeng, if you dare to reveal even half a word of our plan, you know the consequences. Lu Yunfeng's expression was ugly, but he could only nod his head with difficulty. Just as Zhu Wei was about to ask about the specifics, he heard a phone call. When Zhu Wei saw who it was, his expression turned cold. He quickly cleared his throat and picked it up. Father, is there something you need from me? The person who called was the current head of the Zhu family, Zhu Wei's biological father, Zhu Linming. Zhu Linming asked in a low voice, did you meet someone called Yifan? Hearing that, Zhu Wei frowned and said, yes, father, how did you know? This Yifan, his background is not simple, you must not act rashly. No matter what you plan to do, this matter. Our Zhu family cannot get involved. Zhu Linming warned, otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Zhu Wei's heart trembled, and he said in surprise, Father, I've reported to you about the underground casinos in Huahai and Jiang province. If we don't control the underground forces in these two places, the casinos won't be stable either. Money is important, but I don't want to offend the Dragon King just because of a few casinos. Zhu Linming sighed. Dragon King. Zhu Wei's scalp tingled, the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul. How could this involve the Dragon Soul? Zhu Linming sighed and said, don't ask too much. Some things, the less you know, the safer you are. In short, it was fine if he couldn't open the casino. We can't touch this Yifan and the people around him. If you want to continue running a casino, you'll either have to find another place, or find a way on your own. With that, Zhu Linming hung up the phone. Zhu Wei gripped his phone tightly, his face filled with dark clouds. He then threw the phone away and gritted his teeth. Damn it. No wonder this Yifan dared to ignore me. So he has the support of the Dragon King. Hearing this, Lu Yunfeng's face turned pale. Dragon King. Second young Master Zhu, then we can't provoke him anymore. This is not a joke. Bullshit. I still need you to teach me. Who in China would dare to go against the Dragon Soul? Zhu Wei's face was filled with vexation and unwillingness. Niu Xixiang rolled his eyes and said, Second young master, although we can't touch the Yifan. However, as long as Ning Zimo's purple bamboo forest can't do it, isn't it the same? Ning Zimo is Yifan's woman. What's the difference between us touching her and Yifan? Zhu Wei said snappily. Niu Xixiang said, Second young master, as far as I know, Ning Zimo is a daughter of the Ning family, the head of the 5 great underground families. Later on, she joined her grandfather's side and took over the position of Purple Bamboo Forest's president. Now that the Ning family saw Ning Zimo, a daughter who had been kicked out of the family, eating the Shengguan family, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. I feel that as long as we add fuel to the fire, the Ning family will probably take care of Ning Zimo for us. After all, the Ning family is famous for their bravery and belligerence. They will definitely not sit idly by with such a big cake. The Ning family of the Sword and Saber Alliance in Chuan Province. Zhu Wei narrowed his eyes, but the Ning family has left Ning Zimo alone. The Ning family is worried that the losses will be too great, but we can still pull in the Wei family from the Yun province. The Yin Corp sect of the Wei Family Alliance is very close to our 5 Poison sect. The Wei family and the Yin Corp sect have suffered heavy losses recently. Even the eldest grandson of the Wei family was killed by the Yi Fan. I think that if the Wei family and the Ning family were to work together to deal with the purple bamboo forest, then Ning Zimo would definitely not be able to stop them. After all, no matter how powerful Yi Fan is, he is still one person. As long as we cripple all of their wings and leave behind a bare-handed commander, we won't be able to control our territory, Niu Xixiang said. The more Zhu Wei listened, the brighter his eyes became. He clapped his hands and said, I didn't expect you, an old poison, to have such a brain. Not bad, not bad. We will transfer some money from our overseas accounts to help the Wei and Ning families. Borrowing a knife to kill someone, this plan is really to my liking. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yunfeng listened to these words from the side. His eyes were filled with struggle, and his worry grew stronger and stronger. Capital, Dragon Soul Command, Sihiyuan. In the study room, not long after the Dragon King hung up the phone, military advisor Xie Linfuan walked in. Seeing the strange smile on the Dragon King's face, Xie Linfuan asked curiously, Dragon King, what is it that makes you smile so interestingly? The Dragon King sat on the armchair, shook his head, and sighed, I discovered. This Yi Fan is far more cunning than I imagined. Boss? What's wrong with him? When Xie Linfuan heard that it was about Yi Fan, he immediately became concerned. The Dragon King gently tapped his fingers on the desk and said, he just called me and asked me to contact the Zhu family. He asked me to tell the brat of the Zhu family not to act rashly and provoke his woman. Ha! Xie Linfuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought it was a big deal, my boss is really something, why did he get into a conflict with the Zhu family again? The Dragon King said, let's not talk about how he got into a conflict with the Zhu family. The key was that he was asking me to help him solve this problem, and he was still so confident. It was obvious that he knew that I still had to ask him for 3 things, so he wouldn't let him get into big trouble. He used this as an excuse to ask me to solve the problem for him. Chapter 387. 0387 The Dragon King didn't care and said, is there something you need from me? Xie Linfuan thought of the important matter at hand and quickly changed his expression. He said, I'm here to tell you. Xiao Axioner has gone to Hua Hai. The Dragon King frowned, did she say where she was going? I said I was going to play. I wanted to ask you, do you want to send someone to follow her? You also know that this girl is not someone who is easy to deal with. Xie Linfuan smiled bitterly. With? How to follow? Unless I go personally, everyone will be discovered. The Dragon King shook his head and said, forget it, as long as nothing happens, I won't care. After a night of lingering with Ning Zimo, Yi Fan left the Purple Leaf Tea House energetically the next day. He didn't go to work either. In any case, unless there was something special, he had nothing to do in the company. On the contrary, Yi Fan ran to do Yun'er's new home because Yi Fan remembered that tomorrow was Christmas. No matter what, he wanted to give the children in the orphanage some presents. To buy these children's things, Yi Fan still wanted to bring Du Yun'er along. After all, the girl knew a lot more than him. Du Yun'er took half a day off and waited at the entrance of the residential area. She wore a black coat, a brown fur collar, and black tight pants. Du Yun'er's tall figure and elegant face made her look even more fresh and beautiful. After getting into the car, Du Yun'er smiled sweetly and habitually said, Brother Yi Fan, what time did you wake up? Did you come from home? No, from the Purple Leaf Tea House, not far. Yi Fan said. The smile on Du Yun'er's face froze. Oh, it's Sister Ning's place. Yi Fan also realized the special nature of this question, and was too embarrassed to say that he was chased out of the car by Su Qingshui yesterday. He could only say, Yun'er, do you think I'm a bastard? B asterisk start. How could that be? Du Yun'er shook her head, I've never felt that way. But according to common sense, I'm the kind of scum who steps on many boats, right? Yi Fan said self-deprecatingly. Du Yun'er pursed her lips. I don't know either, but I feel that brother Yi Fan, you are still different from those scum men. Oh? What's the difference? Yi Fan asked. At least you're not a liar. Sister Ning and the others should know about you, and they should be willing to be with you. I feel that as long as they're happy, there's nothing much to say. People always have the right to choose their own way of life, right? Du Yun'er sighed with emotion. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect the traditional and conservative Du Yun'er to say such words. Yun'er, do you really think so? Du Yun'er blushed and said shyly, When I was chatting with Selena, I had some feelings. I felt that the world I had seen before was too small. Although Selena didn't specify what brother Yi Fan was like abroad, but I feel that you, Selena, and the others are not ordinary people, so it would be very difficult to use ordinary rules and regulations to restrain you. Hearing the girl's words, he relaxed quite a bit. At the very least, Du Yun'er wouldn't dislike him, this big brother, because of his private life. If my wife thinks the same as you, then I won't have to worry. Yi Fan sighed. Du Yun'er blinked and carefully asked, Brother Yi Fan. Did you and Miss Sue quarrel? You can tell. You left with Miss Sue last night, but today you came from Sister Ning's place. Although I'm not smart, I'm not stupid either. Du Yun'er pouted. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly and said, There's no other way, I don't know how to coax her. Speaking of which, tomorrow is Christmas. I originally wanted to accompany her for the festival, but from the looks of it, there's no hope. In this kind of matter, Miss Sue's position is definitely different. After all, she grew up in a different environment than you did. Du Yun'er said. I think she'll calm down after a while. Yi Fan had a helpless expression on his face. Du Yun'er also became silent, deep in thought. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go buy those little guys gifts. What's popular these days? Yi Fan asked. Du Yun'er smiled. What can a child like be different? Toys, dolls, delicious food, that's all. I don't really understand either. Yun'er, you lead the way, I just need to pay. Yi Fan laughed and stepped on the accelerator. After being busy for the whole morning, he bought a bunch of things for children of different ages. At noon, the two of them arrived at the Ivy League orphanage. Du Yun'er was busy cooking, while Yi Fan took the gifts to distribute to the orphans. Deanly Shuhua came out of the kitchen. She seemed to have aged quite a bit, and there were more wrinkles on her face. Her bloated body had also become a bit thinner, but when the old lady saw Yi Fan playing with the children, her face was still full of smiles. Yi Fan, you're too considerate. Don't come on weekdays. You've already spent so much money to repair the orphanage, so why are you still buying these gifts? Deanly said. After Yi Fan finished distributing the gifts, he looked at the group of children who were playing with the new toys and smiled in satisfaction. The money for repairs is one thing, but buying a Christmas present for a child is another. Back then, he had experienced such a period and knew the bitterness in their hearts. No matter how many gifts they had, they wouldn't be able to make up for the wounds in their hearts. Some little things can give them more hope in life, so why not? Deanly faintly sighed. If Song Xinghe could have half of yours, he wouldn't have to walk such a path. Mentioning Song Xinghe, Yi Fan frowned. He thought back to the news he heard on the ship that went to the Leviathan, and had an ominous feeling. During lunch, Deanly naturally asked about Yi Fan's recent life, especially about the relationship between husband and wife after marriage. Once he said this, Yi Fan felt a little depressed. Deanly was old and experienced, so he asked what was going on. Yi Fan could only simply say that he had a conflict with his wife and was still in a cold war. Sigh, you young people just don't know how to cherish it. How can there be so many things worth arguing about in this world? Deanly grumbled, you must have done something wrong. Can't you just apologize properly? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Principal, if an apology can solve this problem, then I don't need to have such a headache. That wife of yours, what exactly does she do? I don't know anything about it. Tell me what she does and I'll think of a way for you. You definitely don't understand a woman's mind as well as we do. Deanly said with concern. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, feeling that Deanly was the same as his family and elders, so there was nothing to hide. Moreover, Du Yuner already knew about it, so he told her about Su Qingshua's identity. Chapter 388 0388 IO, I was wondering why you were so rich. So your wife is Su Qingxue. President Li patted his chest. Dean, you can't speak carelessly. I earned my own money, not from my wife. Yi Fan explained. President Li seemed to understand a lot. This kind of woman, of course, is not easy to coax when she is angry. She has everything, so she becomes disdainful of everything. You're really tired. Fan Xian had a bitter face. These words had hit the nail on the head. Having a rich wife didn't feel like much. How did you make her angry? President Li asked. Yi Fan curled his lips. It's a long story, in short. I was wrong, right? Principal, don't worry, it will be fine after a while. President Li pondered for a moment, but didn't ask any further. He only told Yi Fan to have a better attitude and give in to the girls. Fan Xian thought, my attitude is good enough, I can't ask him to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, he also has a bottom line. In the afternoon, he sent Du Yuner to school. Before he got off the car, Du Yuner took out 2 tickets from her bag and handed them to Yi Fan. Brother Yi Fan, these are 2 tickets to watch the opera, Cat, at the Hua Hai Grand Theater. It's for tomorrow night, and it seems that Sister Su likes music quite a bit. You can take it and watch it with her. Yi Fan was surprised. He looked at the ticket and saw that it was a good seat in the front row. He couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, this ticket isn't cheap, right? Du Yuner shook her head, no. No, someone gave it to me, but I don't want to see it. It's a waste to take it, so I'll give it to you guys. Yi Fan thought about it. This was a world-famous opera. Maybe Su Qingxue would really like it, so he didn't stand on ceremony. Then thank you, Yuner. I'll take it. Yi Fan put away the ticket. Du Yuner said, then I wish you two a speedy reconciliation. I'll go to work first. Yi Fan nodded, reached out his hand and caressed Du Yuner's hair. You really are my good little sister, go ahead. She got out of the car, waved at Yi Fan, and bid farewell to the man. Only after Yi Fan's car drove away did she turn around and walk into the school. When Du Yuner entered the office, a female teacher at the next table raised her head and asked with a smile, Teacher Du, I heard that you got a ticket for Cat. Are you going with your boyfriend? Du Yuner blinked, Teacher Li, how did you know? Haven't you been scouring the website to grab tickets for the past few days? Oh. Du Yuner pouted and shook her head, no, I didn't get it, ah. Then why did I hear from Teacher Jing that you managed to snatch it? That's such a pity. You wasted so many days. Du Yuner smiled slightly and said shyly, it's all right. It's still meaningful. Yi Fan went to the company and had nothing to do. He chatted with Moo 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 on WeChat for a while and was asked by the girl to send him a red packet. When Yi Fan thought of this new, little girlfriend, he felt a headache coming on. He didn't even know if he really liked Moo Moo Moo. However, it was impossible for Yi Fan to forcefully push this girl away, so he could only slowly grind her away for the time being. Unknowingly, when it was time to get off work, Yi Fan went to guard Su Qingxue, wanting to go home with the woman. Pushing open the office door, Su Qingxue was still seriously looking at some materials. Seeing Yi Fan enter, Su Qingxue frowned. What are you doing in here? Ha ha. Wife, why aren't you getting off work yet? Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue coldly said, I need to work overtime. I won't be going back tonight either. There are too many things to do at the end of the year. What? You want to spend the night here? Yifan felt that this woman seemed to be completely abandoning her family and returning to her workaholic style. I have a bedroom, a bathroom, and everything. Why can't I stay the night? Su Qingxue said. Yifan knew that it was unrealistic to persuade a woman to get off work, so he walked over, took out a ticket, and placed it on Su Qingxue's desk. Wife, this is tomorrow night's Christmas opera, Cat. It will start at 8:30 tomorrow night at the Hua Hai Grand Theater. Let's go watch it together. Yifan said sincerely. Su Qingxue looked at the ticket and lightly said, Take it away, I'm not going. Why not? Don't you like music performances? Yifan smiled bitterly, Are you still angry at me? Can't you give me a chance to perform? No reason, I just don't want to go. Su Qingxue was too lazy to explain. Yifan let out a long sigh, I know, the matter between us, in a short period of time, will not be able to completely resolve all the conflicts, but at least I seriously want to reconcile with you, whether you believe it or not. I have never been so good to any woman. Even I feel that after meeting you, I am not like myself anymore, but no matter how I change, if you want me to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I can't do it, and I can't do it. What I can do is wait for you at the entrance of Hua Hai Grand Theater tomorrow night. It starts at 8:30 and ends at 11:30. Whether you come or not, I will wait for you. Yifan felt that there was no point in explaining further. After putting down the ticket, he turned around and left the office. Su Qingxue looked at the ticket coldly, and a complicated expression flashed across her eyes. In the end, the woman took a stack of information and placed the ticket under it. Out of sight, out of mind. After that, Su Qingxue continued to work. Yifan drove out of the company and was not in the mood to go back. Facing Aunt Jiang at home, Yifan felt a little ashamed, always making this old man worry about the two of them. He remembered that it had been a long time since he went to a bar alone for a drink, so he drove to a nearby commercial pedestrian street, stopped the car, and walked to a bar called Yol. After entering the bar, Yifan sat alone at the bar counter, ordered a bottle of vodka, and began to drink by himself. Not long after, Yifan suddenly felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Yifan subconsciously turned his head to look, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. He saw a woman wearing a loose, fiery red leather coat, black stockings, brown fur boots, and black hair that draped over her shoulders. She was sitting in a corner, drinking alone. The loose jacket wrapped her delicate body inside, giving her a delicate and moving beauty. The woman's facial features were as exquisite as a porcelain doll's, filled with the classical beauty of an Oriental woman. Her eyelashes were naturally curled up, her lips were red, and her temperament was graceful. Her fashionable attire, classical charm, and elegant temperament were all perfectly combined together. This was a true beauty. Yifan felt that even if he couldn't compare to Su Qingxue, he could at least be on par with Chu Yunyao. Just as Yifan was wondering why this beauty kept staring at him, a mature woman who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, wearing a low-cut underwear and a fur collar coat, sat beside him. Chapter 389. 0389 Yifan narrowed his eyes and laughed self-deprecatingly. Today, he was feeling depressed because of his wife's cold treatment. Why was there a great beauty staring at him the moment he arrived at the bar, and now there was even a little vixen who took the initiative to strike up a conversation? I'm alone. Does it have anything to do with me treating you to a drink? Yifan asked with a smile. Without saying anything further, the woman went to pick up Yifan's vodka, asked the bartender for a cup, and began to pour herself a drink. You have wine, I have a story. Isn't it better to relieve boredom together than to drink alone? The woman downed a glass of vodka in one gulp and said. Yifan smiled evilly, Oh. What story do you have? The woman's expression was somewhat lonely as she smiled miserably. My husband cheated. Does that count? Yifan shrugged. Is this even a story? Then my entire person is this story club. Hee hee. The woman giggled. Handsome, you're really humorous. My heart is already so bitter, yet you're still joking with me. Yifan curled his lips. I'm telling the truth. The woman's hand touched Yifan's thigh. She raised her head and said with a blurry expression, do you know? I followed him when I was in university. He was so poor that he could only rent a small, run-down house for $500 a month, so I followed him. Now that he has money, he found a young female student outside. For him, I even beat up the child twice. But after being married for more than a year, he still didn't have a wedding with me. My heart is really bitter. Do you think I can forget about these things if I drink? Yifan shook his head. I don't know, I probably won't be able to forget. The woman reached out her hand and gently lifted the collar of her chest, causing the scenery to seem especially turbulent. Don't you want to try? Get me drunk and make me completely forget. That won't happen tonight. The woman looked at Yifan pitifully. Yifan sighed, reached out his hand and pulled the woman's coat tightly. Big sister, as a wine carrier, you have to have some eyesight. You can't do this. It's better for someone else to tell your story. The woman's expression stiffened. You. What did you say? What wine carrier? Fan Xian poured himself a cup of wine, pointed at a few seats in the bar, and said, from the moment you sat here, there were quite a few people in this bar who would continue to pay attention to you with their eyes. If they were strangers, they wouldn't stay for more than 3 seconds. However, these people kept looking at you. It was obvious that you were familiar with them. The biggest problem is that most of the people who are looking at you are women. When they look at you, they are not jealous of you. This means that they are not looking at you because you are beautiful, but purely looking at your business, right? The woman smiled awkwardly. You're really interesting. If you don't want to invite me, then forget it. Humph. After saying that, the woman immediately ran out as if she was fleeing. After that, there were no down-and-out girls who came to strike up a conversation with Yifan. Instead, Yifan discovered that the great beauty sitting in the corner would often have men go over to strike up a conversation with her. However, the beauty did not utter a word. She simply ignored those men and only cared about her own drinking. Fan Xian really wanted to know why this beauty kept staring at him, and wondered if he should go over and ask. However, in the end, Yifan endured it. Thinking about Su Qingshua's matter, he didn't have the mood to care about other women. After drinking until about 10 o'clock in the evening, Yifan drank 7 or 8 bottles of high alcohol. This amount of alcohol surprised even the bartender. However, the red-clothed beauty who was drinking alone in the corner also drank a table full of empty bottles. This woman seemed to want to try different kinds of wine. After tasting more than a dozen kinds of wine, she left the bar with steady footsteps. Yifan couldn't help but admire this girl's ability to drink. After paying, he walked out. Arriving at the pedestrian street, Yifan discovered that the red-clothed woman did not leave. Instead, she went to a game shop and started playing arcade games. Although the arcade was quite old, there were still many people who were obsessed with this kind of game. There were also many people playing in the arcade shop on the pedestrian street. As a professional gamer, Yifan was naturally very good at these games. He couldn't help but walk over curiously, wanting to see how good this red-clothed beauty was at playing the game. At this moment, the red-clothed woman was playing the King of Fighters with a young man with dyed yellow hair and earrings. Because there was a beauty fighting, there were quite a few people watching. Just as Yifan walked over, he happened to see that the red-clothed woman had already defeated the yellow-haired man. Her face was cold as she glanced at the yellow-haired man with disdain. The surrounding group of people all clicked their tongues in admiration of the beauty's outstanding strength, mocking this man for embarrassing his fellow men. Following which, there were two more who didn't believe it and went up to fight the red-clothed woman. In the end, they were easily defeated. The woman only chose the role of Dance of the Unknown Fire. She seemed to be especially interested in this female character who played with fire. Yi Fan's hands itched as he watched, so he bought a game token and pushed away the people around him, planning to play with the red-clothed woman. When the red-clothed woman saw Yi Fan, her eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. The surrounding people all felt that Yi Fan was going to be brutally abused, because the red-clothed woman was indeed very powerful. Even an expert could tell that she was an expert at playing games. However, Yi Fan casually chose a character and completely destroyed the red-clothed woman's seemingly invincible Dance of the Unknown Fire. Ha ha. Yi Fan grinned and smiled at the red-clothed woman, "Thank you for letting me win." The surrounding crowd cheered, feeling that there was finally someone who could take care of this arrogant beautiful player. The red-clothed woman frowned, a little unhappy. Her clear voice lightly said two words, again, best of three. She put in the coin and continued to choose Dance of the Unknown Fire. Yi Fan, on the other hand, randomly chose another character and defeated the woman in red. 2 wins, Yi Fan said. The red-clothed woman glared at Yi Fan, 3 wins out of 5. Again. Yi Fan was speechless, so he could only continue fighting. Best of 7, best of 9. Leaf after Fan Xian finished the 5th round, he shook his head and said, "Beauty, I'm not playing anymore. It's boring, can't you change your character to play? Do you only play with fire dance?" "I don't want to change," the red-clothed woman said stubbornly. Her face was cold, and she was very unhappy after losing. Yi Fan shrugged. He was just playing around, how could he be willing to continue wasting time like this? "Then take your time, I'm leaving." Yi Fan waved his hand, turned around, and left. The red-clothed woman was expressionless as she watched Yi Fan walk away. She didn't stop him and seemed to be deep in thought. Yi Fan drank a lot of wine, played a few more games, and was in a much better mood. Returning to the parking lot, just as he drove the car out of the underground garage, Yi Fan suddenly heard an explosive sound from the pedestrian street. Boom! A ball of flame seemed to be burning on the pedestrian street, and its location seemed to be at the arcade store. Leaf Fan Xian couldn't help but be puzzled. Could it be that the game exploded? This Shang family was too black-hearted. What kind of machine was this, and it could even explode? However, this had nothing to do with Yi Fan, so he just drove back. Chapter 390. 0390. When he woke up the next morning, Yi Fan started to feel conflicted, wondering if Su Qingxue would go to the opera with him that night. If the woman still didn't want to talk to him, he didn't know what to do. After absent-mindedly finishing his breakfast, Yi Fan planned to drive to the company, but on the way, he received a call from Chu Yunyao. Yi Fan was slightly surprised. It seemed that Chu Yunyao had finished dealing with the matters of Lu Chun Island. "Little Yao Yao, are you back in Huahai?" Yi Fan picked up his phone and asked with a smile. Chu Yunyao lightly replied, "Where are you?" "On my way to work. I'm at the Cloud International Hotel. Come here within an hour. I have something to talk to you about." After Chu Yunyao finished speaking, she hung up. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What was going on? If you have something to say, then say it. Why did you have to look for her immediately? But listening to the woman's words, it seemed that there was something serious going on. Thus, Yi Fan drove to the Cloud International Hotel. This hotel was also a 5-star hotel under the Cloud Group. Chu Yunyao didn't seem to like living in a mansion, so she liked to live in the presidential suite of the hotel. Although there was a traffic jam in the morning, it had been just over 50 minutes, and he had finally made it in time. After Yi Fan reported his name, the lobby manager came over and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, the chairman has just woken up. He still needs some time to wash up and change his clothes." Please wait in the coffee shop in the lobby for a moment. Yi Fan was stunned. What? She just woke up. Then why did she call me here? This. The lobby manager smiled and said, we don't know either. The chairman only told us to entertain you well. Yi Fan sat in the coffee shop speechlessly, wondering what Chu Yunyao meant by this. After waiting for nearly an hour and drinking several cups of coffee, he finally saw the woman walk out of the elevator. Chu Yunyao was wearing a black undershirt with a patchwork of fur on the outside. Her tall and exquisite figure was set off by the fur shawl, making her look especially sexy. Her long hair was loose, with a slight wave at the end. It vividly displayed her exquisite facial features and elegant temperament. Walking through the hall, many pairs of eyes were attracted to the woman. Yi Fan subconsciously swallowed his saliva. When he was on the island, because Chu Yunyao mostly wore a white coat and didn't dress up much, she was busy with proper business. Now that he saw Chu Yunyao dress up, he realized that he had once again met with a peerless beauty. Does it look good? Chu Yunyao walked in front of the man and asked. Without waiting for Yi Fan's reply, Chu Yunyao said, no need to answer, your eyes have already told me. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly. Yao Yao, why are you looking for me? It's nothing much, it's just that I'm finally free. I want to go shopping and buy something. It's not appropriate to bring that pervert Lu Bingjun out, so for my safety, I pulled you over to be my bodyguard for a day. Chu Yunyao said. After Fan Xian heard this, he rubbed his nose and snickered in his heart. This woman said so much and went around in a big circle. Didn't she just want to accompany her during Christmas? However, Yi Fan didn't want to expose her. After all, Chu Yunyao wanted face a lot. Alright, then let's go. Where do you want to go? Yi Fan stood up and grabbed Chu Yunyao's hand. Chu Yunyao's expression changed slightly. She wanted to pull her hand away, but she couldn't. She could only glare at Yi Fan. Anywhere is fine, as long as it's not my own shopping mall. Yi Fan smiled. Then let's go to the newly opened Happy City. I heard that there are a lot of delicious shops there, just in time for lunch. Whatever. Chu Yunyao actually didn't hear it clearly, because she could feel that the staff in the hotel were looking at her in astonishment. This was the first time she had been held by a man in front of so many employees. Half an hour later, Yi Fan drove the car and brought the woman to the shopping mall. Because Chu Yunyao hadn't eaten breakfast yet, the two of them first found a Western restaurant. This was the first time the two of them had asked each other out to eat alone. Yi Fan discovered that Chu Yunyao was very particular about the food. She didn't seem to care about the taste of the food and ate according to the nutritional content. It was clearly a steak house, but the woman didn't order steak. Instead, she ordered salmon, vegetable salad, and only drank lemonade. He didn't even eat the mashed potatoes that came with it, and he didn't even put any sauce on the vegetable salad. He basically eliminated all the high-calorie items. From this, it could be seen that Chu Yunyao was actually very strict with her management. Her success in business and scientific research was no fluke. Why are you looking at me? Chu Yunyao realized that Yi Fan had been staring at her the entire time. She couldn't help but raise her head and frown. Is it strange for me to eat? Yi Fan smiled, shook his head and said, no. Then why are you looking at me? Chu Yunyao was puzzled. Because you are very beautiful, Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao was stunned for a moment, but didn't react. She continued to eat, but after stabbing a few times, she finally managed to stab a piece of fish. Li Fan Xian ate very quickly. After he finished eating, he had nothing better to do, so he asked, is the research on the Earth axis going smoothly? I've always been curious, how did you decipher the contents? What exactly does that thing look like? Chu Yunyao didn't even raise her head and said, we don't talk about work in private, and I don't have the authority to answer all of the questions you asked me. Li Fan Xian curled his lips. It seemed that the woman's mouth was still very strict, but he didn't expect to ask all of them. After all, this matter was of great importance. If you really want to know, I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. Chu Yunyao suddenly said with a playful smile. Yi Fan blinked. What is it? Ugh. Chu Yunyao looked at the man in ridicule and said, for example, divorce Su Qingxue and then marry me. Li Fan Xian was stunned for a while, then sighed, shook his head and said, all right, you should continue eating. What, do you think it's a loss? Compared to Su Qingxue, I should be more feminine, right? Chu Yunyao smiled charmingly. Yi Fan waved his hand. Stop acting, you're just teasing me. Why would you care about the relationship between husband and wife? Chu Yunyao once again returned to her expressionless face. How do you know I don't care? Maybe I really do care. Even so, I can't get a divorce. Since I chose to get married, I didn't plan to leave. Yi Fan said. Could it be that I'm not as beautiful as Su Qingxue? Or was she actually very coquettish behind the scenes? In bed, it makes you very comfortable. Li Fan Xian was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? It has nothing to do with this. Not leaving, not leaving. Chapter 391. 0391. After the meal, the two of them began to stroll around the shopping mall. Logically speaking, with Chu Yunyao's wealth and background, she wouldn't even look at ordinary brands. If she wanted to buy something, she could definitely buy some luxury goods. However, Chu Yunyao didn't seem to mind the brand. As long as she saw a shop that was pleasing to the eye, she would go in and take a stroll. Every time she went to a clothing store, Chu Yunyao would take a few pieces, throw her bag and fur shawl to Yi Fan, and go in to try on her clothes. Only then did Yi Fan realize that he wasn't here to be a bodyguard. He was simply a lackey. However, since he had turned Chu Yunyao into his own woman, it was only natural for him to accompany her for a day at Christmas. After running to 4 or 5 shops, Yi Fan was a little impressed by the woman's fighting strength, and said, Little Yao Yao, can't we take a break? How about going for a drink and a strawberry cake? Chu Yunyao disdainfully said, do you still need to replenish your physical strength with this body of yours? Who are you lying to? I'm not interested in food and drink. That's just fuel to replenish the human body's energy. As long as there's enough, it's fine. Those who like to eat, their life realms are too low. Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, if these words were heard by the people in the food world, wouldn't they come and beat you up? Then what are you interested in? Chu Yunyao lifted her hair, and in that instant, her temperament was revealed, causing the men and women who passed by to frequently turn their heads to look at her. Did you see that? I was born so beautiful. If I don't dress up well, how can I face myself? After saying that, Chu Yunyao turned her head and walked towards the next branded clothing store. Li Fan Xian speechlessly wiped his face. Among the women he knew, in terms of shamelessness, Chu Yunyao was probably the only one ranked first. Of course, she did have the qualifications to say that. However, Yi Fan felt that continuing to stroll around like this wouldn't be a problem. As a man, it was naturally difficult for him to endure this kind of boring matter. When Chu Yunyao once again threw her bag and fur shawl to Yi Fan and walked towards a fitting room, Yi Fan looked at the woman's plump and swaying figure and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Seeing that there was no one around the fitting room, Yi Fan quickly walked forward and grabbed Chu Yunyao's waist. After bringing the woman into the fitting room, he quickly closed the fitting room door. You! What are you doing? Chu Yunyao was shocked. Just as she was about to cry out, she was passionately kissed by Yi Fan. Chu Yunyao opened her beautiful eyes wide. Her body was pressed against the wooden board, and she felt the man's hand begin to wreak havoc on her body. Little Yao Yao, it's so boring to keep walking around. You should at least let me have something to do, you. Are you crazy? This is the fitting room. If someone comes in later, As long as you don't shout too loudly, who knows what we're doing inside, pervert, don't. Although Chu Yunyao kept protesting, she didn't dare to shout out loud. Plus, she hadn't done it for a few days, so when she was suddenly teased by Yi Fan, her body was a little out of control. At this critical moment, the voices of several customers came from outside. Obviously, they wanted to enter the fitting room next door. Chu Yunyao became even more nervous, but at the same time, she felt very excited. When the wave of attacks came, Chu Yunyao almost shouted out loud. Fortunately, she covered her red lips in time, preventing the situation from becoming too awkward. After more than half an hour, 3 or 4 waves of customers came in and out of the fitting room. Only then did Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao quietly come out of the fitting room. Chu Yunyao's hair was a little messy and her face was still flushed. She felt as if she was floating as a feather when she walked. Looking at the woman's tender and alluring appearance, Yi Fan chuckled and said, "All right, now that you want to go shopping, I'll do as you please. This trip of mine has already been worth it." Chu Yunyao even had the heart to kill a man. She never thought that she would be in a place like the changing room of the shopping mall. Leave a puddle of water behind, hurry up and leave. Chu Yunyao left the clothing store in a panic, afraid that someone would discover the place they came out from and the smell that filled the air. Yi Fan carried his bags and leisurely followed them out. He also looked at the time on his phone. He planned to accompany Chu Yunyao until night time, then go to the Hua Hai Grand Theater, although he didn't know if Su Qingxue would go. At the headquarters of the embroidery group, in the lobby on the first floor, a group of special guests was welcomed. "This old lady, we really can't. Our director Su can't see her without an appointment." A female receptionist was trying her best to explain. "I know this is very abrupt, but look, these children are all very young. For the sake of the children coming over with great difficulty, let us meet Miss Su. Even if it's only 10 minutes. Or 5 minutes is fine," the old lady begged. The 2 female receptionists looked at each other and looked behind the old lady. There were 20 to 30 boys and girls between the ages of 5 and 12. Looking at their innocent eyes, it was hard for them to refuse. "What's going on? Where did these children come from?" A female voice was heard, and a beautiful woman dressed in professional female attire walked over. When the receptionist saw this woman, she hurriedly said respectfully, "Vice President Feng, this old lady said that she is the principal of Hua Hai's Ivy League orphanage. She brought these children here and wanted to see Director Su." Feng Yuing was slightly surprised. She thought of something and immediately smiled. "Are you President Li?" Li Shuhua was a little surprised. "Miss, do you know me?" "No, I heard Yi Fan mention you before. Yi Fan said that it was all thanks to you taking him in and taking care of him that he saw the hope of life. I've heard him mention it a few times, so I remember," Feng Yuing said. Li Shuhua was a little surprised. "Is that so? You know Yi Fan? What is your relationship with Yi Fan?" Feng Yuying's eyes flickered and she smiled faintly. "It's just a good friend." "Oh." Li Shuhua seemed to be deep in thought, but she didn't ask further. "Then, can you do us a favor and let us meet Director Su?" Feng Yuing hesitated for a moment and bit her lower lip. "How about this? I'm not sure if Director Su is in a meeting or something, but I'll help you make a call and ask." Li Shuhua nodded happily. Sigh, okay. "Sorry to trouble you." Feng Yuing took out her phone and called Su Qingxue. Not long after, Su Qingxue answered. "Senior. What's the matter? Is there a problem with the negotiations with TY Company?" "No, CEO Su, the negotiations have been successfully concluded. I just returned to the company, but I met an old lady in the hall. She wants to see you," Feng Yuing said. "Old lady? Who?" Su Qingxue was puzzled. Feng Yuing said, "It's the principal of the Ivy League orphanage." After a moment of silence, Su Qingxue asked, "Why is she looking for me?" "I don't know, she said she really wants to see you," Feng Yuing said with a complicated expression. Chapter 392. 0392. After Feng Yuing hung up the phone, she smiled and said to Li Shuhua, "Dean Li, Director Su said she's coming down now. Please wait a moment." Thank you so much." "Girl, what's your name?" My name is Feng Yuing." "This name is really nice to hear. Your position here is quite high, right?" Li Shuhua asked curiously. Feng Yuing smiled faintly. "Not bad, President Li. Are you thirsty? How about I get them to give you that cup of hot tea?" No need, I brought it myself." Li Shuhua took out a thermos cup from an old black bag that she was carrying and drank some water. Feng Yuing looked at the old man's attire, then looked at the group of children who were dressed rather happily. They all looked like they were wearing new clothes, and a trace of emotion appeared in her eyes. After about 3 minutes, Su Qingxue walked out of the elevator. The security guards and employees in the hall all respectfully greeted him. Su Qingxue was also a little surprised when she saw the group of children in the hall, but she quickly shifted her gaze to Li Shuhua. Li Shuhua looked at Su Qingxue with a trace of amazement in her eyes. A happy smile appeared on her face, and the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes deepened. "You must be Miss Su." "My name is Li Shuhua, the principal of the Ivy League Welfare Institute." Li Shuhua introduced herself. Su Qingxue walked in front of the old man, smiled faintly, and politely said, "Hello, is there something you need from me?" To a woman, such a greeting was already considered very respectful. Li Shuhua smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. For someone like you, it's just a small matter. I hope you don't mind my old woman being meddlesome." "Dean Li, there's no need to be so polite. If you have anything to say, just say it," Su Qingxue said. Li Shuhua nodded and waved towards the children, a little girl who looked to be 5 or 6 years old with a ponytail. "Come here and give it to this beautiful big sister." This little girl called Tuan Tuan had a round, white and tender face, just like a little bun. She had a pair of big, black eyes that seemed to be able to speak. She wore a red coat, looking like she was carved from jade, looking extremely cute. The few female employees at the front desk couldn't hide their fondness for him when they saw him. He didn't seem to know what he was going to do. He ran in front of Su Qingxue and handed her a rolled-up piece of paper. After all, it was rare to see such a child who looked like a little elf. She didn't know what kind of heartless parents would abandon such a child. Su Qingxue bent down and took the paper. She couldn't help but reach out her hand to touch Tuan Tuan's face. "Thank you." The smile on Su Qingxue's face deepened. Tuan Tuan said in a childish voice, "You're welcome." Then, he ran back. Qingxue opened the roll of paper and discovered that it was actually a painting drawn with a watercolor pen. In the middle of the painting, there was a bride and groom who were in the middle of a wedding ceremony. There was a heart wrapped around the couple, and in the sky, there were little angels flying, and there were all sorts of flowers blooming. At the bottom of the painting, there were dozens of densely packed names. Each name's handwriting was different, and most of them were very young. It was obvious that they were signed by a group of children. Dean Li. This is... Su Qingxue was a little confused, not knowing what it meant. Li Shuhua walked forward and said with a smile, "Miss Su, although you might think that I, an old woman, am meddling in other people's business, to me, although Yi Fan hasn't been with me for long, in my heart, he has always been a very special child. He's like a grandson of mine, very sensible. Of course, he is a very muddle-headed child sometimes, and I don't like some things about him. But I can guarantee that he is very kind in his heart and is definitely not that kind of unreliable man. I heard that your relationship with Yi Fan hasn't been very harmonious recently. I saw that Yi Fan looked very uncomfortable, and my heart also felt uncomfortable. As an elder, I just want to see all of you well. Hearing this, Shu Qingshue's face had already turned cold. At the same time, she gestured for the other unrelated employees to stay far away, so as to prevent others from hearing some things. Shu Qingxue asked, "Was he the one who called you over to tell me this?" No. Li Shuhua hurriedly shook her head. "Miss Su, don't misunderstand. Yi Fan doesn't know about this at all. I was the one who secretly brought the children here. I swear to the heavens, I only asked Yi Fan about marrying you yesterday. He really doesn't know." Hearing President Li's words, Shu Qingshue's expression softened a little. "Dean Li, this is a personal matter between me and him. I appreciate your good intentions, but things aren't that simple," Su Qingxue said. Li Shuhua faintly sighed, pointed at the children and said, "Miss Su, I also know that many things aren't that simple, but look at the new clothes, pants, and shoes these children are wearing. They were all bought by Yi Fan. After Yi Fan came back, for the past 2 years, he has been sending the money he earned to our orphanage to improve the lives of the children. He even came to help us with the work. He recently gave me more than 3 million to repair the entire orphanage. I really don't know how to repay this child's efforts." Even these children, when they heard that Big Brother Yi Fan had been unhappy recently and asked if they were willing to help Yi Fan, they all eagerly wanted to come. The children drew this picture and wrote their names. They just wanted to ask you to reconsider. Perhaps Yi Fan isn't as bad as you think. Shu Qingxue was stunned. Su Qingxue was stunned. Her watery eyes looked at the little faces and the children's clothes. She was stunned for a long time. She finally knew why Yi Fan was so greedy for money. However, this was too different from the image of the man in her heart, causing her to be unable to react in time. "Big sister, forgive Big Brother," an older child said. Soon, the other children followed suit and began to shout, "Forgive Big Brother." For a moment, everyone in the hall heard this and were puzzled. Who was this Big Brother? On the other hand, Feng Yuing roughly knew what was going on, and a trace of emotion flashed through her eyes. Shu Qingxue took a deep breath, and after quietly pondering for a while, she raised her head and said, "President Li, I know everything. Thank you for your paintings. I'll get the driver to drive a car and send you back. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." After saying that, Shu Qingxue ignored Li Shuhua's helpless face and coldly turned around, walking towards the elevator. Chapter 393. 0393 Feng Yuing didn't know how to reply. In fact, she didn't really understand Su Qingxue's thoughts either. The woman could only try her best to say gently, "President Li, you don't have to worry. I think Director Su will think about it carefully. No matter what, this won't be a hindrance. Otherwise, Director Su would have directly refused to talk to you, wouldn't he?" Li Shuhua thought for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. "I also don't know what I can do for that child, Yi Fan, that's why I came here. I'm a little regretful now. I really shouldn't have gotten involved in their private affairs." "President Li, don't say that. If Yi Fan knew that you and the children had come to plead for him, I think he would definitely be very touched." Feng Yuing supported the old man. "I'll send you out, the car should be ready." Li Shuhua smiled gratefully. "Miss Feng, you are such a good person. My body is still hard, I don't need to help." Feng Yuing smiled. "Then let's just pretend that I'm not supporting you, but that we're holding hands." Li Shuhua didn't decline and happily nodded her head. Then, she called for a group of children to follow her out. At around 6 p.m., Yi Fan accompanied Chu Yunyao to the shopping mall. Even when the sky was dark, the woman still didn't have any intention of stopping. Yi Fan was already carrying a dozen or so bags. Although they weren't heavy, it was still troublesome to carry them. "Little Yao Yao, let's go. It's about time, I'll send you back." Yi Fan said. Chu Yunya turned around. What, you want dinner? I won't be eating dinner with you. I still have to go to the opera later. I have an appointment with my wife. Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao frowned, thought for a moment, and said, why should I disrupt my own plans because of Su Qingxue? Yi Fan smiled and said, what, you want to spend Christmas with me? No, I want you to follow me, not me with you. Chu Yunyao said. Yi Fan shrugged, whatever you say, I accompanied you for the whole day, I really can't accompany you at night. After all, I already told my wife, what does it have to do with me? I won't allow you to go. Chu Yunyao snorted. Yi Fan was helpless, what kind of temper are you throwing? If you don't let me go, then I won't go. I don't care about you, I'm leaving. As Yi Fan spoke, he carried a pile of clothes and jewelry and walked towards the parking lot. Chu Yunyao gritted her teeth and followed him to the parking lot. After getting into the car, Yi Fan saw Chu Yunyao obediently sitting in. He couldn't help but smile proudly and start the car. Along the way, Chu Yunyao seemed to be in a fit of pique. She didn't say a single word to Yi Fan and kept playing with her phone. The traffic was at its peak, and it was almost 8:00 when he arrived at Cloud Hotel. Yi Fan quickly took everything out of the car, walked to the front passenger seat, and opened the car door. All right, little Yao Yao, get off the car. Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao didn't waste any time and arrogantly got off the car. She glanced at Yi Fan and said, I wish you a smooth date. Yi Fan was just about to say, thank you, when he heard two explosive sounds. Yi Fan turned around and saw that his tires had actually been blown up. F***CK. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head and immediately noticed that there were two people holding sniper rifles at a window of the hotel. How could Yi Fan not know who arranged it? It must have been arranged by Chu Yunyao on her way back. If these two fellows were aiming at Yi Fan would still be able to sense it. However, they were aiming at Yi Fan's car, and there was no killing intent at all. Yi Fan looked at the car that was no longer able to be driven, gloomily wiped his face, and said with a stiff smile, little Yao Yao, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't have time today, I would have properly treated your temper. Cure me. How? Chu Yunyao teasingly said, aren't you just thinking about that all day long? Don't you know that we women are born with an advantage in that area? There are only dead cows and no rotten land. Haven't you heard of it? Yi Fan was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, he realized that he didn't have enough time, so he could only endure it, turn around, and start running. He felt that it would be faster to run to the theater by himself than to take a taxi. Seeing Yi Fan run away just like that, Chu Yunyao's face turned cold. In the end, she snorted lightly and turned around to walk towards the hotel entrance. A hotel manager at the side respectfully asked, Chairman, shall we send those things to your room? Chu Yunyao waved her hand, you guys can split it all up. Just treat it as a Christmas present, I don't want it anymore. Ha! The hotel manager and his subordinates looked at each other in dismay. At around 8 o'clock, Yi Fan ran to the entrance of the Hua Hai Grand Theater. Looking at the neon lights flashing outside the theater, Yi Fan was also a little hungry. At the end of December in Hua Hai, the weather was extremely cold. Although it didn't snow, the bone-chilling temperature and the biting cold wind were enough to make one's blood go cold. Yi Fan wasn't that afraid of the cold. His physical fitness allowed him to endure at least a few more days in the snow and ice than an ordinary person. However, just because he wasn't afraid of the cold didn't mean that he wouldn't be affected by it. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt that it was better to eat something hot to warm his stomach first. He randomly found a nearby restaurant to cook, filled his stomach, and bought a pack of smoke. See, it was already 8:30 p.m., so Yi Fan stood guard on the steps outside the theater, smoking and waiting for the woman to come. The audience watching the opera had already started to enter the theater, but Su Qingshua's figure had yet to appear. After Yi Fan finished smoking 2 cigarettes, he realized that his phone was ringing. He took it out and saw that it was Su Qingxua calling. Just as he was about to pick it up, he realized that his phone was out of battery and turned off. Yi Fan's entire face stiffened. He had always been charging in his office. Today, he had accompanied Chu Yunyao for an entire day, but he hadn't even charged it. It would be strange if his phone didn't run out of battery. However, thinking about it, since the woman called, could it be that she had arrived? Yi Fan was not in a hurry, so he simply continued to sit at the door, lit a cigarette, and continued to wait. At the same time, at the headquarters of the embroidery group, in the chairman's office, Su Qingxue realized that she couldn't get through to her phone. She frowned and tried to call twice, but she still couldn't get through. She put down her phone and muttered to herself, "Forget it, he didn't answer anyway. I already planned to tell him that I wasn't going. If I can't get through, then it's none of my business." After saying that, Su Qingxue picked up the pen, intending to continue grading a document. However, just as she picked up the pen, Su Qingxue's mind was in a mess again. Her mind was filled with the true feelings of Li Shuhua during the day, and the innocent words of that group of children. "He must have purposely found a group of children to win my sympathy, Su Qingxue. You can't be fooled." Chapter 394. 0394. However, when Su Qingxue stared at the document, she realized that she couldn't look at it no matter how hard she tried. It was as if her mind had been blocked by a rock and she couldn't enter any work-related information. Time passed by minute. Unknowingly, an hour had already passed. At 9:30, Su Qingxue realized that she still hadn't done anything and was just sitting there in a daze. Su Qingxue thought for a moment and dialed her home number. The one who answered was Aunt Jiang. "Miss, what's wrong? Are you still not going home tonight?" Aunt Jiang asked with concern. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Is Yi Fan at home?" "Yi Fan? Not here. He didn't come back today," Aunt Jiang said. Su Qingxue replied with an "N, I understand, Aunt Jiang. I will go back tonight, a little later." "Hey, okay. Miss, I've made you some cordyceps chicken soup. Don't forget to drink it when you come back tonight. I'll heat it up for you." After Aunt Jiang finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Su Qingxue was a little confused. She couldn't help but look at the clock in the office and muttered to herself, "He didn't go back. Then where did he go?" After pondering for a while, Su Qingxue opened a drawer and took out the colorful painting inside. Looking at this painting that was filled with childishness and the unfamiliar and cute signatures on it, Su Qingxue smiled from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, the words that Yi Fan said yesterday appeared in the woman's mind, "Whether you come or not, I will wait for you." Could it be that he? Su Qingxue's eyes focused and she suddenly stood up. She hurriedly picked up her coat and bag and planned to run out. However, she suddenly thought of something and turned back. After pushing away a stack of documents, she pulled out the opera ticket that was pressed down. Su Qingxue took the ticket and quickly ran into the elevator. She went downstairs, entered the garage, and started the car. The Pagani sports car turned into a whirlwind as it rushed out of the underground garage and drove into the bright night. Around 10:30, Su Qingxue passed through the dense traffic of Christmas and finally arrived at the Hua Hai Grand Theater. When the woman arrived at the entrance of the Grand Theater, she found that it was completely empty. It was a cold day, and the wind was bone-chilling. Other than the security guards at the parking lot and a few street vendors selling roasted sweet potatoes with their hands tucked into their sleeves, almost no one was standing outside. Su Qingxue tightened the collar of her windbreaker. The wind blew on her face like a knife. Her hair was already messed up by the wind, but she didn't have the mood to care about it. Walking to the bottom of the steps of the theater, Su Qingxue looked around and suddenly saw a figure sitting in a corner. A cigarette but was lit up. Su Qingxue stood there in a daze, and time seemed to be frozen by this coldness. The person sitting on the steps was naturally Yi Fan, who had been waiting all this time. Actually, Fan Xian didn't know how long he had been sitting there, but the opera didn't end, so he held a trace of anticipation. After all, he had promised Su Qingxue that he would always wait for her. At this moment, Yi Fan also noticed that Su Qingxue had arrived. He stood up excitedly, spat out the half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, and patted the dust off his pants. "Wife, you're here." Yi Fan grinned, smiling very happily. Su Qingxue looked at the cigarette butts on the ground and the man's messy hair that had been blown by the wind. A certain string in her heart was tugged at. Seeing that the man was still smiling, Su Qingxue felt her eyes become a little hot and her nose a little sour. She didn't have the slightest hint of a smile. "Wife, the opera has already started. Let's go in." Yi Fan ran over, wanting to pull Su Qingxue's hand. However, Su Qingxue took a step back, took a deep breath, took out the ticket, and handed it to Yi Fan. "I didn't come here to watch the show with you. I came here to return the ticket to you and tell you, I don't want to watch it." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, and felt a wave of disappointment in his heart. But very quickly, Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. If this woman didn't forgive him, then why did she come over and tell him that she didn't want to watch it? Moreover, it was obvious that the opera had already begun, yet Su Qingxue still ran over. She clearly wanted to confirm that he hadn't waited here for nothing. Yi Fan's worry turned into joy. He didn't care what Su Qingxue said and went forward to hug the woman. "You! What are you doing?" Su Qingxue struggled as she was hugged by the man. Yi Fan said, "It's fine if you don't want to see it. Then I'll just hug you here. At most, I'll spend Christmas with you outside the theater." "Are you crazy? So cold. Are you an idiot? Can't you find a place to hide from the wind? Did he have to wait outside? Wouldn't he go inside? The convenience store next to it was fine. Sitting on the steps and smoking like an idiot, if I didn't come, would you have to blow the wind for another 2 hours? Ugh! Ugh!" Without waiting for Su Qingxue to finish speaking, Yi Fan had already heavily kissed the woman's red lips. Yi Fan's hands hugged the woman tightly, as if he wanted to directly rub her into his body and never separate again. After kissing for more than 10 minutes, Yi Fan finally let go of the woman and caressed her smooth face. "Let's go in. Although our opera has a bad beginning, I think we will at least see a happy ending. What do you think?" Yi Fan asked with a gentle smile. Su Qingxue was a little dazed from the kiss. When she came back to her senses, she realized the 2 layers of meaning in the man's words and her heart trembled again. Su Qingxue didn't say anything else and turned around to walk towards the door. Li Fan Xian went up and held the woman's hand. Su Qingxue didn't resist anymore. Although they were already 2 hours late, the 2 of them still went in to watch the rest of the performance. When the show ended, Yi Fan's face was brimming with a relieved smile. Just as he was about to ask Su Qingxue why she forgave him, he heard a gulp sound. "Wife, is your stomach growling?" Yi Fan turned around and looked at the woman beside him. Su Qingxue hurriedly shook her head and denied, "No." Gulp, the woman blushed. Yi Fan held back his laughter. "You didn't eat dinner, did you?" Su Qingxue wished that she could hit her head on the wall and faint. She nodded her head in surprise. "Let's go, I haven't eaten my fill for dinner. Let's go have a midnight snack." "I can't eat supper, I'll get fat if I eat it." "People can't eat after 9 p.m., it's already past 11 p.m., I should go back and rest. The human body needs to detoxify," Su Qingxue said with a frown. Yi Fan interrupted the woman's words and directly asked, "What do you want to eat?" Claypot. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Qingxue hurriedly covered her mouth and her face turned red. Yi Fan looked at her with an evil smile. When you don't stay up late to work, you can talk to me about these principles. Let's go to the Claypot. There was no need to drive a sports car worth tens of millions to a midnight snack shop. Chapter 395. 0395. It was late at night, and the cold wind was blowing. Yi Fan saw that the woman was shivering and remembered that Su Qingxue's cultivation hadn't entered the right track yet. She didn't even count as a post-celestial being, so she naturally felt especially cold. Yi Fan didn't hesitate and took off his jacket and draped it over the woman. I don't need it, I'm not cold. Su Qingxue wanted to refuse. Although she knew that Yi Fan was very strong, she also felt that a man wouldn't not know the warmth of the cold. Yi Fan smiled. You're not cold, I'm the one who thinks it's hot. I'll take it off and give it to you. It'll be more comfortable. When Su Qingxue heard this, she knew that the man was lying to her, but her heart still felt warm. Walking to a casserole shop, the two of them ordered a bone casserole and some other miscellaneous dishes before starting to eat. Su Qingxue was really hungry. In fact, she only ate some syrup and drinks for lunch, so when the food came up, she didn't even care about her manners. She put on her gloves and started to eat the pork bones. Is it delicious? Yi Fan saw that the woman was eating happily and asked with a smile. Su Qingxue nodded. Her cheeks were a little puffy, so it wasn't convenient for her to speak. Wife, since you're so rich, you can eat caviar, beef, and black truffles every day. Or you can just call a Michelin-starred chef to cook 3 meals a day for you. Why are you always hungry? Yi Fan said somewhat gloomily. Yi Fan was a little depressed. I don't like to eat those. Su Qingxue replied vaguely. Yi Fan smiled. You like to eat these tens of dollars, $100 a meal, from a small shop. Su Qingxue frowned. What? My taste is so cheap, can't I? Yi Fan hurriedly chuckled and shook his head. No, I'm just afraid that you'll be hungry for a long time. What if something happens to your stomach? How could it be so easy for something to happen? Aunt Jiang has always been making things for me to nourish my body. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan asked, then Aunt Jiang is old, will she always let her do it? Then you do it. Su Qingxue thought for a moment and said. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could it be that I have to become a cook in the future? Don't you know how to cook? Why waste this skill? Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan nodded. That's true. Let's not talk about anything else. If I were to make it, this clay pot would be twice as delicious. When Su Qingxue heard this, she asked curiously, do you think this clay pot can be much more delicious? I think it's already very delicious. That's because you don't know how to cook, so of course you think this is perfect. Yi Fan said. When Qingxue heard this, she lowered her head in disappointment. That's true. Other than doing business, I actually don't know much about anything else. As a woman, am I really useless? When Fan Xian heard this, he felt a little conflicted. Why did the woman start to feel sorry for herself as they chatted? How could that be? How could someone else's wife earn so much money? Don't you know how to cook? What's the big deal? Yi Fan laughed and said. But I can't even make a sandwich. It's not like I don't know how to cook, I'm just an idiot at cooking. Su Qingxue frowned and said, no, I need to go back and practice. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's there to practice? Even if I don't know how to cook, I wouldn't think much of it. Who would despise the chairman of the embroidery group for not knowing how to cook? However, Qingxue was very stubborn. No, I must train a few dishes. All right. Yi Fan was too lazy to argue with a woman, so let her be. Halfway through eating, Yifan remembered what he wanted to ask before and carefully said, "Wife, are you touched by my sincerity? So you've forgiven me today?" Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. "Save it, go and thank President Li. If it wasn't for her bringing a group of children to the company to ask me to forgive you, I wouldn't even bother with you." Yifan was startled. "President Li? She went to the company." Su Qingxue looked at the man's expression and confirmed that Yifan really didn't know anything, so she simply explained the situation. After Yifan heard this, his eyes were a little hot. Although he had been drifting overseas for more than 10 years, experienced countless battles of all sizes, experienced countless times of life and death, and had a narrow escape from death, however, this small orphanage in Huahai, this increasingly aging principal, had always been a pure land in his heart, a spiritual support. Perhaps it was because he had encountered too much darkness and blood that he especially cherished those pure days. "Wife, I really didn't know they would do this. There's no need to explain. I believe that President Li won't lie to me. You really shouldn't know," Su Qingxue said. Yifan sighed. "Actually, I am also very hesitant. I can definitely take out a lot of money in one go and let President Li and the children of the orphanage live a rich life. However, I also feel that it's not appropriate to take some dirty money and spend it on the orphanage. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing or not." Su Qingxue curiously asked, "Why is your money not clean?" Yifan paused for a moment, hesitated for a long time, and said, "Because my money. It's all stained with blood." Although this answer was very vague, Su Qingxue could roughly understand the meaning behind it. The woman was silent for a while and did not say anything. She said, "Let's eat. We'll go back after we finish eating. I'm sleepy." Yifan nodded and changed the topic. "Wife, have you been training recently? You still haven't found the sense of qi?" "No." Su Qingxue shook her head. "I don't have the time to practice. There are too many things to do at the end of the year. You still have to train your body. Training is not for anything else, but at least it can strengthen your body and prevent you from getting sick." Yifan said. "Don't tell me that people who practice ancient martial arts don't get sick. Live to 100 years old. That's not it either." Of course, Yifan didn't dare to say that. "Don't talk nonsense if you're not. Why are you so annoying? Aren't you going to let me eat? Other than doing business, I don't know anything else. I don't even know how to cook. Do you expect me to become a martial arts master?" Su Qingxue was a little annoyed. She was already annoyed because she couldn't find any qi, but after hearing Yifan's words, she became even more depressed. Fan Xian was afraid that he would anger the woman again, so he quickly said, all right. If we don't practice, then we won't practice. My wife, I won't say any more." Humph. Su Qingxue wasn't really angry, but she suddenly felt that if she were to be this angry occasionally, perhaps the man wouldn't dare to act too recklessly, so she purposely glared at the man. "I was originally in a good mood, but after hearing what you said, I became unhappy again. Furthermore, today is Christmas, and you didn't even say Merry Christmas to me." Yifan slapped his forehead and quickly said with a smile, "Merry Christmas, wife. That's more like it." Su Qingxue continued to eat her vegetables. Yifan's face was sullen. He thought to himself, if you want me to say it, why don't you shout at me? After eating, the two of them went back in a sports car. Su Qingxue asked Yifan what was going on with his car, but Yifan didn't dare to tell the truth. He only said that there was a problem and that it was being repaired. When she returned home, Su Qingxue remembered that she still had chicken soup to drink, but she couldn't drink anymore, so she gave the chicken soup to Yifan, telling the man to finish it and not waste Aunt Zhang's good intentions. Yifan smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he had coaxed his wife back, it seemed like Su Qingxue had become even more willful in front of him. Once this young lady's temper flared up, she really couldn't handle it. Chapter 396 0396. The next morning, when Yifan went downstairs, he saw Su Qingxue in the kitchen, cooking with Aunt Jiang. "Wife, what are you doing?" Yifan walked over and asked curiously. Su Qingxue glanced at him. "Don't disturb me, I'm learning how to cook." Yifan glanced at Su Qingxue, who was cutting ham sausages with a few eggs. "You want to make ham sausage scrambled eggs?" Yifan couldn't help but want to laugh. This dish was really a bit silly. "So what if I am?" Su Qingxue said, unconvinced, starting from the simplest. "Is that shameful?" Yifan hurriedly shook his head. "How could that be? I think my wife's cooking will definitely be very delicious. I can't wait to try it." "Glib tongue, I cooked it for myself, what does it have to do with you?" Su Qingxue snorted. Fan Xian giggled, but it didn't matter. He enjoyed watching the woman cut the vegetables. Su Qingxue saw that Yifan had been standing at the door the whole time, and for some reason, she felt a little nervous. "What are you looking at? Get out." Yifan's face was gloomy. "Can't I even take a look?" "No way." Yifan was helpless. He could only silently walk back to the dining table and wait for the meal to start. Aunt Jiang walked out happily and said in a low voice, "Yifan, have you reconciled with the young miss? Miss is actually willing to learn how to cook, this is too rare." Yifan smiled proudly. "Aunt Jiang, I told you not to worry, how can you see a rainbow without wind and rain, right?" Aunt Jiang nodded. "That's right, seeing that you guys are fine, I feel at ease. When the young miss is done, even if it's not delicious, you must not say anything. A ham sausage scrambled eggs, how could it change into a flower? No matter what, it's just that taste." Yifan waved his hand and said. Such a basic dish, eggs were eggs, and ham sausages were ham sausages. No matter how they were fried, they would always taste the same. Yifan felt that no matter how delicious it was, it would only taste that way. No matter how unpalatable it was, it wouldn't taste that bad. After a few minutes, Su Qingxue walked out with a plate of fried ham sausages and eggs. When Yifan saw the dishes on the table, he suddenly realized that he was too naive. "Wife, why is this ham sausage black?" Yifan couldn't help but swallow his saliva and ask. Qingxue's expression was ice-cold, and she seemed to be very calm as she said, "That pot was too hot, and burned the ham sausage." It was its own disappointment, and it immediately turned black. "What does it have to do with me? Then why is there an eggshell in the egg?" Yifan forcefully blinked his eyes to confirm that he was not mistaken. Su Qingxue's face slightly blushed. "Egg. Of course an egg has a shell. Don't tell me eggs don't have shells." Yifan's face turned green. Was this even a question? However, he didn't dare to refute. He carefully picked up the chopsticks and said, "Honey, did you add salt?" "Of course. How could one not add salt when cooking? Are you stupid? Why are you asking so many questions? If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. It's not for you to eat." As Su Qingxue spoke, she was about to take the plate away in a huff. Fan Xian hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "I'll eat. I'll eat. I really want to try it. I love to eat scrambled eggs with ham sausage." Yifan hurriedly used his chopsticks to pick up some eggs and a few pieces of ham sausage and stuffed them into his mouth. As soon as the food entered his mouth, Yifan felt as if his mouth had been struck by an electric current. Then, Yifan became silent. Su Qingxue quietly paid attention to the man's expression. Seeing that the man was silent, she couldn't help but say, "If it tastes bad, then say it. It's my first time making it anyway, so it's not embarrassing." Yifan still didn't dare to make a sound. He forcefully swallowed and ate the food. Then, he grinned and said, "Of course it's not embarrassing, it's quite delicious." Su Qingshue's eyes lit up. "Really?" Yi Fan solemnly said, "Of course, only you, my wife, can make this taste. I feel that it's too unique. I never thought that scrambled eggs and sausages could have such a layered feeling. Actually, it's nothing much. I just thought of how to cook it myself according to the recipes on the internet." Su Qingshue's confidence came. She picked up her chopsticks and planned to try it herself. However, Yi Fan hurriedly snatched the plate away and said, "You can't eat it." "Why?" Su Qingxue said unhappily, "Why can't I eat it? Are you lying to me? It doesn't taste good, does it?" Fan Xian said in all seriousness, "I want to finish eating it alone. I'll enjoy such a delicious thing by myself." Leave with that, Yi Fan turned his head, with an expression of facing death with equanimity. He opened his mouth and wolfed down the entire dish with a woo-woo sound. Su Qingxue was stunned, while Aunt Jiang, who was at the side, had an expression of pity. After Yi Fan finished eating, he took a deep breath, clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, squeezing out some tears from the corner of his eyes. He turned around, put down the plate, and with a look of relief, he said, "It's so delicious, thank you, wife." "Is it really that delicious? Are you the reincarnation of a hungry ghost?" Su Qingxue looked at the man's face, which looked as if he was about to become an immortal, and asked in a good mood. "It's really delicious," Yi Fan said. "Then tell me, what kind of taste is it? I haven't even tasted it yet." Su Qingxue was very interested in her first show of culinary skills. Yi Fan pondered for a while, deliberated over his words, and concluded, "It feels very dreamy, the taste is indescribable." Su Qingxue blinked and pouted, "It's useless to say it, it's hard to express it with words. Isn't it just that I can't say what taste it has? Wife, because this taste is no longer the delicious food I've eaten before, I don't know how to describe it." Yi Fan added. She was very happy in her heart, but didn't show it on her face. She only pretended to casually ask, "Are you full? How about I go cook another plate?" Yi Fan felt his soul tremble, and hurriedly refused, "No need." "Why? Didn't you say it was delicious?" Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan earnestly said, "Wife, if you eat too much delicious food, you won't care about it anymore. I feel that you should occasionally display your culinary skills. Only then will you have enough status and grade. What do you think? It's not like you're selling box lunches on the side of the road. Why do you want to win with quantity and quality?" When Su Qingxue heard this, she felt that it made sense, so she nodded and said, That's true. Maybe I suddenly became enlightened. In the past, I didn't even think that I knew how to cook. How about this, I'll do it once a week and slowly accumulate some dishes. By next year's New Year, I think I'll be able to cook a large table of dishes." Yi Fan's legs went soft, and he said with a stiff smile, A table. That's right. A table. It's all your cooking, my wife." "Yes." Chapter 397. 0397-inch wife, I'm looking forward to it. Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, "You're not allowed to finish eating next time, I haven't even tasted it yet." Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said that he didn't dare. Su Qingxue excitedly picked up the plate and went back to the kitchen. She seemed to be planning to wash the plate as well. When Yi Fan saw that the woman had gone in, he hurriedly gave Aunt Jiang a look and ran out. After running to a small forest far away from the house, Yi Fan pressed his finger on his tongue and spat out a pile of vomit. Then, he ran home to rinse his mouth. When Yi Fan returned to the dining table, Aunt Jiang looked at him with some pity. She brought out some porridge and side dishes and said, "Drink some porridge to nourish your stomach." Yi Fan was almost moved to tears. Aunt Jiang knew how to love people. After Su Qingxue finished her work, she also returned to the dining table to eat breakfast. As she ate, the woman said, "Today, take me to that Ivy League orphanage." Hearing that, Yi Fan was stunned. "Wife, what are you going there for?" "I think those children are quite cute, and they even gave me a gift. Then I have to repay them. I'll buy some new clothes and toys later," Su Qingxue said. After Yi Fan heard this, he was happy in his heart. "Wife, there's no need for that. I brought a lot of clothes and toys with Yuner before. Then should I give them money? That's not too good, right?" Su Qingxue frowned. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "Then let's buy some snacks. Children are all gluttonous and love to eat all kinds of snacks." Su Qingxue thought for a moment and felt that this idea was not bad, so she nodded in agreement. After breakfast, they changed into an SUV and drove to the supermarket to buy a lot of snacks. When she came out, Su Qingxue saw that there was a dessert shop nearby. She couldn't help but run over and buy herself a box of strawberry-flavored donuts. When Yi Fan saw this scene, he couldn't help but think of the day he bought it for the woman. He didn't know if the woman had eaten it, but he didn't dare to ask. When they arrived at the orphanage, Dreamy just happened to be giving a group of children a morning lesson. Seeing Yi Fan and Su Qingxue coming over together, Dreamy was incomparably surprised. "Yi Fan, Miss Su, this is." President Li had a kind smile on his face, the meaning self-evident. "Dean, thank you so much for yesterday. I didn't expect that at my age, you would have to worry about the relationship between husband and wife for me," Yi Fan said embarrassedly. President Li waved his hand. "It's all in the past. I'm relieved to see you two reconcile." Su Qingxue saw that Yi Fan was chatting with Principal Li, but she didn't get involved. She looked at the orphanage and the children who were looking at her with a trace of emotion in her eyes. When Yi Fan said that he brought a lot of snacks over, the children immediately cheered. Principal Li let the group of children line up, and then Yi Fan and Su Qingxue distributed all kinds of snacks. For a moment, they were extremely busy. "Next time, don't bring so much." This group of little mischievous brats ate too many snacks and refused to eat properly. Dreamy smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just as Yi Fan was about to say that Su Qingxue wanted to thank the child, he realized that Su Qingxue had disappeared. When he turned around, the woman was standing next to the car, staring at a little girl with wide eyes. The chubby little girl with a round face was hugging the box of donuts. Su Qingxue reached out her hand and asked the little girl for it back. "This is Big Sister's, return it to Big Sister." The little girl looked at the donut inside and shook her head. "Aya, how can you take Big Sister's things?" Principal Li hurriedly walked over and said, "This is Big Sister's, not for you. Quickly return it to Big Sister." However, he looked at the donut inside with great desire and refused to let go. Yi Fan walked over and looked at the little girl who was carved from jade. He said happily, "Isn't this a group of people? You've grown up quite a bit. You like to eat so much, don't turn into a fat girl in the future." He puffed his mouth and his face turned into a meaty bun. Then, he actually planned to open the box. "Bound. Be obedient. Return it to Big Sister," President Li hurriedly lectured. Su Qingxue frowned and said, "Forget it, Principal. The child likes to eat, so I'll give one to her." He thought that the woman was planning to give all of the boxes to the little girl, but in the end, she was only willing to give one. He didn't even feel a heartache when he gave away such a cart of snacks, but he was only willing to give away one donut. Su Qingxue had already squatted down and forcefully took the box. She opened it and took out a donut, bringing it in front of him. He took the donut with both hands, licked his little tongue, and took a bite with a satisfied look on his face. Su Qingxue couldn't hold it in anymore. She wanted to eat it along the way, so she took one out and took a bite as well. As a result, just as Shu Qingshu bit down, she heard a wah cry. He cried out sadly, "It's a group of people. They're all in a group." Shu Qingshu was stunned, and then said with some dissatisfaction, "Why is it all yours? I bought it. I ate it myself." Wah. Wah. How could he understand this? He kept on crying. Why did Shu Qingshu's IQ plummet when she touched the donut? Why was she fighting with a little girl around 5 years old? "Wife, just let her go. At worst, we'll go buy it again," Yi Fan said gloomily. Shu Qingshu's face was filled with unwillingness, "But this is mine. I'm going to eat it for lunch." President Li, on the other hand, was teaching the group, "How can you be so disobedient? This is Big Sister's, you can't snatch it, do you understand?" His eyes were filled with tears of grievance, and his tears fell onto the donut. Yi Fan couldn't stand it anymore and sighed, "Wife, give her a few more. We can buy them at any time." Shu Qingshu also seemed to feel wronged. She snorted and stuffed the entire box of donuts into the girl's hand. "Here you go. I'm not eating anymore." After saying that, Shu Qingshu bit the donut in her hand and sat back in the car, as if she didn't want to come down. When Tuan Tuan received the box again, he beamed with joy and ran into the house happily. Yi Fan touched his forehead and embarrassedly said to President Li, "I've made you laugh." President Li also seemed to be a little surprised. He smiled and said, "I always thought that Miss Su was a very serious businessman and didn't seem to be very compatible with you. Now, I understand why your child married her." Li Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't marry Shu Qingshu because of her infatuation with donuts, nor was it because she was fighting over food with a little girl. However, Yi Fan was too lazy to explain. After bidding farewell to President Li, he drove away. Chapter 398. 0398 I'm not going. Su Qingshu said angrily. "Why?" "I'm not in the mood." Su Qingshu answered straightforwardly. Fan Xian curled his lips, "Is there a need for that? Isn't it just giving a box of donuts to a child? Why did you help her just now and not me?" Su Qingshu turned around and asked the man seriously. Fan Xian was on the verge of collapse. "Wife, don't tell me you're even jealous of her. How old is she? How could I be jealous? What does this have to do with how old she is?" Su Qingshu said with discontent. Li Fan Xian didn't know how to reply, then. "What does that mean? Are you really angry because of the group?" "Humph. I'm not happy. Yesterday, I thought this little girl was pretty cute, but she turned out to be so annoying. I won't come again." Su Qingshu muttered as she looked out of the window. Her face was filled with unwillingness, as if she was still brooding over that box of donuts. Fan Xian was a little suspicious. Was the person sitting beside him the Su Qingshu from before, or was the real Su Qingshu like this? Right at this moment, a call came to Su Qingshu's phone. "What is it?" Su Qingshu answered snappily. The person who called was the female assistant, Chinya. "Director Su. Something big has happened." Chinya's voice was rather flustered. Just as she was about to say something, another terrified scream came from the other side. Only then did Su Qingshu's spirit turn cold. What exactly happened? Chinya hurriedly said, "There's a group of people causing trouble in our company. They even messed up your office. Their martial arts are strong, and Minister Hongyu and the others can't stop them." Hearing that, Su Qingshu's expression changed greatly. "Who are they?" "I don't know. They didn't say anything else at all. They just said they were looking for you," Chinya said. After Su Qingshu hung up the phone, she said to Yi Fan, "Hurry up. Something has happened to the company." Yi Fan naturally heard it clearly, and couldn't help but be puzzled. Who would go to the embroidery group in broad daylight to cause trouble? They sped all the way, not caring if they would get a ticket or not. The two of them rushed to the brocade building. As soon as he arrived at the bottom of the building, Yifan frowned and looked up at the top of the building. Su Qingxue also realized something. She raised her head and her pretty face suddenly turned cold. Two men in gray clothes and trousers were leaping up and down dozens of floors above the building using qinggong. They were still holding long swords in their hands. Every time they swung their swords, the sword qi would destroy the golden characters of the splendid building. Many of the windows and walls outside were also destroyed by their sword qi, turning into a mess. A good high-rise building had been destroyed beyond recognition. Su Qingxue's eyes were about to burst into flames. Who are you? Stop! However, no matter how Su Qingxue shouted, those few ancient warriors didn't care at all. In fact, even though they were so far away, they couldn't hear Su Qingxue's shouts from below. A group of people ran out of the building. They were the members of the security department led by Hongyu, Qinya, and the other upper echelons. When a group of ordinary people saw such a group of ancient martial arts practitioners, they naturally turned pale with fright. Many of the employees had already fled in all directions. Director Su. I'm sorry, we can't stop that group of people. That group of people are all in the Xiantian realm, and their martial arts are profound. Hongyu said, blaming herself. There was still blood at the corner of her mouth. It was obvious that she was injured. Director Su, what should we do now? The employees are all in a panic. Who are these people? They are too powerful. Qinya asked nervously. Su Qingxue's face was filled with helplessness. How could she understand the ancient martial artists? She couldn't help but look at Yifan. Yifan's expression was also unsightly. He took a deep breath and sneered, Tai Chi Sec's two right sword technique. It seems that it was your good senior, Ting Ziqiao, who found a fellow disciple. What? Su Qingxue frowned. Are you sure? Li Fanxian blamed himself. This matter was directly caused by me. I will solve it. You solve it? How? Su Qingxue was a little angry. I told you not to be so violent. You severely injured him. How could his master let us off so easily? Yifan said, the only thing I regret is that I didn't kill Ting Ziqiao. As for crippling him, I don't regret it at all. Finished speaking, Yifan's face darkened as he quickly ran into the building. Hongyu listened from the side and roughly knew what was going on. She asked in a low voice, Director Su, are you really going to let Yifan go alone? Su Qingxue's eyes flickered for a moment, then she said, he's the one who caused this, he's going to settle it. Su Qingxue was also really angry. Her base camp had been destroyed by someone, and she didn't even greet her beforehand. Without saying a word, she used force. She really wanted to use a knife to stab that damn Ting Ziqiao. However, she also felt that Yifan's actions that day were too extreme. Since the man insisted on crippling Ting Ziqiao, then he should end this matter. Su Qingxue didn't know how capable Yifan was, but she knew that Yifan usually wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. Therefore, since Yifan said that he could solve it, she chose to believe in his strength. After saying that, Su Qingxue turned her head and said to Qinya, immediately contact the people from the engineering department and repair the destroyed area as soon as possible. Yes. Director Su. On the other side, Yifan had already taken the elevator to the top floor. Walking into Su Qingxue's office, it was a mess. There were fragments everywhere, and even the mahogany furniture was destroyed. A rough calculation showed that the loss was at least several million. A man in a dark gray jacket and dark blue jeans, who looked to be in his 40s, was sitting on a sofa. Behind him stood two young disciples of the Taiji sect in gray robes. Obviously, this man in the jacket was the commander of this operation. The man held a steel sword in his hand and was gently wiping it with a piece of silk. He was leisurely waiting for something. Seeing Yi Fan enter the office, the man raised his eyes and revealed a playful smile. The main character is finally here. I thought that even if I tear down this building, you wouldn't dare to come see me, the man said contemptuously. Yi Fan looked at him expressionlessly, just the few of you. The man stood up and whistled. Immediately, the two disciples who were destroying outside returned to the office. All of a sudden, Yi Fan faced the five of them. Aren't you going to ask who we are? The man said coldly. Yi Fan shook his head. I'm not interested in knowing who you are, I just want to confirm one thing. Who in the Taiji sect sent you here? Oh, it seems like you have some eyesight. You know that we are from the Taiji sect. The man said with a proud expression, I am the disciple of the Taiji sect leader, Zhang Qin, and also the senior brother of Ting Ziqiao, who was killed by you. Chapter 399 0399 No wonder the rumors say that Ting Ziqiao is the illegitimate son of Daoist Guyu. It seems like it's true. To think that for the sake of a disciple, he would make such a big fuss about it, regardless of the impact. Since his son's lifeblood has been crippled, as a father, he would naturally jump over the wall in desperation. Zhang Chen's face turned solemn. Yi Fan, who do you think you are? My master is a highly respected figure in the ancient martial world, how can you slander him? Using public office for private gain, what kind of virtue and prestige is this? Grand Master. Humph. Your Taiji sect, most of the experts are dead, how can there be any grandmasters in this generation? Yi Fan disdainfully sneered. Zhang Chen's face flushed red as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. 5-element sword formation, serve me. With a single order, the 4 Xiantian realm disciples of the Taiji sect instantly spread out their formation and surrounded Yi Fan together with Zhang Qin. This 5-element sword formation paid attention to the principle of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. It incorporated the Taiji sect's yin and yang sword technique into it, borrowing the changes of the 2 extremes of yin and yang and the 5 elements, making the path of the sword exceptionally strange and difficult to distinguish. Junior brothers, let this arrogant fellow experience the sword formation of the Taiji sect. Kill. Zhang Qin gave the order, and the 5 swords pierced towards Yi Fan like a soul-snatching cold light. Yi Fan didn't even look at it as he roared angrily. The muscles on his body were as firm as a rock. He opened his arms and directly hugged all the swords that were stabbing at him from the side. Ah! Yi Fan roared, and forcefully used his arm to control the sword. Then, he bent his arm. Clang 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 clang. For sounds of metal breaking rang out, and all of the swords were broken by Yi Fan's arm strength. At the same time, Zhang Chen's sword was coincidentally dodged by Yi Fan's sideways movement. The 4 disciples were all stunned. Their innate jinqi actually had no lethality towards Yi Fan. How was this possible? Yi Fan coldly snorted and let go of his hand. With this bit of strength, let alone setting up the 5-element sword formation, even if it's the Grand Master of Heaven's immortal slaying sword formation, you guys can forget about touching a single hair on my head. When Zhang Qin and the others heard this, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. A terrifying pressure that caused them to tremble in fear was spreading out from Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan's body, in their eyes, seemed to be constantly expanding. It clearly didn't change much, but it suddenly became like a giant, requiring them to look up at it. Fan Xian stretched his neck and was too lazy to care about the 4 Xiantian martial artists beside him who were already scared out of their wits. He walked towards Zhang Qin. Among these people, Zhang Qin had already reached the body refinement realm. It was probably because of this that Daoist Guyu sent this proud disciple to bring 4 Xiantian realm disciples to deal with him. After all, Zhang Qin was 2 levels stronger than Ting Ziqiao, who was at the peak of the innate realm. He also had the support of the sword formation. Thinking about it, he should be strong enough. Unexpectedly, when Yi Fan was dealing with Ting Ziqiao, he didn't even use his true abilities. Damn it. You. Just what kind of monster are you? Seeing Yi Fan approaching, Zhang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat, and he didn't dare to go forward. Seeing the 4 disciples standing there in a daze, Zhang Chen was even more annoyed. What are you waiting for? Keep going. Senior brother Zhang. We're not his match. A gray-clothed disciple was scared to tears. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to say anything, the 4 gray-clothed disciples threw away their broken swords, turned around, and ran. They could no longer withstand the pressure that Yi Fan had brought to their hearts. They just wanted to leave this hellish office as soon as possible. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's face darkened. Damn it. Don't even think about returning to your sect. You traitors. Yi Fan. You'd better think it through. Do you want to become enemies with our entire Taiji sect? Do you still want to stay in China? Idiot. If I were afraid of the Taiji sect, why would I cripple Ting Ziqiao in public? Yi Fan snorted lightly. He was too lazy to say anything. With a swift and violent movement, he whipped his leg towards Zhang Chen's waist. Zhang Chen thought that he saw an opportunity, so he raised his sword and slashed, wanting to use the edge of his sword to cut off Yi Fan's leg. However, before Zhang Chen could even slash down, Yi Fan's leg was like lightning, striking his waist. Bam! Zhang Chen's entire body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the French window. Clang! With a shattering sound, the tempered glass was forcefully shattered. The moment Zhang Chen was about to fall, he grabbed onto the edge of the window, preventing himself from falling from the building that was dozens of stories high. He felt incomparable pain, because Yi Fan's kick had already caused him to suffer internal injuries. His internal organs were in turmoil, and he vomited blood. Don't kill me. Spare me. Zhang Chen begged pitifully. He finally realized that Daoist Gu had made a serious mistake in her judgment. This Yi Fan's strength far exceeded their imagination. However, Yi Fan had already walked over, and without hesitation, he stomped on Zhang Chen's hand. Ah! Zhang Chen let out a blood-curdling scream. He could no longer hold on and fell down. The people outside the building only saw a person fall from the sky. Then, with a pa-ji sound, the ground was drenched in blood. Su Qingxue and the others, who were standing outside the building, saw this scene and many of them vomited. Su Qingxue's face was also pale, but she tried her best to calm down. She said to Hongyu, "Clean up." Hongyu, on the other hand, was used to seeing life and death scenes, so she silently nodded. Director Su, I'm afraid we need to contact Director Yao of the Defense Bureau. It would be better to have the media and the Defense Bureau help us with today's matter and explain it to the public. Hongyu suggested. Su Qingxue nodded. I'll contact Yao Xingong later. At this time, Yi Fan had already taken the elevator out of the building. He wasn't interested in killing the 4 Taiji sect disciples who were already scared out of their wits. They were only following orders, and once they escaped, they probably wouldn't have the guts to return to the Taiji sect. Walking in front of the woman, Yi Fan said seriously, I'm going on a long trip, so I'll be leaving first. Su Qingxue frowned. What are you going to do? Yi Fan's footsteps paused, and said, completely solve the problem. After saying that, Yi Fan didn't explain any further. He quickly ran back to the car and drove away. Su Qingxue's eyes revealed a trace of worry, but she didn't stop him. After organizing her thoughts, she continued to arrange for the various departments to resume their work. Beijing, Dragon Soul Command. This Gu Yu. He's already so old, yet he's still so impatient. He actually dares to bypass us and directly send his disciples to Hua Hai for revenge. After hanging up the phone, the Dragon King, who was sitting behind his desk, let out a heavy snort in annoyance. He had just received news that the disciples of the Taiji sect had caused a disturbance in Huahai and needed the dragon's soul to send people to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. Chapter 400 0400 Inch How can Yifan's true background be revealed to these people in the ancient martial world? Wouldn't this cause panic in the ancient martial arts world? This Gu can be considered to be in big trouble. Xiao Linfuan, quickly contact Yifan and tell him not to be too impulsive. We will try our best to mediate. The Dragon King said. They even went to my sister-in-law's company. How can my boss tolerate this? We still have to mediate. Taiji sect was one of the 4 major sections. If something were to happen to Taiji sect, what would Shaolin, Kunlun, and Shushan think? Everyone in the ancient martial arts world was in danger. Moreover, these 4 large sects, in the world, are existences comparable to S-class organizations. They are the representative flags of our country's ancient martial arts. If Yifan were to kill them all by himself, where would we put our face? The Dragon King shouted. Xiao Linfuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Be reasonable. If I were to reveal my boss's identity, then it wouldn't be strange for my boss to kill me. After all, it's not a true S-rank organization. Even if it was a true S-rank organization, my boss might still be able to kill it. When the Dragon King heard this, he realized that he was speechless. Back then, wasn't Yifan the man who fought against an S-rank organization by himself? Dragon King, don't worry. I will still go and persuade my boss, but the safest way is for Xiao Axaner to stop playing and get down to business. Xiao Linfuan suggested. The Dragon King took a deep breath and nodded. Go ahead. I'll contact the Phoenix Girl, Huahai High School, teacher's office building, in an office of the Chinese language group. Because it was lunchtime, most of the teachers had left, leaving Du Yuner alone in the office to grade the papers. She rubbed her hungry stomach and got up, planning to go to the cafeteria to eat. But just as she turned around, Du Yuner was shocked. Ah! The girl cried out in alarm. That was because, at some point, a red-clothed woman had appeared behind her. This beauty in a red coat and black tights looked fashionable and youthful, but her appearance was classical, very eye-catching. A pair of big black eyes looked at Du Yuner seriously, as if he had been looking at her for a long time. Miss, are you looking for me? Du Yuner asked hesitantly. She was a little timid, because the beauty in front of her did not look ordinary. The red-clothed beauty blinked. Yes. What's the matter? Du Yuner asked. The woman in red thought for a moment and said, I just want to see you. She felt strange in her heart. Why did this answer sound like there was something wrong with her head? But such a beautiful girl didn't seem to be sick. Look at me. Why are you looking at me? Have we met before? Du Yuner asked again. No, said the woman in red. What's the matter? I'm fine. What was going on? The key point was that this red-clothed beauty was looking at her as if she was studying some strange species, causing her heart to go numb. If there's nothing important, I'm going to eat first. Du Yuner smiled apologetically and walked out. But not long after, Du Yuner became even more uncomfortable because she discovered that the red-clothed girl was actually following her towards the cafeteria. The red-clothed girl was indeed beautiful. Although Du Yuner was a beauty, she was not as well-dressed as the red-clothed girl. Moreover, there was a certain gap in her temperament. One was just the daughter of a small family, while the other was a noble family. Naturally, it was more eye-catching. As a result, the two of them walked towards the cafeteria one after the other. Whether it was the teachers, staff, or students, they were all looking at them curiously. Miss, I'm going to eat. What do you mean by following me? Du Yuner was a little anxious as she turned around and asked. The red-clothed woman said, I'll watch you eat. I. Du Yuner gloomily pouted. She was born with a good temper. Although she was a little angry in her heart, she still endured it. The two of them walked into the cafeteria. Du Yuner went to the window and took a plate. When the red-clothed girl saw this, she followed suit. She took a plate and followed Du Yuner to get some food. Io, Teacher Du, is this a new teacher? She's so beautiful, compared to you. The cafeteria auntie said enthusiastically. Du Yuner smiled. She didn't know if the red-clothed girl was a new teacher or not, so she didn't answer. However, the red-clothed girl said, I'm prettier than her. Du Yuner's smile froze. The cafeteria auntie was also stunned for a moment before she laughed out loud, Teacher, you're really interesting. The red-clothed girl glanced at Du Yuner, I'm really prettier than her, and her clothes aren't that good. Du Yuner was about to be drunk. How much hatred did she have? This was the first time she had seen him, so why did she have to hurt him like that? She was more thrifty and didn't like to buy a lot of clothes. She usually wore plain clothes, so how could she be considered to be wearing bad clothes? Thinking of this, Du Yuner didn't have a good expression on her face anymore. She continued to ask the auntie to get the dishes. The red-clothed girl saw that Du Yuner had ordered a dried vegetable roasted chicken leg, stir-fried celery, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, so she also ordered the same dish. Du Yuner muttered in her heart, You despise my poor attire, so why did you choose the same dish as me? How annoying. When it was time to pay the bill, Du Yuner had finished, but the red-clothed girl didn't have a card at all. The auntie who had swiped the card asked, Miss, why did you come to the cafeteria to eat without a card? The red-clothed girl frowned, Why do you have a card? Isn't it supposed to be paid? Can I pay with a Lebao, this? Our school's cafeteria doesn't allow students to bring their cell phones, so how can we use Lebao? The auntie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The red-clothed girl looked at the food on the plate and said, Then I won't eat anymore. Before she could finish, Du Yuner turned around, took out her card and said, Swipe mine, auntie. The red-clothed girl looked at Du Yuner, Why are you paying for me? Du Yuner was already feeling depressed in her heart. She was despised for being ugly and wearing bad clothes, yet she still had to pay for her. Du Yuner, when will you be able to be a little more unyielding? Du Yuner, when are you going to be a little more stubborn? At this moment, hearing the red-clothed girl ask her, she felt even more wronged. I'm the one who likes to meddle in other people's business, okay? At most, you can just not eat. After Du Yuner finished swiping her card, she snorted and turned around to leave. A trace of surprise flashed across the red-clothed girl's eyes. The corner of her mouth curled into a smile, then she picked up the plate and followed along. When Du Yuner sat down, the red-clothed girl also sat opposite her. Chapter 401. 0401 inch Look at you, the woman in red said. Look. Just look, there's no need to keep following me, right? Du Yuner said gloomily. I want to know what kind of person you are, the woman in red said. Du Yuner was about to roll her eyes. Are you a school leader? From the Ministry of Education. To test me. The woman in red shook her head and did not answer. Du Yuner had no choice but to start eating. The woman in red did the same. Du Yuner ate, and she ate as well. From time to time, she would glance at Du Yuner, as if she had discovered some new toy. Finally, Du Yuner couldn't hold it in anymore. Even eating was imitated. This was too strange. Could it be that she had met a female pervert? Who the hell are you? Du Yuner asked angrily. The woman in red said, My name is Xiao Axaner. Du Yuner thought for a moment. She really didn't know him, nor had she heard of him. My name is Du Yuner. Miss Xiao, why do you keep following me? Xiao Axaner lightly said, I know your name is Du Yuner. You still didn't answer my question. Du Yuner said unhappily. I don't want to answer, Xiao Axaner said. You're bullying me. Yes, sort of. What do you mean sort of? Why do you seem so reasonable when you bully others? Du Yuner was so angry that she was about to cry. Xiao Axaner pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly looked very sweet. I'm powerful, so I'm reasonable. Du Yuner was completely speechless. She had definitely met a madwoman. She pitied her beautiful appearance. Could it be that a group of people from the mental hospital would run over and capture her? Du Yuner, look, we both have a in our names. Axaner, Yuner, Xiao Axaner said. What's so strange about that? There are a lot of people called Du Yuner was no longer in the mood to eat. Xiao Axaner blinked her eyes and her gaze fell on Du Yuner's collar. What's that hanging around your neck? A piece of jade, left for me by my parents. After Du Yuner finished speaking, she vigilantly looked at Xiao Axaner. What do you want? Jade? Xiao Axaner narrowed her eyes. I want to see. Du Yuner originally wanted to refuse, but looking at Xiao Axaner's eyes, she weakly took off the jade pendant. Just take a look. You have to give it back to me. Du Yuner felt that she was too weak. Why couldn't she say the word no? Xiao Axaner didn't care about her at all. The moment her gaze fell on the jade pendant, it immediately froze. She grabbed the jade pendant and stared at it in a daze. Seeing Xiao Axaner's expression, Yuner was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Miss Xiao, why are you so excited? Xiao Axaner looked at it with a complicated gaze for a while before saying, this jade pendant of yours, was it given to you by your father? I don't know. In short, my parents left it for me. I don't know if it's my father's or my mother's. Du Yuner smiled bitterly. I'm an orphan, I grew up in the orphanage. Xiao Axaner took a deep breath and held the jade pendant tightly in her hand. Then, she slowly let go and returned it to Du Yuner. Miss Xiao, have you seen this jade pendant before? Du Yuner thought of something and asked in anticipation, do you understand something? Xiao Axaner was silent for a moment before saying, I don't understand. Oh. Du Yuner nodded in disappointment. Actually, I've been looking for someone to ask about the origin of this jade pendant. This piece of jade is an ancient jade. I heard from an antique reader that there's a phoenix on it. No, this is a phoenix, not a phoenix. It can't just be called a phoenix, Xiao Axaner said. Why? Is a phoenix different from a phoenix? Phoenixes are male and phoenixes are female. Under normal circumstances, people would not be separated, but the one on this jade pendant is only a phoenix. Xiao Axaner explained. Du Yuner thought for a moment, does that mean this jade pendant might be a pair? Could there be a phoenix jade pendant? Xiao Axaner's delicate body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and began to eat without saying a word. Du Yuner hung the jade pendant back around her neck. Seeing that Xiao Axaner didn't say anything, she curiously asked, Miss Xiao, do you think my guess is possible? Xiao Axaner absent-mindedly said, maybe. Du Yuner happily said, thank you, now I understand a little more. If I can find my biological parents one day, I will definitely remember your kindness. Xiao Axaner lightly said, seeing it. It might not be a good thing. When Du Yuner heard this, she was also a little depressed as she said, yes, I've also thought about it. Maybe they really don't like me, so they left me in the orphanage. However, I just want to see them, and I don't really want them to compensate me for anything. I've grown up now, and I've actually lived alone for so long, so I'm used to it. Xiao Axayan raised her head and looked at the girl. She didn't say anything and quietly ate. After the two of them finished eating, Xiao Axayan imitated Du Yun'er's actions and put down the tray before following them out of the cafeteria. Passing by the sports field, the students looked at the two of them curiously. After all, Xiao Axayan was too eye-catching. "Miss Xiao, how long are you going to follow me?" Du Yun'er didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as Xiao Axayan was about to say something, her phone rang. After picking it up, Xiao Axayan's eyes flashed with a hint of light. "You guys finally found something interesting to do for me." "I understand, I will go take a look." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Axayan said, "Du Yun'er, I'm leaving. I'll come back next time." If you want to leave, then leave. Why do you still want to come? Is there anything else?" Du Yun'er was a little scared. "I'll come if I want to." After Xiao Axayan finished speaking, she walked out of the school. Coincidentally, at this time, a student who was playing football on the field kicked a football away and flew over. It was shockingly about to land on Xiao Axayan's head. When Du Yun'er saw this, she quickly shouted, "Miss Xiao," before she could finish her words, Du Yun'er was stunned. Just as the football was about to land on Xiao Axayan's head, it was actually wrapped up in a ball of golden flames in midair. It was as if there was a circle of flames surrounding Xiao Axayan's body. The football was directly burned into a ball of black dregs. This only happened in an instant. Many of the passers-by didn't notice it, but Du Yun'er, who was very close, saw it very clearly. The black residue drifted away with the wind, as if the football had evaporated from the world. She remembered that this flame seemed to have appeared on her body before. This made Du Yun'er feel inconceivable, but at the same time, she was incomparably excited. She suddenly realized that Xiao Axayan definitely didn't come looking for her just to see her. There was definitely some other secret reason. Chapter 402 0402 The Great Yu Mountain, where the Taiji sect was located, was more than 1,300 meters above sea level. The mountains in the early morning were shrouded in mist, with green pines and cypresses and strange rocks. Ancient buildings that had been around for thousands of years blended into one with the surrounding mountains. Going up the mountain, it was a marvelous work of art. In order to maintain their livelihood, many ancient martial arts sects treated their mountain gates as tourist attractions, allowing tourists to visit and collecting admission tickets. However, as one of the four great ancient martial arts sects of China, the Taiji sect had accumulated a large amount of wealth from past dynasties. In addition to the support of the Chinese government, they did not lack this bit of admission money. Therefore, the small town at the foot of the Great Yu Mountain was almost the logistics base of the Taiji sect. Almost everyone in the town served the Taiji sect and relied on it for a living. As a result, there were not many people who came to the Great Yu Mountain. After all, there were no advertisements here, and no travel agency dared to offend the Taiji sect and ask for trouble. However, on this very morning, a young man rode a motorcycle out of nowhere towards the foot of the Great Yu Mountain. The young man had a cigarette in his mouth. He wore a shirt with his collar open. He didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all as he parked his motorcycle at the foot of the mountain gate. The mountain gate was carved from a huge piece of rock. On top of it, the words, Taiji sect, were written in large golden characters with iron strokes and silver hooks. Beside the door stood two disciples wearing the gray clothes of the Taiji sect. Seeing the man arrive at the entrance of the mountain, the two disciples looked at each other and one of them immediately shouted, "This place is not for tourists. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Please leave. I'm not here to visit." The young man threw away the cigarette butt and got off his motorcycle. "Then what are you doing here?" The two disciples were already blocking the door. "Kill someone," the man said lightly. When the two disciples heard this, they suddenly thought of something and their faces changed drastically. One of them exclaimed, "You are Yi Fan." They didn't expect that Yi Fan would actually look so relaxed and come knocking on their doors so early in the morning. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. "It seems like you guys have already received some news. Your sect leader, Daoist Guyu, couldn't have already escaped, right?" "Humph. How dare you? You really dare to cause trouble in our Taiji sect. How could our sect leader martial uncle be afraid of you?" Without saying a word, a disciple guarding the mountain pulled out a signal flare from his waist and immediately opened it. A red signal flare pierced through the mountain fog and soared into the sky. Yi Fan didn't stop her. Actually, it made no difference whether he stopped her or not. Since Daoist Guyu knew that he would come, she must have already set up the Dragon's Gate formation and was just waiting for him to barge in. After the two disciples sent the signal, they didn't waste any time and didn't plan to fight with Yi Fan at all. They turned around and ran towards the mountain gate. Fan Xian couldn't help but laugh. This group of people from the Taiji sect were quite honest. Knowing that they couldn't beat them, they immediately retreated. Yi Fan didn't care. He wasn't here to launch a sneak attack in the first place. This time, he was here to beat up the Taiji sect until they had no temper. Killing a few small fries was meaningless. He took a plastic bag with a few buns from the motorcycle. This was the breakfast he bought when he passed by the town. There was a bag of soy milk and a few bean paste buns. While chewing on the steamed bun and drinking the soy milk, Yi Fan walked up the mountain, as if he wasn't here to fight and kill, but to sightsee. Located at the back of the Great Yu Mountain, in an elegant room, Ting Ziqiao was lying on the bed with a pale face. "Master, senior brother Zhang Qin. Is he really dead?" Standing beside the bed was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 50 years old. He had a dignified appearance and a deep gaze. His black hair was combed into a bun, and he wore a black robe with golden threads and a Taiji diagram printed on it. This person was the current sect leader of the Taiji sect, Daoist Guyu. "According to your junior brothers, this Yi Fan's strength is much stronger than what we estimated. It seems that he has practiced some kind of martial art similar to the Golden Bell Shield. It's very difficult to resist," Guyu said with a gloomy expression. "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, senior brother Zhang Qin wouldn't have died so young. Ziqiao, this matter is not just about you. It concerns the dignity of our Taiji sect. Zhang Qin will not sacrifice himself in vain," Guyu said. Ting Ziqiao's face was filled with unwillingness. Senior brother Zhang Qin is an expert who has just entered the body refinement realm, yet he was killed just like that. "Master, our Taiji sect cannot take this lying down. Otherwise, if Yi Fan were to ride on top of our Taiji sect and behave atrociously, how would we have a foothold in the ancient martial world in the future?" Of course, as a captain of the Dragon Soul Commandos, a young talent of our Taiji sect, being crippled just like that has already caused our Taiji sect to lose some face among our peers. No matter what, we have to get back at him. Even if this kid called Yi Fan has some background, he doesn't come from any big family, nor does he have any official background. If he were to ride on our heads, then I, the sect leader. I don't need to do it anymore," Guyu said. A trace of viciousness flashed across Ting Ziqiao's eyes. "Master, we don't need to worry about bullying him with numbers. Why don't we just set up the 36 Heaven Dipper Limitless Sword formation and directly surround him and kill him? Even if he, Yi Fan, was a martial artist at the great perfection realm of body refinement, he still wouldn't be able to block the power of the Heaven Dipper Limitless Sword formation. We will definitely be able to kill him." Guyu narrowed her eyes. "It's not like I haven't thought about what you said. But now that I haven't seen Yi Fan himself, I can't estimate his strength. I'm afraid that this sword formation won't be able to do anything to him." "That's impossible." Ting Ziqiao's expression turned cold as he frowned and said, "Master, could it be that you think that Yi Fan might be a super expert of the spirit condensation realm?" That is a realm that only a handful of peerless experts in the world can reach. Above the body refinement realm was the spirit condensation realm. At this realm, a martial artist's body had already been reborn and was completely prepared. It could absorb the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so it wouldn't explode and die from the impact of the powerful spiritual energy. When the true spirit chi in one's body truly turned into spiritual energy, all of a martial artist's abilities would increase correspondingly. Their comprehension of the martial way would naturally increase by leaps and bounds, merging with their understanding of the mysteries of the world. One of the great benefits of spiritual energy was that it could improve a martial artist's soul. Not only the physical body, but the soul and mental will would also be strengthened. This was a mysterious realm that science could not explain. Many mental ability users were born with innate talent, but martial artists of the spirit condensation realm could rely on their own cultivation to obtain powerful spiritual energy. If it was said that before the spirit condensation realm, human martial artists were still just humans. After reaching the spirit condensation realm, martial artists had already begun to transcend the mortal world and gradually walk towards a realm of earth immortals. Chapter 403 0403 If the Xiantian realm was a master, then the body refining realm was a great master, and the spirit focusing realm was a peerless master. Therefore, when he said that Yifan might be in the spirit condensation realm, Ting Ziqiao was so scared that his body trembled. Guyu shook her head and said, "As far as I know, the only person in China who can step into the spirit condensation realm before the age of 30 is the Phoenix girl with outstanding talent who relies on the inheritance of the Phoenix bloodline. This Yifan. At such a young age, even if his talent was extraordinary, could he be stronger than the Phoenix blood? It should only be body refinement mastery, or great perfection. Of course, for him to have such strength at such a young age is already considered shocking. If he were to grow up for a few more years, I'm afraid that our Taiji sect would not be able to do anything to him." When Ting Ziqiao heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded, "That's right. If he really was in the spirit condensation realm, he would have shaken the dragon so long ago. However, the Dragon King never mentioned it, so it shouldn't be possible." Speaking of that Dragon King. You are still his direct subordinate. You were heavily injured by Yifan, but he actually didn't stand up for you. It's obvious that he's forgetting righteousness at the sight of profit and wants to recruit the Yifan. Guyu said with a face full of disdain, "Since he's heartless, then don't blame me, Guyu, for being unrighteous. This Yifan. As long as he dares to come, I'll make sure he won't be able to return." Just as they were speaking, a strange sound came from outside, and a red light soared into the sky. Signal flare. Guyu coldly snorted. So they really did come. The Dragon King even told me to treat them with courtesy, but they clearly don't come with good intentions. Master, you must be careful. This Yifan is not easy to deal with. Ting Ziqiao said. Guyu waved his long sleeves and said, "Don't worry, Ziqiao, Master will help you vent your anger today." Finished speaking, Guyu quickly walked out and displayed the Tai Chi Sect's Qin Gong, soaring cloud flight. She stood up and flew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, she was already at the front of the mountain. When the sail finished its breakfast, it had only reached the halfway point of the mountain. Outside the second gate of the Taiji sect, there was a mountain pond that was dozens of square meters in size. At the side of the cold pool stood an enormous rock, and the words "Cleansing Sword Pool" were written on it. All visitors from the ancient martial arts world would usually unsheath their weapons here to show their respect. However, Yifan naturally didn't care that much. He didn't have any weapons, and he didn't have any intention of respecting this sect. Just as Yifan was about to continue walking up the bluestone steps, dozens of disciples holding the Taiji sect's fine steel longswords ran down the mountain path. The foundation of the Tai Chi sect was not ordinary. These dozens of disciples were all at least at the beginning of the Xiantian realm. There were even 3 who were slightly older, and they were even martial artists at the beginning of the body refinement realm. 36 Boundless Dipper Sword Formation. Set up the formation. These 3 martial artists who had just entered the body refinement realm brought along 11 disciples and quickly surrounded Yifan. From the inside to the outside, there were 12 sword-wielding disciples standing on each floor. There were 3 floors in total, and they were constantly moving back and forth. Killing intent was everywhere, and unless one tried to force their way through, there was almost no way to escape. When Fan Xian saw this formation, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He had heard that the Taiji sect had such a killing formation, and it was said that, if you focus, you will definitely die. It was precisely because he had heard of the name of this sword formation for many years that he didn't destroy their formation just now. If he wanted to defeat the people of the Taiji sect, he would have to use a head-on force to crush their self-esteem. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would still find trouble with him. There was nothing more suitable than destroying their protective formation as a greeting gift. Yifan. You have already been surrounded by our limitless sword formation. If you obediently kneel down now, kowtow and admit your wrongs, and let us deal with you, our sect leader has said that we can guarantee your survival. A leading body refinement realm martial artist said. Yifan raised his head and saw a Daoist standing on a cliff with his hands behind his back. Guyu, you are the sect leader of such a big sect, yet for the sake of an illegitimate child of yours, you send a disciple to cause trouble at my wife's place without regard for your image. Even if it's an underground gang fight, you still have to pay attention to not harming your wife and children. With your actions, are you worthy of being the sect leader of the Taiji sect? Yifan didn't need an introduction to recognize Daoist Guyu. After all, even from so far away, Yifan could tell that Guyu's strength was indeed extraordinary. Guyu's eyes flashed with a cold light as she scolded, "Nonsense. Ting Ziqiao is my disciple, and my beloved disciple has been persecuted by an evil person like you. The dignity of our Taiji sect should naturally be protected by me, the sect leader. Ji Long, there's no need to waste words with him. If he doesn't bow his head and admit his wrongs, then kill him." The leading disciple called Ji Long nodded in agreement. Yes. Sect leader. Following which, the 36 disciples all activated their Tai Chijin Qi, and for a moment, the air around Yifan's body also began to rotate. A huge stream of yin and yang energy began to envelop the rinsing sword pool. Every plant was a soldier. All disciples, listen up. This person has a defensive skill to protect himself, attack his vital points. Ji Long was already prepared. After giving the order, he led the first batch of 12 disciples and attacked Yifan. The cold light of the long sword carried the irresistible Tai Chijin Qi. What it displayed was also the most basic Tai Chi sect's yin-yang sword technique. It was simple and unadorned, but it was the simplest and most direct. Yifan clearly saw the direction in which the 12 swords were coming from and was prepared to use his arms to break all of their swords. However, he immediately discovered a problem. The 12 martial artists on the second floor had already started to make their move. Once Yifan controlled the first level of the sword, he wouldn't be able to block the second level's attack. Although with Yifan's physical fitness, facing a martial artist of this level, he could basically be invulnerable. However, this group of fellows were attacking his vitals. Ears, eyes, throat, genitals, and other weak parts of the body. If they were to be attacked so forcefully, Yifan wouldn't dare to say that he would be completely unscathed. Helpless, Yifan didn't dare to take the first move head-on. He could only jump into the air and step on the tip of a few swords, planning to fly out of the formation first. Where are you running to? The swordsmen on the outermost third floor, on the other hand, were already prepared. They used the soaring cloud crossing technique and soared into the air to attack Yifan. Only then did Yifan know that this group of fellows did not move. They were waiting for him to jump up and have nowhere to hide. Good formation. Yifan only used 3 seconds to feel that this formation was indeed powerful. In midair, he naturally had no way of dodging. He could only try his best to use both his arms and feet to block a few of the most vital swords, forcefully blocking this round of attacks. Rip! Rip! Yifan's shirt was cut open, and in an instant, his clothes became ragged and he was in a sorry state. At the same time Yifan landed, the circle of swords below had already fiercely stabbed towards him. Chapter 404 0404 Dozens of dense sword beams immediately engulfed Yifan. It was extremely dangerous. Yifan felt his scalp go numb, and the blood in his body was boiling. This sword formation was indeed incomparably sharp. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a seasoned warrior, he would have been scared out of his wits just by facing this formation. However, a person of Yifan's level had long since treated the pressure of battle as a type of enjoyment. This feeling of being on the edge of life and death was what he was after. Without a life and death situation, there would be no further progress. Come at me. Yifan laughed heartily. You're still being stubborn. Ji Long revealed an ominous glint. 36 warriors above the Xiantian realm instantly gathered the 3-foot-long blade into an abyss of death, wanting to completely pierce through Yifan into a hornet's nest. Yifan found an angle in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. He laid down on his back with one hand on the ground, and his entire body appeared to be almost flat on the ground. Up, down, down, they were all filled with killing intent. Then, Yifan chose to go down to avoid this round of killing array. Yifan's fingertips twisted on the ground, and his body quickly swept across. His legs were like 2 indestructible metal rods, sweeping across a few Taiji disciples who were closest to him. The calves of these Taiji disciples couldn't withstand this terrifying force at all. One by one, they fell to the ground and lost their balance. If they were in their normal state, they might have been able to use their lightness skills to dodge. However, the use of this sword formation meant that they couldn't jump up high, so they could only be kicked by Yifan. Several disciples let out mournful screams. Yifan's sweep had directly broken their leg bones. Seeing that there was a gap in the formation as the few of them fell, Fan Xian pounced forward and jumped out of the sword formation. Ji Long and the other disciples were shocked. They had never seen anyone use such a strange method to deal with their limitless sword formation. Yifan's moves were neither peerless inner force nor ancient martial arts moves. It was as if a person was randomly kicking and fighting, without any pattern to follow. However, it was precisely Yifan's unrestrained tactics that allowed him to freely display his skills and adapt to the situation that caused their mountain guarding formation to fail in a round of attacks. At the same time, they also lost a few of their combat strength. With less people, the 36 Dipper formation naturally couldn't be set up, which made Ji Long and the other disciples feel extremely annoyed. This was the first time someone had managed to destroy their sword formation in such a short time. Daoist Guyu, who was standing on top of the cliff, also had an ugly expression on her face. These martial artists from famous sects all had their own methods, so no one had thought of using Yifan's method to break the formation. Of course, Yifan's reaction speed, physical fitness, and combat experience were definitely not something they could understand, which was why it was so abrupt. Change the formation. Daoist Guyu gritted her teeth and shouted. When Ji Long heard this, he immediately said, Primordial Big Dipper formation. With a command, 3 groups of dancers immediately split up in 3 directions around Yifan's body, forming a formation of the Big Dipper, and began to move around Yifan. As for the remaining 3 body refinement realm martial artists, they took the lead to attack Yifan from the 3 gaps in the formation. This formation seemed to be even more agile. Although its lethality was reduced, it was still very difficult to find a flaw to break through. Yifan didn't expect them to be able to come up with such a trick even though they were missing people. He felt that it was getting more and more interesting. Seeing the three of them rush forward with their swords, he quickly dodged continuously. His arms and the swords intersected, forcefully blocking the sword lights. How is this possible? Ji Long and the others' expressions changed greatly. Yi Fan was actually able to resist their sword chi with his bare hands. It was truly abnormal. Yi Fan was actually not feeling well either. He would also feel pain from being forcefully slashed like this. However, his skin, muscles, and bones were all beyond the reach of ordinary people, which was why he was able to make such a bold move. Clang clang. The sound of metal breaking rang out. After Yi Fan figured out the path of the two right sword technique, he grabbed Ji Long's sword and broke it in an instant. Ji Long was so scared that he quickly dodged, because he knew that if he didn't give up on his sword, he would be kicked in half. Disciples, listen up. Flowing water sword technique. Ji Long and the other two saw that their attacks were not effective. Instead, they were being suppressed by Yi Fan, so they immediately decided to borrow the power of the entire sword formation. The flowing water sword technique was one of the absolute arts of the Taiji sect. It focused on the sword moving with the wind and the water flowing without stopping. In the end, it was all about the word flow. The 21 disciples that formed the Big Dipper surrounded Yi Fan from the 7 stars position. The sword shadows were like a gust of wind, like a torrent, continuously sweeping towards Yi Fan's body. However, each time, they would pause for a few tenths of a second. If they didn't hit, they would retreat, not giving Yi Fan the chance to counterattack. Yi Fan was slightly careless, and his body was cut dozens of times. His clothes and pants were almost impossible to wear. If it wasn't for Yi Fan's strong body, he would have been riddled with holes and died countless times. Continue. Keep stabbing him. Seeing the effect of this move, Ji Long shouted loudly. However, Yi Fan could not bear it any longer. Although the power of this sword formation had weakened, it really annoyed him. Yi Fan frowned and simply chose not to dodge anymore. He forcefully resisted and ran towards the charging martial artists. Ah! With a furious roar, Yi Fan used his chest to break a fine steel sword. Then, with a slap of his hand, he sent the martial artist flying. Just like before, Yi Fan protected his vital parts. Relying on his advantage in speed, he charged forward. Before long, the ground was filled with broken swords and injured people. Yi Fan could actually kill people, but he had other plans, so he didn't start a massacre. This. Damn it. What kind of monster is this guy? Ji Long and the others were already sweating profusely from fright. They had never seen such an unreasonable person in a fight. He was relying on his own strength, his own defense, and his own strength to forcefully eat the enemy alive. The disciples of the Taiji sect also fell into a state of despair. They felt that they were not facing a martial artist, but a monster, a demon. A minute later, Yi Fan had already beaten up the 36 Heavenly Dipper sovereigns to the point that only Ji Long and the other 4 or 5 pitiful disciples were left. Standing on the cliff, Guyu's eyes were round and filled with disbelief. From beginning to end, he couldn't tell what kind of martial arts Yi Fan had practiced. Yi Fan released his hand, and a few pieces of the broken sword fell to the ground. He turned his head and glanced at Ji Long and the others. I want to kill your sect leader. If you want to die, then come at me together. You. Don't you dare be so arrogant. How can you resist the strength of our sect leader martial uncle? That's right. You dare to challenge our sect leader. Chapter 405. 0405 Yi Fan sneered, if you want to be a cheerleader, do as you please. Finished speaking, Yi Fan fiercely stomped his feet, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed towards Guyu who was on the high cliff. Daoist Guyu originally thought that if Yi Fan wanted to come up, he would have to run a few sections of the mountain road. After all, Yi Fan didn't have any Jin Qi, but he didn't expect that Yi Fan would only rely on the strength of his legs to jump up faster than his qin gong. At a height of more than 100 meters, Yi Fan only borrowed the strength of a rock. With 2 jumps, he directly arrived at the top of the cliff. Daoist Gu Yu's heart shook violently, but she was still the head of a sect after all. She immediately gathered her energy, and her eyes were bright as she held onto the hilt of the tassel sword at her waist. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you really think that our Taiji sect is some random small sect? You alone dare to provoke our entire Taiji sect, you are overestimating yourself. Gu Yu said in a deep voice. Yi Fan looked at him with a relaxed expression, and slowly walked towards Gu Yu. The words you said, and the nervousness you are showing right now, do not match at all. What, seeing me break your 36 celestial boundless sword formation, is there something to be afraid of? As long as there is absolute power, the sword formation will only be a difficult trick to deal with. Don't you understand? Gu Yu's face trembled. Don't be so arrogant. You were just lucky. You relied on your own opportunism to escape from the formation. You are not the first person to come out of the formation since ancient times, so don't think that you are that amazing. Oh. Do I think so? Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. From the beginning to the end, it seems that you, the sect leader of the Taiji sect, and that illegitimate child of yours, feel that you are so amazing that you can casually run to Hua Hai and cause trouble for me and my wife. It's fine if you look for me, but a man should use a man's way to settle a battle. However, if you send someone to my wife's company to cause trouble and make her lose face, then that's your fault. Ha 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 ha. Little brat, no matter what you say, you are just a madman with brute force. Do you think that I casually stood on this cliff? Fan Xian frowned and subconsciously looked at his feet. Could it be that there was some kind of trap hidden on this cliff? But at this moment, taking advantage of the moment when Yi Fan lowered his head and was distracted, Daoist Gu Yu's eyes flashed. She quickly stepped forward and pulled out the sword in her hand from its sheath. Pure Yang sword drawing technique. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, when the long sword was unsheathed from the scabbard, the sword chi brought with it a blazing white light. The destructive sword chi turned into a deadly arc of light. At the same time that the sail looked up, the sword light had already arrived in front of his eyes. Although he didn't notice that he had drawn his sword, he had already retreated a long time ago. This small step back allowed him to avoid the most fatal part of his throat. Whoosh! The tip of the sword cut open Yi Fan's chin, bringing with it a few drops of blood. Fan Xian touched his chin and discovered that a small wound had been cut open. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Pure Yang sword drawing technique. It was also the only sword drawing technique of the Tai Chi sect. Even his own body had been easily cut open by it. Although this move was very famous, very few people practiced it. This was because it required a lot of time to train one's arm strength and footwork. But in the end, this was only a single move. No matter how strong the sword drawing technique was, if one was on guard, they could still avoid it. Compared to the other sword techniques, the pure Yang sword drawing technique was rather useless. It only had the power of a single sword, but it was flashy and useless. Who would have thought that this Daoist Gu Yu, as the sect leader, would actually painstakingly learn such an unpopular technique? The key point was that Daoist Gu Yu also knew how to divert the enemy's attention, and the timing was just right. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fan had been through hundreds of battles, he might have really suffered a loss here today. Seeing that her first move had failed, Daoist Gu Yu quickly changed to another set of sword moves and crazily sent out 10,000 cold stars towards Yi Fan. However, after Yi Fan was prepared, it was already very difficult for this sword move to have any effect. Yi Fan dodged back and forth a few times, causing Daoist Gu Yu's gorgeous sword moves to miss. What a good Gu Yu, no wonder that Brating Ziqiao is so black-bellied. So with a father like you, a dignified sect leader of one of the 4 great sects, he still knows how to play such a sinister trick. Yi Fan sneered, I reckon that your position as sect leader is not something that you obtained openly. Nonsense. If you have the guts, don't dodge. Fight me head on. Daoist Guyu shouted. Yi Fan disdainfully said, so be it. After saying that, Yi Fan took a step forward. Just as Guyu's sword was about to touch his chest, he grabbed the sword blade. Ah! The sail let out a furious roar, and this well-crafted longsword let out a wail. With a clang sound, it broke into 3 pieces. Guyu staggered a few steps back, looking at Yi Fan in fear. With his large success in body refinement, the might of his sword was extremely powerful, but Yi Fan was actually able to receive the white blade with his bare hands. Yi Fan threw away the broken blade and looked at his hand. There were some faint traces of blood on it, but it didn't have much of an effect. The sword techniques of the Tai Chi sect are really ordinary. If you have anything else you can use, feel free to use it. Yi Fan said with an evil smile. At the bottom of the cliff, there were already dozens of core disciples of the Tai Chi sect surrounding them. When they saw that Daoist Guyu had been beaten to the point that even her sword had been broken, they were dumbstruck. As for Daoist Guyu, she felt that she had lost all face and flew into a rage out of humiliation. She used all her Jin Qi and continued to attack Yi Fan. After using the soaring cloud flight technique, Guyu's movement technique became very fast. Like a series of afterimages, she continuously flashed around Yi Fan's body. Mysterious void acupuncture point hand. Guyu considered that Yi Fan's body's defensive power was extremely strong, so she had to use a palm technique that focused on acupuncture points to target Yi Fan's weakness and continuously attack from tricky angles. However, Yi Fan's gaze was like lightning. The moment Guyu's hand slapped towards his Tanzhong acupoint, Yi Fan fiercely kicked Guyu's arm. Ah! Guyu let out a mournful scream. She hugged her broken arm as her body flipped to the side and fell down the cliff. Sect leader. A few disciples cried out loudly. They didn't even see clearly how Yi Fan had found Guyu. Guyu's remaining hand grabbed onto the pine tree and forcefully stabilized her body. Without saying a word, she stepped on the stone wall and fled to the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't waste any time and madly chased after her. Guyu also used all her strength to drink milk. She couldn't care less about being seen by the disciples in a sorry state. She ran back to the top of the mountain, sweating profusely, and ran towards the few ancient halls at the back. Martial uncle. Martial uncle. The sect was in trouble. Please help Guyu eliminate the enemy. Daoist Guyu shouted hysterically. Chapter 406. 0406. In fact, it wasn't just the Taiji sect. Other large ancient martial arts sects, and even some small ancient martial arts sects, all had some elders. These elders were equivalent to elders who had handed over the management of the family and retreated behind the scenes. After all, managing a large sect consumed a lot of energy. Any ancient martial artist with a decent cultivation base would always hope to be able to get rid of some tedious matters so that they could calmly explore more profound martial arts. Therefore, after the ancient martial artists of large sects reached the age of 50 or 60, they would gradually hand over the daily management of the sect to their disciples. Of course, this didn't mean that these elders didn't have any power or right to speak. In fact, in the face of some major matters in the sect, the elders' guild formed by the elders often had the effect of making the final decision. Without sufficient strength, the disciples of the older generation could only be considered elders of the sect. If they didn't leave the sect, they would just do some chores. Only those who had profound skills in the sect, or those who had contributed to the sect and put in a lot of effort, could enter the elders' guild. For an existence like the Taiji sect, the Elders Guild was definitely not ordinary. It was definitely a group of hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the older generation. This was also one of the main reasons why Gyu was able to ignore the obstruction of the Dragon King of the Dragon's Soul and insist on avenging Ting Zixiao. At the end of the day, once the Taiji sect was in danger, this group of elders would definitely stand up. Martial uncles, please break out of seclusion. Fight against the strong enemy together with Gu Yu. Seeing that there was no movement in these simple buildings, Gu became anxious and shouted loudly. Yi Fan, on the other hand, felt the wind under his feet as he madly rushed over, intending to finish the battle as soon as possible. His speed was even faster than Gu Yu's Qin Gong. Seeing that he was about to catch up, he sent a flying kick over, wanting to break Gu Yu's spine. Gu Yu was so scared that her face turned green. This kind of fear of death made him feel like his liver was about to explode. He had already used all of his strength, but Yi Fan's speed was too fast. Even if he dodged, he would still be knocked down by Yi Fan using other methods because of his reduced speed. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, 3 purple rays of light shot towards Yi Fan's leg like lightning. Yi Fan frowned. In that instant, he decided to retract his sword and somersaulted in the air, avoiding the 3 purple lightning bolts. Pu pu pu. The 3 beams of purple light hit a stone lion and actually pierced through it, leaving 3 tiny holes. Fan Xian's eyes focused, Violet Sun Needle technique. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the door of an ancient house open. A figure in a gray robe flew out from inside. His gray hair and beard fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were full of spirit. Little friend, you have good eyesight. You can actually recognize my Taiji sect's unremarkable needle technique with just one glance. When Fan Xian saw this old man, he narrowed his eyes. Although this old man's strength was about the same as Gu Yu's, and his cultivation was between the large success stage and the great perfection stage of body refinement, his understanding of the Taiji sect's martial arts was clearly much deeper. The Violet Sun Needle technique is a typical absolute art that uses qi to control needles. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Yi Fan said sincerely. He discovered that there was a reason why the Taiji sect could become one of the 4 great sects. Absolute arts were truly endless. Martial Uncle Zhou. When Guyu saw the old man, she shouted excitedly, "Thank you, Martial Uncle, for saving me." The old man frowned as he looked at him, then said to Yi Fan, "This old man is Zhou Zhangrong, the president of the Tai Chi Sect's Elders Guild. Gu Yu is my late senior brother's disciple. Before senior brother left, he told me to take care of Gu Yu too. Little friend, may I ask why you killed your way into the Tai Chi sect and wanted to become our enemy?" Li Fan Xian thought for a moment. This group of elders obviously didn't know what Gu Yu had done, so it wasn't too much to explain. Thus, Yi Fan briefly explained the matter between Gu Yu and Ting Zixiao. Martial uncle. He was talking nonsense. Zixiao is not my illegitimate child. Martial uncle, please make the decision. Gu Yu hurriedly shouted. Zhou Zhangrong's frown deepened. Even if Ting Zixiao isn't your illegitimate child, you still made a huge mistake by sending people down the mountain and doing something that only a ruffian would do. How can you be so impulsive? Gu Yu knew that she couldn't avoid these things, so she quickly knelt on the ground. Martial uncle, Gu Yu admitted her wrongs, but this crime doesn't warrant death. Zhou Zhangrong nodded and said to Yi Fan, "Little friend Yi, although Gu Yu is in the wrong, you killing your way into our Tai Chi sect has also caused our Tai Chi sect to lose a lot of face. In my opinion, we, the Elders Guild, will punish you for this matter and give you justice." Li Fan Xian heard this, he immediately rejected. "Elder, I think you have misunderstood my meaning. I told you all this just to tell you the truth. As for the matter of me wanting to kill Gu Yu and her son, I don't need your consent at all. If I want to kill someone, you won't be able to stop me." Hearing this, Zhou Zhangrong's expression also turned ugly. Gu Yu secretly rejoiced in her heart and quickly fanned the flames. "Martial uncle, did you see that? This kid is truly arrogant to the extreme. If I don't suppress his arrogance, where will our Tai Chi sect's face go? Zhou Zhangrong took a deep breath. Little friend, although your strength is astonishing, you have underestimated the foundation of our Tai Chi sect. Do you really think that our Tai Chi sect only has these few people? Saying that, Zhou Zhangrong shouted loudly, "Junior brother, junior sister, come out." Very quickly, he saw a few elders, both men and women, walk out from the other houses. Yi Fan had long since felt that there were a lot of experts here. The four great sects were different, and their foundation was their core competitiveness. Senior brother Zhou, with so many of us old fellows, I'm afraid it's not good to bully a junior, right? A slightly plump old man chuckled. Junior brother Guisong, this little friend broke our 36 Heavenly Dipper limitless sword formation by himself. If we don't attack together, wouldn't we look down on him? What? Guisong exclaimed, truly a young hero. There's actually such a thing. None of us old fellows have the ability to break the formation by ourselves, right? No matter how powerful he is, he's still just a brat. It's no big deal. A female elder with a long and narrow face said, Senior brother Zhou, Senior brother Gua, let me deal with this brat first. After saying that, the female elder flew towards Yi Fan and struck out dozens of palms in the air. Her true energy was like thousands of strands that continuously wrapped around Yi Fan. Junior sister Xiao Ling. Be careful. Don't underestimate your enemy. Zhou Zhangrong shouted. Chapter 407. 0407 arrogant brat, have a taste of the power of my Taiji sect's golden silk lotus leaf palm. Elder Xiao Ling sneered and slapped Yi Fan's chest with her palm. Jin Qi instantly spread out, like a lotus leaf, wrapping around Yi Fan. There was no way to dodge. Yi Fan had heard of this martial art before. It was said that it could rely on the combination of hardness and softness of the Tai Chi Jin Qi to release a type of Jin Qi with a strong pulling force, slowing down the enemy's movements. Once the enemy's movements were hindered, he would use a powerful and heavy palm technique to directly slap the enemy until it was difficult to parry. He didn't expect that he would encounter it the moment he came up. It was indeed a difficult palm technique. However, Yi Fan's physical fitness far exceeded that of a normal martial artist. This kind of Jin Qi binding only made him feel uncomfortable for a moment. When Yi Fan used his own brute force to stretch his body, he felt no difference. It was just like moving in the water. Seeing Xiao Ling's palm strike, Yi Fan also struck out with his palm. Facing the Jin Qi that was constantly scraping against his body, he was not afraid at all. Bam! When Yi Fan's palm collided with Xiao Ling's lotus leaf palm, the Jin Qi created a shockwave. Those strands of Jin Qi were shaken and spread out, creating a gust of wind. Xiao Ling's cultivation was pure and profound. She originally thought that Yi Fan's attack was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating his own strength. However, she didn't expect that not only was her palm unable to defeat Yi Fan, she was even hit by a backlash, causing her palm to go numb. You! Xiao Ling cried out in alarm. She hurriedly borrowed the force to fly backwards, so as to dissipate this powerful force. She directly flew to the top of a room and looked at her arm. Her hand was still numb and trembling. How is this possible? Without Jin Qi, you can receive my golden silk lotus leaf palm. Xiao Ling muttered to herself as if she had seen a ghost. Zhou Zhangrong and the other elders also had serious expressions on their faces. As for Gu Yu, who was hiding at the back, her face was filled with worry. Her eyes flickered, as if she was thinking of some sort of countermeasure. Fan Xian's expression was cold as he said, You elders of the Taiji sect don't have much to do with this matter. I respect you as elders of the martial arts world and don't want to be too heavy-handed, but it's best if you don't go overboard. In order to protect this pair of father and son, you have destroyed most of your lives of cultivation. How preposterous. You barged into our Taiji sect's hinterland, and you still say that this matter has nothing to do with our Elders Guild. If you respect us so much, why didn't you greet us earlier and resolve this matter? Xiao Ling said indignantly. Fan Xian sighed, since you insist on saying that, then feel free to use whatever methods you have. I also want to see what level the ancient martial world of China is at right now. Young friend, your strength is indeed incredible. However, your words are indeed too arrogant. Since that's the case, let me teach you a thing or two with my purple sun needle technique. Zhou Zhangrong frowned and flew over. He swung his arms towards Yifan and shot out a dozen or so purple lightning-like flying needles. So. The sound of the needle piercing through the air was sharp and ear-piercing. It was so fast that it was impossible to see it clearly with the naked eye. Yifan could only rely on his intuition in battle and his deduction of the route to make a prediction in advance. The needle fell into the stone bricks on the ground, like a hot knife into butter. Pu, it directly pierced through. This power was no weaker than a bullet. Yifan somersaulted and dodged the two flying needles. Just as he was about to counterattack, he discovered that something was wrong with the situation behind him. Zhou Zhangrong clenched his claws with one hand, and a wave of Tai Chi Jin Qi produced a strong suction force. Violet Sun Needle Technique, West Sets and East Rises. Behind Yifan, the dozen or so flying needles that had sunk into the ground actually flew out again, piercing towards Yifan's back. Yifan suddenly woke up from his stupor. These flying needles were two sharp needles. They could attack forward or retreat for a sneak attack. Yifan hurriedly rolled over, once again avoiding this round of attacks. Seeing this, Zhou Zhangrong's expression also changed. Little friend, your reaction speed is truly astonishing. It seems like you are a martial arts veteran. Young and experienced. Martial arts competition. Yifan grinned, I can't train this kind of reaction in a martial arts competition. In the place where I'm fighting, if I react a little slower, I'll lose my life. Zhou Zhangrong frowned and said, so that's how it is. No wonder little friend's hostility is so strong. It's not a good thing to be so bloodthirsty at such a young age. If I really wanted to kill you, do you think you would be able to live until now? Yifan shook his head. Zhou Zhangrong snorted, little friend, wait until you break my Violet Sun Needle technique before you boast. After saying that, dozens of thin flying needles flew out from Zhou Zhangrong's sleeves and circled around his body, continuously rotating. Purple true energy lingered around them, and it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Violet Sun Needle Technique, 10,000 feet of multicolored light. Zhou Zhangrong roared, and the dozens of flying needles spread out, as if they were truly tens of thousands of rays of multicolored light. They continuously rotated and crisscrossed, heading towards Yifan's direction and quickly converging. Yifan was already prepared. He quickly ran to the side of a stone lion, hugged the lion with both hands, and lifted it off the ground. This stone lion weighed 4 to 5 tons, but it didn't take much effort for Yifan to pick it up. This scene caused all the elders and disciples of the Taiji sect to be shocked. What kind of physical strength was this, to be able to lift such a heavy thing so easily? Although some of them could rely on their Jinqi to do so, relying on their bodies was something they didn't even dare to dream about. The key point was that Yifan had even thrown such a heavy stone lion over like a sandbag, smashing it towards the densely packed Violet Sun needles. The moment the stone lion collided with the Violet Sun needle, there was a boom 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 sound of explosion. Although the needle was powerful, it was still unable to penetrate such a large stone lion. Yifan took advantage of this gap and fiercely kicked the lion from the air towards Zhou Zhangrong. At this moment, Zhou Zhangrong was standing at the entrance of a room. Seeing such a huge lion rolling towards him, he quickly dodged. Clang! The stone lion smashed the walls of the room into smithereens. Zhou Zhangrong was stunned. What kind of monstrous strength was this, to be able to casually kick this 4 to 5 ton stone lion like a ball? Just as Zhou Zhangrong was about to turn around and continue shooting out needles, he discovered that Yifan's figure had already appeared in front of him. Zhou Zhangrong's heart trembled. Only then did he realize that his attention had been attracted by the stone lion, and he did not notice Yifan's movement trajectory. Yifan grinned, and pushed in front of Zhou Zhangrong with one hand. Bam! Zhou Zhangrong's body was sent flying, and his entire body crashed into a wall, creating a large hole. Senior brother Zhou. When the fat elder Guosong saw this, he hurriedly ran down and helped Zhou Zhangrong up. Zhou Zhangrong spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously suffering from internal injuries. Chapter 408. 0408. Hearing this, the faces of the people from the Tai Chi sect turned pale. In their eyes, Zhou Zhangrong, who was already a top expert, could only take 3 moves from Yifan. Daoist Guyu was sweating profusely. In a moment of desperation, she shouted, "Martial uncles!" The Tai Chi sect was in trouble. Against such a devil, was there a need to worry about the morals of the martial arts world? We might as well surround and annihilate this great enemy together to uphold the reputation of our Tai Chi sect. When the group of elders heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. Some of them felt that it made sense. At this time, it was fine if they attacked together, but it was still better than the sect leader being killed. However, some of the more stubborn elders felt that this was too shameful. If they couldn't beat him, then wouldn't they lose face by relying on a siege? Senior brother Zhou, we'll listen to you. What do you think we should do? Guosong asked. Zhou Zhangrong looked at Yifan and gritted his teeth in hatred. After all, he had lost all face today. However, he was also faintly worried, especially when he saw Yifan's relaxed expression. He suspected that even if all the elders attacked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Yifan. If they were to fight with more people and still be killed, then their reputation would truly be ruined. The Tai Chi sect could be removed from the 4 great sects. Little friend Yi, our Tai Chi sect is a famous and upright sect. We can afford to lose and bear the consequences. Today, it is because our old bones are not strong enough, and we have let down our ancestors and the experts of the Tai Chi sect. However, this does not mean that we will truly be afraid of you. Even if we die, we will use our blood and lives to protect the dignity of the Tai Chi sect, but until the last moment, we don't want to die together with you. Zhou Zhangrong felt that it was better to talk first and see if there was any way to save the situation. Yifan nodded. I've already made it clear, the people I want to kill are Gu Yu and Ting Ziqiao. I'm not interested in the rest of your Tai Chi sect. But Gu Yu is our current sect leader after all. If he really committed a capital crime, it should be decided by our elders guild. If you believe us, why don't you give us some time? We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. Zhou Zhangrong said. The group of elders nodded silently. They were also quite dissatisfied with Gu Yu. She actually had a scandal about having an illegitimate child, and even sent disciples down the mountain to cause trouble for the common people. This was already a huge violation of the sect's rules. However, just like the president of a country, if he really made a mistake, there had to be a procedure to deal with it. Otherwise, even the dignity of the country would be gone. It seems that you still don't understand what I mean. If I planned to hand him over to you to deal with, why would I personally come here and kill my way to the top of this mountain? Fan Xian shook his head. My patience is limited. If you insist on stopping me, then I can only step on the corpses of some of you and take care of this father and son pair who are causing trouble for me. With that, Yifan once again walked towards Gu Yu. Seeing this, Zhou Zhangrong gritted his teeth and said, Junior brother, junior sister, let's face the enemy together. The other elders all loudly agreed and set up a formation, forming an 8 trigrams formation, surrounding Yifan. Yifan didn't care where they stood. His eyes were fixed on Guyu, who was not far away, and his killing intent was chilling. Your son, Tingziqiao, should also be in the door. Aren't you going to take him and run? Yifan asked. The flesh on Guyu's face twitched. Don't you dare be so arrogant. Do you think you can resist all the elders of our Taiji Sect's Elders Guild by yourself? Martial uncles. I will also fight against the enemy with you. Guyu was very clear that if he didn't borrow the hands of these elders to press Yifan to death together, then he and Tingziqiao wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. 5 Thunder Wind Palm. The fat elder, Guosong, was the first to make his move. He used the ultimate palm technique of the Taiji sect, and the moment he made his move, it was as if wind and thunder were surging. His true energy was like thunder, rising along with the wind, and a light golden palm print appeared in front of Yifan in the blink of an eye. This palm technique had the same effect as Shaolin's great strength Vajra palm. They both used a huge amount of force as a guide, allowing the true energy to gather, converge, and produce a powerful might. However, what Yifan was least afraid of was a head-on fight. Seeing this palm coming at him, Yifan also welcomed it with a palm strike. Junior brother Gua, be careful. Zhou Zhangrong was injured and could no longer attack. He could only shout loudly from behind. Guosong also realized that Yifan's strength seemed to be very terrifying. The moment his palm struck, he was ready to retreat. When the two palms collided, the muscles on Yifan's arm transmitted out a surge of energy that was like a surging tide, directly dispersing Guosong's 5 thunder palm. Guosong turned pale with fright. He had never encountered such a situation before. Someone had actually dispersed his Jinqi with pure strength. How fast and explosive power did he have to be able to do that? Fortunately, he immediately retreated, dispersing most of the force. His palm and arm were not injured. At the same time, Xiao Ling and the other elders also used their unique skills and attacked Yifan from all sides. Golden Lotus Leaf Palm. Flowing Water Sword Technique. Cloud Soaring Leg. All sorts of absolute arts of the Taiji sect were displayed by these elders. They were much more profound and powerful than those of ordinary disciples. Although Yifan was not afraid of one-on-one, he was surrounded by so many people at the same time. The surrounding Jinqi was like a violent whirlwind, so he naturally did not feel good. Yifan's jacket was already in tatters, and now that he was annoyed by the fight, he simply tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a body full of muscles that were as beautiful as flowing water. Yifan punched and kicked, but these elders did not dare to fight him head-on. They all retreated after fighting, and then the others attacked from other angles. Their coordination was also very tacit. Just as Yifan kicked away an elder's leg technique, he felt a wave of killing intent from behind him. Pure Yang sword drawing technique. It was unknown when Guyu, who had scurried to the back, found a sword while Yifan was being besieged. She changed her angle and once again used the sword drawing technique. A white blade slashed across, and Yifan's back was cut by a sword. Fortunately, it was only a small cut, but it still made Yifan furious. This group of old fellows, just because he didn't act ruthlessly and fight them with his life on the line, he really thought that he couldn't do anything to them. Since you insist on protecting the Taiji sect, then I will destroy your Taiji sect first. Let's see what you guys are still defending. Yifan roared and savagely crashed into the two elders. He arrived in front of a simple house and hugged a stone pillar with both of his arms. Ah! The muscles on Yifan's arms seemed to explode with power, instantly turning into something as hard as steel. His feet forcefully crushed the ground. Boom! With a wail from the house, Yifan actually pulled out this supporting pillar and pierced through the roof. Chapter 409. 0409. In front of this huge pillar, Yifan's body could not be compared at all. It was as if a 4 or 5-year-old child was carrying a 2-meter-tall giant. The rock pillar that weighed more than 10 tons was no different from a wooden stick in Yifan's hand. He waved it a little, bringing about a violent gust of wind. Yifan hugged the pillar and swept it horizontally. With a clang-clang sound, a large amount of stones and wood flew out, as if they had been visited by a natural disaster. With just 2 wild blows, the simple and unadorned house was smashed into ruins like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. You! Zhou Zhangrong and the other elders' hearts were about to bleed. This was a centuries-old historical site of the Taiji sect, yet it was destroyed just like that. The key point was that Yifan was carrying such a large pillar and sweeping it everywhere. None of them dared to approach. If they were to be swept by a pillar that weighed more than 10 tons, who wouldn't turn into meat paste? Is this still a human? Even a monk who cultivates the Shaolin great strength Vajra palm would not have such abnormal arm strength, right? Guosong said in surprise. It's not that simple. If you rely solely on your arm strength, your body won't be able to hold on, and it's all in vain. This guy, his entire body is like iron. Every part of his body has an abnormal endurance and explosive force, which is why he can lift such a heavy object. Xiao Ling gritted her teeth. Then we can't just watch as our ancestors' foundation is destroyed. Guosong shouted, fellow disciples, quickly follow me to stop him. When the few elders and the other disciples heard this, they followed Guosong and pounced towards Yifan. However, when Yifan waved the stone pillar, it was like a giant spirit god waving a huge rod. No one dared to face Yifan's ferocious might head-on. For a time, a scene that made people not know whether to laugh or cry appeared. A group of elders and elites of the Taiji sect ran around Yifan, while Yifan was holding onto the huge stone pillar and smashing it everywhere. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he had flattened 7 or 8 large buildings. The group of elders could only stare at him, unable to approach him. The stone pillars in Fan Xian's hands had already been replaced by 4 or 5. After breaking one, he would pick up another. Fortunately, there were a lot of huge stones in the buildings here, so there was no lack of handy tools. The rumbling sounds of destruction were like that of a pile driver or excavator working, causing the group of Taiji sect disciples to feel as if their guts were about to split apart and their hearts ached endlessly. As the president of the Council of Elders, Zhou Zhangrong couldn't bear to watch any longer. His anger was directed at Guyu. Guyu! It's all because of your rash actions that brought disaster to the sect. Hurry up and admit your mistake. Hearing that, Daoist Guyu's face turned pale. Grand Elder. This Yifan was a madman. If I apologize, he'll kill me. It's better for you to die than for our Taiji sect to be razed to the ground. Zhou Changrong was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Daoist Guyu, on the other hand, had a dark expression as she hid at the back with a vigilant look on her face. Clearly, she was unwilling to step forward and bear all of this. After the sail smashed another stone pillar, it changed into a huge stone lion. After picking it up, it threw it towards a simple and unadorned hall not far away. When the stone lion that weighed several tons was thrown over, the few elders hurriedly moved aside. When they turned around, they saw that a stone pillar had been broken and the ground had also shattered. What a sin! What a sin! Zhou Zhangrong and the other elders were on the verge of tears. Young friend, please don't smash anymore. We'll leave Guyu to you to deal with. The foundation of our Taiji sect is the blood and sweat of our predecessors. The other elders also realized this problem. They couldn't stop Yifan at all, so they might as well give in and hand over Guyu, the troublemaker. In any case, when the time came, as long as they said that Guyu, as the sect leader, had acted improperly and caused trouble, they would be able to remove Guyu's identity as the sect leader and save their face. Guyu's expression changed drastically, Elder. You all. How can you not even have this little bit of self-respect? Cut it out. For your dirty deeds, look at how much of our Taiji sect's foundation has been destroyed. The female elder, Xiao Ling, was also furious as she pointed at the ruins. When Guyu saw the elders looking at him with dissatisfaction, he knew that he was powerless to reverse the situation. Now that things had come to this, he could only run away. Therefore, Guyu turned around and used Soaring Cloud Crossing, wanting to retreat as soon as possible. Leaf Fan Xian was already prepared. Seeing that this group of elders finally stopped looking for trouble with him, he was too lazy to cause any more damage and chased after Guyu. Although Guyu's movement technique was not bad, when Yifan's legs started running, it was like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind Guyu. Just as Yifan was about to hit the back of Guyu's head with one hand and kill him, he felt a strong sense of danger appear behind him. What is it? Yifan felt a terrifying scorching heat behind him. Relying on his instincts, Yifan rolled to the side. A golden flame descended from the sky and landed right where Yifan was standing before, burning a piece of the floor tile on the ground. As soon as the golden flames touched the stone tiles, they immediately turned into reddish-black magma. The temperature of this flame was at least 1,200 degrees, far beyond Yifan's imagination. Who is it? Yifan's heart trembled. He immediately turned his head and looked at the beautiful figure standing on the roof of a two-story house in the distance. Everyone from the Taiji sect, including the fleeing Guyu, couldn't help but look back curiously. The woman with long hair and a red jacket, black stockings, was surprisingly Xiao Axan. It's you. Yifan recognized the girl. Wasn't this the girl he had met in the bar and had even fought with him on the street before? Xiao Axan looked at Yifan with interest, her eyes revealing a trace of anticipation. Can't I? Yifan was just about to ask why this woman was looking for trouble with him when he heard Guyu shout from behind. Phoenix girl. Guyu cried out in surprise, her eyes revealing a hint of pleasant surprise. Did the Dragon King send Miss Xiao over to help our Taiji sect deal with this arrogant disciple? When Yifan heard this, he suddenly woke up. No wonder this woman was so powerful. So this was the guardian of the dragon soul, the Phoenix girl who could be considered one of the top experts in China, Xiao Axan. The elders of the Tai Chi sect also revealed looks of joy. They had all heard of the Phoenix girl's reputation and felt that the Tai Chi sect was finally saved. She only floated in front of Yifan and said, although this guy isn't much, he is still the sect leader of the Tai Chi sect. If he were to casually kill him, many people would lose face. I've just arrived here, and you've already beaten this place into a mess. You're too good at tormenting people. I think it's better to stop while you're ahead. Chapter 410. 0410. Without figuring out Xiao Axan's true intentions, Yifan didn't want to make a move immediately. I've always heard that the Phoenix girl is very young, but I never thought that not only is she young, she's also a great beauty. Xiao Axan nodded. Although I know what you're saying is the truth, I won't let you continue to destroy this place just because you're flattering me. This little girl was quite interesting. You should know that even if I kill Guyu, you guys can't do anything to me. That might not be the case. You haven't tried it yet, so how do you know that I can't do anything to you? Fan Xian felt that the woman's aura was changing. It was obvious that she wanted to fight with him. He couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, we shouldn't have any grudges before, right? No, Xiao Axan said. Then why did you purposely go to Hua Hai and pretend to be a stranger to get close to me? Now that you're in front of me, you have such a strong fighting spirit. Why? Just some instructions from the Dragon King. I don't think the Dragon King would dare to give you orders based on your strength. Xiao Axan blinked. Although her big eyes were very bright and beautiful, they didn't have much of a deeper meaning. She just blinked very innocently. What I want to do, of course I don't need the Dragon King's approval. Xiao Axaner said, I'm just going to see you, to see if you're really as powerful as Ciel Influence said. Yifan smiled, old Xia mentioned me in front of you. Yes, he said it about you, but I don't believe what he said, Xiao Axaner said. Why? Yifan asked. Because in this world, at my age, there won't be anyone stronger than me. Even if it's about the same as me, it's still impossible. Xiao Axaner said without any trace of politeness. Fan Xian's smile stiffened, thinking that although this girl was powerful, she was a bit too arrogant. Of course, the Phoenix girl definitely had an undeserved reputation. Xiao Axaner did indeed have the qualifications to say such a thing. Since there's no enmity between us, why are you looking at me like that? I feel. You seem to really want to fight me. Yifan shrugged. The corner of Xiao Axaner's mouth rose slightly, because I'm bored. Bored? Boring. Xiao Axaner said, no one can fight with me. It's too boring. Since Ciel Influence said that you are very powerful, then I will naturally go and play with you. You went all the way to Hua Hai, and now you're following me to the Taiji sect. You just want to play with me. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Axaner nodded, can't I? Can't we go back and play arcade games? Anyway, it's all about playing, how peaceful is it to play games? Yifan asked tentatively. Xiao Axaner shook her head, I'm not fighting anymore, I burned that machine. Yifan was speechless. No wonder he heard an explosion when he passed by that day. It turned out that he had wrongly blamed the quality of the machine. The group of Taiji sect elders were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that Xiao Axaner was here to help their Taiji sect, but who would have thought that she was only here to sightsee and find someone to fight? That. Miss Xiao, if you insist on fighting me, I have no objections, but I want to kill Guyu first and then have a good time with you. Yifan said as he turned his head, intending to continue chasing after Guyu. However, Xiao Axaner raised her hand and brandished a long whip made of golden flames. This long whip made of golden flames instantly swept across dozens of meters and arrived behind Yifan. Yifan hurriedly dodged, rolled to the side, and quickly turned around to avoid the long whip that followed closely behind him. The ground, the walls, and the stones that were touched by the golden flames had all melted. The already broken walls could no longer support the weight of the melted stones, and the entire house collapsed. I'll go. Yifan turned around, didn't you say you were looking for me to fight? You care so much about me killing people. Xiao Axaner elegantly withdrew her hand, and the golden flame returned to her hand. It burned brightly, looking extremely beautiful. The woman leisurely replied, there must be some stakes in a fight. This Guyu is the stake. If I win, the dragon's soul will take him away. If I lose, his life is yours. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people from the Taiji sect turned green. Guyu was their sect leader after all, but now he was being used as a wager. Guyu's legs also went limp, but he didn't dare to run away. If he ran away, wouldn't that make the Phoenix girl dissatisfied with him? As a result, Guyu could only stand by the side, trembling. His expression was even uglier than death. Leaf Fan Xian sighed, his gaze becoming sharper and sharper. Since this woman had already said this much, if he didn't accept the challenge, it would be too unmanly. Originally, he had the thought of fighting with the Phoenix girl, but he didn't expect that he would meet her so suddenly. Good. Then let me experience the power of the legendary Phoenix bloodline. Yifan said loudly. Xiao Axaner arrogantly looked at him, if you want to see the power of the Phoenix blood, you have to see if you have the qualifications to make me use my full strength. Leaf Fan Xian's eyes narrowed, his heart trembling. So this woman didn't use her true strength at all, and didn't use the strongest weapon in her body. Just like this, her flames were already able to reach a temperature of over 1,000 degrees. It was truly terrifying. Yifan and Xiao Axian were separated. Neither of them acted rashly as they checked each other's aura. When experts exchanged blows, they were very particular about the timing of their attacks. The change in their auras directly affected the timing of their attacks and whether or not they could achieve the best effect. The details determined success or failure, so no one would act rashly. This quiet situation made the hundreds of Taiji sect elders, deacons, and disciples who were watching from afar feel nervous, apprehensive, and anxious. An invisible pressure pressed down on all of them, causing their hearts to feel tired and their breathing to become irregular. Sweat dripped down from the foreheads of Zhou Zhongrou and the other elders. As the older generation, they were able to understand the deeper meaning of this duel, so they felt especially pressure. Finally, Yifan and Xiao Axian both sensed that the other party was about to make a move, and the two of them moved at almost the same time. Yifan took a big stride forward, his body was so fast that it was almost invisible. He turned around and swept his leg towards Xiao Axian's neck. Xiao Axian stood on the spot. At the same time she stretched out her left hand, a golden flame barrier suddenly erupted. The moment the sail felt the high temperature approaching its feet, not only did it not retreat, it even increased the speed of its legs. A violent impact, bringing with it a stream of air, forcefully pierced through the flame barrier. As long as one's speed was fast enough, even if the temperature of the golden flames was extremely high, it would still be able to dissipate. Xiao Axian also seemed to have expected that this simple barrier wouldn't be able to block Yifan's kick. Thus, with a turn of her body, her right hand met Yifan's kick. Chapter 411 0411 Following the woman's murmur, another ball of golden flame burst out, like a blooming golden sunflower. The blazing heat caused people who were dozens of meters away to feel incomparably hot. It was as if winter had passed in an instant and entered the scorching summer. Bam! Yifan's foot landed on Xiao Axian's hand, and her shoes and pants instantly turned to ashes. Xiao Axian was hit by the force of the kick, and her body was pushed back. Her right arm was numb, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. It was obvious that she was not feeling well. After Yifan landed on the ground, he sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at his already fiery red leg. Although it wasn't burnt, it was still slightly scalded. It was just that this injury was negligible to Yifan. Fortunately, he was fast and left the golden flames as soon as he came into contact with them. Otherwise, his entire leg would have been roasted. How is this possible? Xiao Axian looked at Yifan's leg from afar, her eyes revealing a strange light. You can actually withstand my phoenix flames. So this fire is called phoenix flames. Luckily I pulled out my leg quickly, otherwise I might have really been burnt to a crisp. Yifan clenched his teeth. He felt that if he were to fight like this, it would be very difficult for him to gain an advantage. However, here came the problem. Since Xiao Axian was able to withstand the power of his kick, it meant that not only was this woman's phoenix flames powerful, her physical fitness was also very strong. Therefore, Yifan was not sure if a long-range attack could pose a threat to Xiao Axian. You are the first person other than the people from my family to be burned by my phoenix flames and still be unharmed. An excited smile appeared on Xiao Axian's face. Your body is really fun. Fan Xian shivered. Hearing this woman's words, why did she seem to treat him like a toy? It's my turn to make a move. Feng Wu, double whip. As soon as Xiao Axian finished speaking, her elegant figure had already leaped into the air. She spun a few times in the air, and two whips of phoenix flames swept over with the wind. From below, it looked like two golden ribbons descending from the sky. Yifan already had no shoes on one of his feet, and with one bare foot, he quickly dodged back and forth. Unknowingly, the ground was already filled with melted rocks. Some of them had even solidified again, leaving behind black grooves. The people from the Taiji sect were all dumbfounded. It was as if they were watching immortals fight. They could only watch and sigh. Xiao Axan on the other hand, brandished her phoenix flame whip and flew around in the air like a shadow, continuously tracking Yifan's figure. Xiao Axan landed on the ground and spread out her arms. Phoenix flames quickly condensed into hundreds and thousands of tiny specks of light in front of her, as if a rain of fire was floating in front of her. Feng Wu, fire rain. Xiao Axan's arms shook, and the rain of fire was like a violent storm as it hurled towards Yifan's direction, covering the sky and covering the sun. Fan Xian discovered that it was actually very difficult for him to dodge. He could only enter a large hall and lean against the walls and various decorations to block these phoenix flames. In an instant, various wails resounded from the hall. The walls, pillars, roof, and even the furniture were swallowed by the high temperature. After which, they were ignited and turned into a sea of fire. Yifan's figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had been engulfed in this sea of fire. Seeing this, Daoist Guyu was overjoyed. She thought that Yifan had already been burned to death. As long as Yifan died, he would have a way to survive. After all, the foundation of the Taiji sect was here. Even if he was taken away by the dragon soul, he would at most be fined and apologized. However, Xiao Axan didn't think that Yifan was dead. Xiao Axan frowned. She didn't care that there was a huge fire in front of her and directly walked in. These flames around her had no lethality at all, as if they didn't have the slightest bit of temperature. Come out and hide. What's the point of that? Xiao Axan said unhappily. This caused the people of the Taiji sect outside to be surprised. Under the attack of such a terrifying rain of fire, even the house was destroyed. How could Yifan survive? But just as he was thinking about this, Yifan's figure appeared. Yifan suddenly charged out from the sea of fire. These flames didn't seem to have any effect on him. Even if he was being burned, Yifan didn't feel any pain at all. Yifan's fist struck towards the back of Xiao Axan's body. It was so fast that Xiao Axan didn't even have time to turn around. Xiao Axan's nerves tensed up and she quickly stepped on the ground. Boom! A golden phoenix flame rushed up from the ground behind her. Yifan hurriedly dodged, barely dodging this pillar of phoenix flames, and broke out in a cold sweat. Holy *T. How can you even release phoenix flames underground? Yifan really couldn't help but want to curse. This phoenix girl's moves were too unreasonable. Could this be a mage's firewall magic? Xiao Axan turned around and proudly said, "This move is the fire pillar from Phoenix Dance, it's just a small move. You can actually walk in these flames." It seems that ordinary flames really aren't a threat to you, Li Fanxian grinned. Indeed, although there were fires everywhere, these fires were only ordinary flames ignited by the high temperature of the phoenix flames. To his physical fitness, they were not a threat at all. "Miss Xiao, I think we should stop fighting. From the looks of it, I can't get close to you, and your moves can't catch up to me. If we fight like this, we won't be able to determine the victor," Yifan said. Xiao Axan lightly snorted, "I haven't even used half of my strength, how do you know that I won't be able to determine the victor?" Yifan sighed, "Because I have only used less than half of my strength." Bragging, Xiao Axan disdainfully said. Yifan shrugged, "Then you can try using your full strength, why waste so much time? Then you might die," Xiao Axan said without a joke. Li Fanxian smiled evilly and said, "Many people have said this to me, but I've always been alive." Xiao Axan coldly snorted, "Then let me see if you're worth it for me to take action." After saying that, Xiao Axan once again rushed towards Yifan. A fiery red figure wrapped in phoenix flames lashed out at Yifan with two golden flame whips. After Yifan quickly dodged, he picked up a nearby stone lion and threw it towards Xiao Axan. The stone lion, which weighed several tons, was wrapped in a ball of phoenix flames in midair. Although it had melted a lot, it was impossible to melt it all in such a short period of time. It still had a very strong destructive power. The long whip in Xiao Axan's hand turned into a phoenix flame longsword. With a slash, the stone lion was cut into two halves in midair, rolling to both sides of the woman. At the same time, Yifan also grabbed onto this empty space, picked up another collapsed stone pillar, and heavily smashed it towards Xiao Axan. Chapter 412. 0412 Countless phoenix flames condensed between Xiao Axan's hands. These phoenix flames rubbed against each other, producing a violent energy. All of this was completed in less than a second. When Xiao Axan condensed the violent ball of light produced by the phoenix flames, the stone pillar that Yifan was brandishing was also about to arrive. Xiao Axan pushed out a ball of phoenix flames. As soon as the ball collided with Yifan's stone pillar, it let out a thunderous explosion. Boom! The stone pillar was blown into countless pieces. Yifan's attack failed and he regretfully jumped away. Xiao Axan was also sweating profusely as she stared at the man with flickering eyes. Generally speaking, she didn't need to use the move Thunder Movement because the destructive power of this move was astonishing. Ordinary opponents wouldn't even be able to withstand her phoenix flames, let alone the high temperature and explosive thunder movement. However, Yifan's methods were unreasonable. His immense strength and powerful pressure forced Xiao Axan to not dare to hold back. "Miss Xiao, it's really difficult to get close to you." Yifan sighed and shook his head. He could be considered to have experienced the power of the Phoenix Girl. Apart from her physical fitness and reaction speed, the key was that she also had phoenix flames that had no blind spots. This kind of talent was truly a model example of both offense and defense. As for her phoenix dance absolute art, it had many variations and was unpredictable. It was also a headache-inducing move. The key point was that this kind of method was clearly just an ordinary move of the Phoenix Girl. She hadn't used her true trump card yet. "It's also very difficult to catch you," Xiao Axan said, "although you don't have any movement techniques, your legs run as fast as a ghost. If you want to escape, I won't be able to catch up to you." "What do you mean by like a ghost? Can't you use a cheetah or the wind as an analogy?" "Ghosts are too stupid." Yifan curled his lips. Xiao Axan didn't care, "You're as fast as a ghost. Since you also know that you can't catch up to me, then if we fight, there won't be any results. Why don't we stop here?" Yifan asked with a smile. Xiao Axan shook her head, "Although I can't catch up to you, if you want to kill Guyu, you can't leave, so you can only play with me here. There are many ways to play with you. What do you like to play? Bumper car? Roller coaster? Grab a doll? Fishing? Barbecue? Or play chess or mahjong? I can even play with you." Xiao Axan's eyes lit up. "Catch a doll? Can you?" Yifan was surprised, thinking to himself, "Why is this girl so surprised? Yes, didn't you just move your claws over, press a button, and grab the doll? But the doll will fall down." Xiao Axan said very seriously, "The claws are not tight." Yifan waved his hand, "You don't understand. You have to get the people in the shop to help you put the doll in a better position. When you grab it, you have to look at the right angle. The key is to shake that pole with all your might. Moreover, that thing has to be caught persistently. The more you catch it, the easier it will be to catch it." "Are you serious? Can they even put the doll down?" Xiao Axan seemed to have heard of this for the first time. She frowned and said, "What do you mean by shaking the pole? What's the use of that?" "I don't know either. In any case, I've caught a lot of dolls." Yi Fan didn't cheat people. He had played with Moo 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 many times. These techniques were told to him by Moo 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 Moo. He didn't know the principles behind it, so he just treated it as if he believed in it. The group of people from the Taiji sect, including Gu Yu, were all dumbfounded. The two great gods had just been fighting fiercely, causing their hearts to tremble in fear. Why did the scene suddenly change and they started talking about catching dolls? Then you can accompany me to catch dolls next time. Xiao Axaner thought for a moment and said with a serious face. Li Fan Xian asked, "Miss Xiao, have you never grabbed a doll before?" Xiao Axaner was silent for a moment. She pursed her lips and said, "I won't tell you." Li Fan Xian had a look of understanding on his face as he chuckled and said, "No problem. Then we have an agreement. I will accompany you to catch dolls. Let's end it here today." "No." Xiao Axaner's pretty face changed, and she said coldly, "I haven't burned you yet, I haven't finished fighting yet." Li Fan Xian's face turned green. "Burn. Burn it. If you King burn me, I'll die. How can I accompany you to catch dolls? Then I don't care. The victor hasn't been decided yet." Xiao Axaner said. Li Fan Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. Why are you so unreasonable, woman? Didn't we agree to catch dolls instead of fighting? Women are unreasonable to begin with. They only talk about being unhappy. I didn't win the game last time, and I still didn't win the fight this time. I'm not happy, so I still want to fight. After Xiao Axaner finished speaking, she coldly snorted and once again flew towards Yi Fan. Xiao Axaner somersaulted a few times in the air, and her legs quickly kicked out streams of golden phoenix flames. Like a golden snake dancing wildly, she whizzed towards Yi Fan. Feng Wu, golden wheel. The golden flames formed arcs of fire, turning into a huge circular storm that crushed the ground and engulfed the houses. It was like a raging fire burning the wilderness. Yi Fan clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, "I don't believe that this girl's phoenix flames are endless. It's just like the true chi of an ancient martial artist, there will always be a time when it's consumed to the point where it's too late to replenish it." Thus, Yi Fan began his strategy of a tug-of-war, and began to continuously run around various parts of the Taiji sect. "Don't run. Coward." When Xiao Axaner saw Yi Fan running away, she began to follow closely behind. Her entire body was wrapped in phoenix flames, like a golden sun, moving within the Taiji gate. Every time she attacked, phoenix flames would wreak havoc, burning everything. Unknowingly, the fire brought about by the phoenix flames had already spread to half of the Taiji gate. If it wasn't for the fact that a large number of buildings were made of stone, they would have been burned to ashes long ago. Even so, the lava still left the Taiji sect in a state of devastation. It was a tragic sight. Zhou Zhangrong and the other elders were already in tears. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground and start begging Xiao Axaner. "Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao, stop fighting. The 1,000-year foundation of our Taiji sect. Lord Phoenix Girl. Don't burn it. Don't burn it." A group of Taiji sect disciples cried out in pain, but Xiao Axaner didn't care about them. She had to catch Yi Fan. After running back and forth for a full half an hour, the entire mountain peak was covered in raging flames. Ordinary Taiji sect disciples could no longer stay here and had long since run down the mountain. Xiao Axaner seemed to have finally gotten tired of setting the fire. She stood there panting, gritting her teeth as she looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was also speechless. He turned around and wiped his sweat, saying, "Beauty, I think it's enough. If you run with me at such a fast speed, even your iron body will be tired." Chapter 413. 0413. A group of Taiji sect elders were also sobbing. Zhou Zhangrong hurriedly came up and begged, "That's right. Miss Xiao, please return. We are willing to hand over Guyu, and we will change our sect leader." The Taiji sect would rather not have Guyu, the sect leader, than burn the entire sect down. Now, more than half of the Taiji sect had been destroyed. Fortunately, many precious books were hidden in the back mountain. Otherwise, the Taiji sect would have really fallen from the four great sects. Even so, with such a large area of destruction, the losses of the Taiji sect were already incalculable. Li Fen Fan Xian heard this. He was secretly happy in his heart. The Taiji sect was willing to hand over the Guyu father and son, so he was also happy to relax. However, Xiao Axayener had an unconvinced expression on her face. She frowned and said, "Who said I'm tired? Just you wait." After saying that, Xiao Axayener turned around and rushed into a raging inferno. Xiao Axayener's body entered the flames, but her clothes were not damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, these fatal flames, which were like docile scarlet fairies beside her, actually continued to merge into Xiao Axayener's body. Xiao Axayener took a deep breath, and the flames continuously entered her facial features, nose, ears, mouth, and even eyes. There were flames that entered her eyes. When Xiao Axayener opened her eyes, they were already filled with golden flames. The tiredness she felt just now had completely disappeared, and she was brimming with energy. This scene truly shocked everyone present. This is the legendary, the innate skill of the phoenix blood, rebirth from flames. I didn't expect this to be true. This is too terrifying. Li Fen Fan Xian heard the words of the elders. He suddenly remembered the legend of the Phoenix Girl. It was said that one of the Phoenix Girl's innate skills was the same as the undying phoenix, being able to obtain a new life in the flames. In fact, no one knew whether or not the Phoenix Girl would revive, because they had never heard of anyone killing the Phoenix Girl. However, as long as the Phoenix Girl had flames, she would be able to recover all of her strength. As long as there was fire, the Phoenix Girl would have endless fighting strength. Her source of energy was not food, but flames. When Xiao Axayener walked out of the flames once again, all of her fatigue had disappeared. Golden phoenix flames once again condensed in her hands as she smiled confidently. "All right, don't you think you're very strong? Then let's see who will be exhausted first." Yi Fan smiled bitterly about that. "Even playing games doesn't have a cheat like you, right? You can recover infinitely just by setting a fire. If you do this, we won't be able to play properly." "Humph. I can tell you how to defeat me." Xiao Axayener proudly said, "The first way, if I don't have the chance to enter the flames, then I won't be able to recover. The second is to kill me instantly and not give me a chance to rise from the ashes. The question is, can you do it?" Yi Fan took a deep breath. To be honest, he didn't even have the confidence to defeat Xiao Axayener, let alone instantly kill her. As for not giving her a chance to bathe in fire, that would only happen in the vast ocean. This was a mountain range. Any forest fire would be enough for her to fight for a month or two. Although Yi Fan's physical strength far exceeded the limits of a human, it was impossible for him to fight with the Phoenix Girl for a month or two. He would definitely die first. "Can't we discuss it? Can't we play another way?" Yi Fan gloomily touched his forehead. Since he was already here, he couldn't let the Guyu father and son go. If the Guyu secretly did something bad and harmed his woman, then something big would happen. "I'm already angry. I must burn you today," Xiao Axayener said angrily. Yi Fan spread out his hands. "If I really want to escape, you won't be able to catch me, so how can I burn it? Then I'll make it so that you won't be able to escape." After Xiao Axayener finished speaking, her entire temperament changed. In an instant, she was exceptionally cold and dignified. Her eyes flickered with a golden flame. The woman put the jade-like thumb of her right hand to her mouth and bit it. A small cut appeared on her thumb. A drop of blood that was emitting a dazzling golden-red radiance was revealed. Phoenix blood. Yi Fan's scalp went numb as he exclaimed, "You really want to fight me with your life on the line?" Xiao Axianer pinched that drop of golden-red phoenix blood in her palm. 9 Heavens Scroll, Phoenix Burning Blood. The Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens was an absolute art that Xiao Axianer cultivated under the premise that she possessed the phoenix blood. Compared to the Phoenix Dance Scroll, the 9 Heavens Scroll was even more mysterious. Many people didn't know that the Phoenix Girl's true strength could only be seen by using the 9 Heavens Scroll. As Xiao Axianer displayed a higher level of absolute art, a golden red streak of phoenix flames that was even more dazzling than before and whose temperature had increased by at least 2 to 3 times was ignited in her palm. It quickly spread and engulfed Xiao Axianer's entire body. Xiao Axianer's long black hair had also turned scarlet red. It was unknown if it was the effect of the flames or if her hair had really been dyed scarlet red. In an instant, Xiao Axianer's entire temperament suddenly changed. It was as if she had become the king of all birds, the legendary incomparably noble divine phoenix bird. You should feel honored. I am willing to have a serious fight with you. Xiao Axianer's voice became incomparably ethereal. Compared to before, it was a bit more aloof and indifferent. A golden red phoenix flame shockwave spread out, instantly flattening a few houses. Not a single blade of grass grew around Xiao Axianer's body. When the hundreds of elites and elders of the Taiji sect saw this scene, they were already suffocated by the intense pressure displayed by the superior. Even when they were dozens of meters away, they could feel their hearts beating wildly. Even Zhou Zhangrong and the other ancient martial artists of the refinement stage were finding it difficult to breathe. Looking at Yi Fan again, he was actually able to stand more than 10 meters away from Xiao Axianer. He couldn't help but admire Yi Fan's strength, which was much stronger than theirs. Disciples of the Taiji sect, listen up. Retreat. Quickly retreat. This is a fight between immortals, and we mortals will all die. Zhou Zhangrong and the others realized that the situation was not good. This was because an expert at Xiao Axianer's level would no longer care about the lives of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals once she focused her attention on the battle. As a result, the group of Taiji sect disciples didn't care about the burning of the mountain gate and hurriedly ran down the mountain. When Daoist Guyu saw this, she fiercely glared at Yi Fan, thinking that it would be better if Yi Fan was burned to death. Then, she planned to quietly slip away and bring Ting Ziqiao down the mountain. Chapter 4:14. 0414 Yi Fan chased after her, not bothering to care about Xiao Axianer's terrifying phoenix burning blood form. Even if he was injured, he still had to kill Guyu first. Unexpectedly, before Yi Fan could rush over, a golden red lightning-like flaming spear suddenly pierced through Guyu's body at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Puchi! Guyu didn't even have the time to react before a charred hole appeared in his abdomen. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Axianer in the distance, letting out a mournful and unwilling scream. "Aw!" Guyu's face twisted as he screamed. His body was ignited by the phoenix flames, and in a few seconds, he was engulfed by the flames, turning into black residue on the ground. "I said you're not allowed to leave. Did you really ignore what I said?" Xiao Axianer expressionlessly said, then faced Yi Fan and said, "Now, it's your turn." Li Fan Xian opened his mouth. Although he sensed that something was coming from behind him, he didn't feel any threat. This was because he could tell that this wasn't an attack aimed at him. However, Xiao Axianer had actually killed Guyu. This still stunned Yi Fan. Just now, it was Xiao Axianer who stopped Yi Fan from killing Guyu. But now, Xiao Axianer no longer cared about any rules or laws. She obviously only wanted to fight and didn't care about anything else. With strength, he would be willful. Without a doubt, this was the true portrayal of the Phoenix Girl. Yifan turned around and said with a wry smile, "Miss Xiao, is there a need to do this? Actually, with Guyu dead, I can leave now." Yifan wasn't worried at all about the remaining Ting Ziqiao, because without his father, Ting Ziqiao was basically a cripple. "Don't think that I don't know that you haven't seriously fought with me. I've shown my sincerity now. If you dare to run away, you're not a man." Xiao Axayener coldly snorted and proudly raised her head. The golden-red phoenix flames were like a tornado, wrapping around her entire body. Moreover, its deterrence was still increasing. From where the woman stood, the rocks on the ground, the walls on the ground, and everything else were melting and burning. She was like a moving golden sun, like the true king of all birds, destroying the heavens and the earth. Fan Xian couldn't help but shiver. A feeling of being locked onto by an expert made him nervous and his blood boil. He knew very well that escaping was the calmest and correct way to deal with this situation. There was no need for him to risk his life against the Phoenix Girl who was going all out. As long as he had the flame, he could recover infinitely, but he couldn't do that. However, in Yifan's bones, in the depths of Yifan's soul, the dignity of an expert had not been erased because of these 2 to 3 years of low-key silence. "Since you've already said so, then I can only accompany you." Yifan lowered his head and looked at his body. His clothes and pants were all burnt to ashes, but it was obvious that Xiao Axayener was used to seeing others naked, so she didn't feel anything. Fortunately, there were only the 2 of them left at the top of the mountain. Otherwise, this battle would be really weird. A naked man fighting with a beautiful woman whose body was covered in flames. Shaking his head and dispelling these distracting thoughts, Yifan took a deep breath, and his entire heart settled down. As Yifan's breathing changed, it became more and more uniform and long. On Yifan's body, every muscle seemed to be moving, and his joints also began to emit a solid sound. When Yifan opened his eyes again, his eyes were already deep and sharp, and he took a step forward, boom. Following Yifan's kick, the ground actually collapsed into a huge pit. Yifan's waist muscles were linked to his thighs, calves, and even every muscle on the soles of his feet, transmitting a coordinated and terrifying force, connecting and releasing every bit of strength in his body to a new height. Xiao Axayener narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Now this is interesting." Yifan didn't say anything. With a step forward, his body had already rushed towards Xiao Axayener's location, amidst the blazing heat. From afar, it looked like a black shadow had charged into a blazing sun. The phoenix flames were like raging dragons as they roared towards Yifan's body. The raging flames burned everything in all directions. Yifan's speed was as fast as lightning. The airflow it produced and the strong hurricane it created made it difficult for these phoenix flames to approach. Yifan used his crazy movement speed to avoid direct contact with the phoenix flames. Xiao Axayener also seemed to be aware of this problem. She simply stood where she was and directly spread out a spherical phoenix flame storm in all directions. "Ah!" Yifan roared, facing the unavoidable phoenix flames that were rushing towards him. He forcefully charged in. With a punch, this surging wave of air forcefully tore apart the area of death that was enveloped by the phoenix flames. Another kick, like a heavy cannonball, Yifan kicked towards Xiao Axayener's vitals. Seeing that Yifan had unreasonably pierced through her phoenix flame domain, although Xiao Axayener was shocked, she still reacted. Swan wings. On Xiao Axayener's back, a pair of wings formed from white phoenix flames spread out. A pair of wings spread out, about 10 meters wide. With a sudden flap, Xiao Axayener's body flew backwards, avoiding Yifan's kick. Yifan was shocked. He only saw Xiao Axayener flapping her white phoenix flame wings and flying into the air. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Axayener had already flown dozens of meters into the air. Her wings flapped like a burning angel. Damn you! You can even fly. Yifan felt that this phoenix blood was too tyrannical. It was one thing for it to be strong, but it even had so many tricks up its sleeves. How could he fight? However, Xiao Axaner didn't say anything. She frowned, turned around, and dove down, launching another attack towards Yifan. On her hand, a dazzling scarlet phoenix flame burned. The temperature of this phoenix flame seemed to be even higher than the golden-red phoenix flame. When the scarlet phoenix flame turned into a 4 to 5 meter long scarlet flame longsword, a faint sharp phoenix cry rang out, but it also seemed to be a sharp ear-piercing sound produced by cutting through the air. Youngling Sword. When Yifan saw this sword, he didn't dare to clash head-on with its sharpness, and quickly ran away. The moment the youngling sword landed on the ground, it stirred up a surging heat wave, directly melting the rocks on the ground, as if it had turned into a huge pit of magma. Anyone who saw this destructive power would probably be tongue-tied. However, Yifan didn't have the time to care about how fierce Xiao Axaner's youngling sword was, because the swan wings on her back flapped and she quickly flew towards Yifan.